Police Headquarters, Pitt Street, Glasgow, 2002. 23-year-old Detective Constable John Lomond had spent 4 years chasing a spot on the elite Serious Crime Squad, among some of Strathclyde Police's most feared and famous detectives. But now that he was inside the squad's hallowed offices in Pitt Street, all he wanted to do was disappear behind his desk next to the smoking room. The squad detectives were mostly from the old city divisions, and had spent years building careers and fearsome reputations. Only a few were from outside Glasgow. Such was the importance of local knowledge on the squad's beat. There were 3 teams, each with a detective inspector and 2 detective sergeants. At the bottom of the heap were 6 detective constables, all of whom had been brought in specifically on the recommendation of other squad members. All except John Lomond, who had been parachuted into the squad by a pen-pusher superintendent. Lomond had been a standout recruit at Strathclyde Police's training school in Jackton near East Kilbride. In just the first few weeks, his instructors noted his senior officer potential and hurried him on to Tullyallen for more extensive training with specialist recruiters. Before then, the youngest recruit ever to be offered such training had been 25. Lomond was just 19 at the time. 12 weeks of initial training had sounded like a long stretch when he first applied. But once immersed in the daily grind, long, intense hours in the classroom studying Scottish law, arrest procedures, evidence handling, interviews, and the relentless demands of report writing, it flew by. Add to that the physical training, the drills and arrest and restraint techniques, and the constant churn of practical scenarios, and the weeks vanished before he'd even caught his breath. There were quite a few fluttering tummies when it came to the passing out parade. The pride and relief swamped by the realization that they were about to be thrown onto the streets as actual police officers, dealing with the sort of police that law-abiding citizens would either cross the road to avoid or run away from. In the high-pressure environment, Lomond marked himself out as one to watch, and so it proved throughout his 2-year probation, outperforming many constables who were years into the job. A constable typically needed 3 to 5 years' experience after probation to develop all the necessary skills required to pass selection for CID and become a detective constable. But glowing recommendations from his superiors sent Lomond on a fast-track path into CID selection. Lomond had excelled in the high-pressure environment of being a young cop on the streets during his 2-year probation in Paisley. He consistently outperformed constables with years more experience and showed an uncanny knack for empathy and fairness, whether he had been called to a break-in at an expensive villa in Thornley Park or to bring in a shoplifting drug addict from the Paisley Centre. And his skills weren't going unnoticed. Within just 9 months, he had been sent to Serious Crime, a place where his talents were not universally appreciated. The assumption was that Lomond's ascendancy had been so rapid that he must have been an arse-kisser or a wannabe politician, neither of which were respected by the Serious Crime Squad. To them, Lomond hadn't paid his dues, and they made sure he knew it. They gave him all the jobs that no one else wanted to do. They sent him to take statements from unreliable witnesses and junkies, spending hours only to coax out gibberish that would never make it to a courtroom. They gave him log reviews, trawling through months of phone call records and CCTV footage, updating Holmes entries, compiling disclosure bundles for pre-trial prosecution evidence for the Crown Office, door-to-door canvassing on dead-end investigations in neighbourhoods where the #1 rule was never grass, and body ID duty, especially if it was a weeks-old body pulled out of the River Clyde. Lomond did them all, gladly, because at the end of a shift he could call himself a member of Serious Crime, He just wanted to be anywhere near the orbit of legendary detectives like D.I. Ronnie Sharp, who had personally apprehended the Maryhill Butcher in the early 80s, and D.S. Bob Kerr, who'd taken down several notorious gangsters, recovering millions of pounds worth of drugs. Joe Gilmore, Robert Doyle, the list went on and on. It was the Real Madrid of detectives. And the captain of the team was DCI Jack Beattie. They called him Flash, mostly because he was a flash bastard, with expensive clothes, a slick gelled haircut, and an almost year-round tan. It also meant that when he entered the office and it was a good day, he would announce his presence by singing Jumpin' Jack Flash. Beattie had made it clear to Lomond to just keep his head down, come in early, and stay late. While the others swapped war stories and shared intel over pints, Lomond was left on the periphery, doing the paperwork, fetching the coffees, and writing up the jobs they couldn't be bothered finishing. A kind of unofficial office junior in a unit where seniority and street cred mattered more than any fast-track promotion or glowing review. Lomond found it ironic that in joining the most elite detective unit in Strathclyde Police, he was little more than a glorified tea boy or secretary. But he trusted that it wouldn't be forever, that at some point he would be given the chance to prove his chops on the job. Then he got his chance. It was the back of 10 o'clock at night. A few constables who had a year or two on Lomond made their way to the door, shuffling into their coats, dreading the pouring rain outside. Lomond looked up hopefully with pursed lips, then gave an upwards nod, looking for their approval. He didn't get any. "Prack," one of them muttered. "Staying late to make us look bad," another grumbled. Lomond's face quickly turned to disappointment. Although Lomond hoped his bosses would notice so many of his reports being filed late into the evening, he thought his dedication would at least be admired by the other constables. But in the cutthroat world of serious crime, Lomond had unintentionally marked himself out as a do-gooder. Now on his own, Lomond let out a weary sigh and leaned back in his chair, stretching his back. He shut his eyes. "The fuck am I doing?" he wondered aloud to himself. Maybe serious crime wasn't for him after all, he thought. He loved the inquiries and the characters involved, both cops and crooks alike. But he had been helplessly naive about the office politics involved. No one else wanted him there. His presence was interpreted as a threat to every other constable on the team. Men who had worked for much longer to get there. In serious crime, it was a zero-sum game. If one came in, one had to go out. It was as simple as that. And it was the way DCI Beattie wanted things. He wanted the strong to emerge and the weak to disappear back on the beat. It wasn't about how hard you could hit. It was about how much you could take. But Lomond wasn't sure anymore whether he had the stomach for it. Then a ringing landline phone across the office brought him back to reality. At first, he couldn't work out whose phone it was. The ringing came from the row of desks shared by the most senior members of the squad. For a few rings, Lomond considered leaving it, figuring he might get into trouble for answering. What if it was a contact, or someone from the executive team? After all, Lomond had heard Beattie chatting casually with the chief constable just a few weeks earlier. But he might also get in trouble for leaving it. "Shite," he said, getting to his feet. Lomond figured he was going to get in trouble regardless, and that he might as well be proactive in the process. When he got to the desks, he realised it was D.I. Ronnie Sharp's phone. But as he reached out to answer it, the ringing stopped. Lomond had barely turned back towards his desk when D.S. Bob Kerr's phone then began ringing. Realising something might be wrong, Lomond hurried over this time and answered quickly. DC Lomond, this is DS Kerr's phone. At the other end, it was unmistakably DCI Beatty, and he sounded uncharacteristically panicked. Where the fuck is everyone, Lomond? He looked around the office as if an answer would somehow present itself. I don't know, sir. Who else is there? It's just me, sir. It's late. Beatty paused as he realised the time. Shite. We all have to do that. Get your coat and meet me downstairs. I'm 2 minutes away. Beatty broke off to let out a stream of abuse at a car in his way, followed by long blasts of his horn. Realising that Beatty was driving, Lomond asked, What's going on, sir? I've got Gilmore and Ridley here with me, Beatty barked. But we need another man for an uplift, and it has to happen pronto. Lomond didn't need to be asked twice. I'll see you downstairs, sir. Chapter 2. Beatty screeched the silver Mondeo to a halt outside Pitt Street headquarters. Lomond was still wrestling the door shut when the car lurched forward again. In the back next to Lomond was Detective Constable Tommy Ridley. In the front next to Beatty was Detective Sergeant Joe Gilmore. No one acknowledged Lomond in any way. Beatty took the corner onto the downhill stretch of West George Street so violently that Lomond, yet to put a seatbelt on, was sent hard left into the side of DC Ridley. Flustered, but trying not to show it, Lomond muttered an apology. Ridley thrust his arm out to straighten the sleeve of his leather jacket. Beatty caught Lomond's eye in the rear-view mirror. Big night for you, young fella. Lomond reminded himself with a sense of urgency to look relaxed. He wished he had some chewing gum to at least use as a prop. He knew he must look like a lost lamb, terrified. Trying to play it cool, Lomond said, You mentioned an uplift, sir? Aye, Beatty grunted. Lomond waited for more details. Nothing came. Eventually D.S. Gilmore added, Someone's small time. Don't worry about it. The burgeoning detective in Lomond considered Gilmore's statement, quickly concluding that it was about as likely as Partick Thistle winning the league. DCI Jack Beatty didn't go out at that time of night with two of his best officers to call her a small-time criminal. Unless they were arresting someone much bigger. Then Beatty's frantic edge and his demand for urgent backup would mean something truly significant was about to happen to all of them. It was one of those rainy Glasgow nights where all Lomond could see through the car windows was the orange haze of light pollution and the glare of oncoming headlights. The heavy rain reduced the clarity of their surroundings to a smear. Beatty threw a hard 90-degree left onto Holland Street, where a small rise in the road sent the Mondeo briefly airborne. He then paid little mind to the give way sign, launching straight out into the traffic on St. Vincent Street. Barreling over both lanes, they narrowly avoided a collision with a double-decker bus coming from the left. Beatty ignored the next two red lights, and suddenly they were on the uphill slip road joining the M8 at the Kingston Bridge. Lomond looked out the back window, bewildered. He hadn't known it was possible to get from headquarters onto the motorway in such a short space of time. The M8 was like a river, with surface water constantly spraying the windscreen. What little traffic was on the road had slowed to a crawl. But not Beatty. He charged on as if the dangers of aquaplaning didn't apply to him. When a van took too long to complete an overtake in the fast lane, Beatty flashed his lights and hit the horn several times. Lomond looked at Ridley to his left, who was unusually pensive, concentrating, as if the stakes of whatever was about to happen were high. All this, Lomond wondered, for a small-time criminal that any uniformed patrol could have brought in. Whatever he had been roped into, Lomond knew that it wasn't going to be small-time. They got as far as the flyover next to Glasgow Airport before Lomond felt brave enough to venture a question. So this guy we're lifting, he started. He could feel Ridley shooting him daggers. Is there anything I should know? Gilmore answered. Nope. It's just... What? Gilmore snapped back. Not wanting to rock the boat, Lomond relented. Nothing, he said. It was the outskirts of Port Glasgow before Beatty tapped Gilmore on the leg. Where are we off to from here? Gilmore replied. Just a few streets away now, boss. Beatty killed the headlights, slowing as they turned onto the suspect street. Over his left shoulder, he said, Right, boys, nearly there. Joe, you're with me. Tommy? Lomond's heart jolted, like jump leads hitting his chest. Christ, don't leave me with Ridley, he thought. Anything but that. Of all Beatty's team, Ridley was the unknown. There was a mystique about him. His slight figure, hair often falling over his eyes, like a wild animal in tall grass. All Lomond knew was that he'd come from Rouen Street Station in Greenock and was not to be messed with. Ridley had put a uniformed officer in hospital with a single punch in the staff canteen, over a joke nobody else even remembered. All of serious crime were intimidating in some way, but Ridley was the only one that Lomond was actually scared of. Beatty added, Tommy, stay outside the car with John Boy and keep watch. I don't want to take any chances. Sir? Ridley answered grudgingly but affirmatively, hiding his irritation at being kept out of the action, and also being stuck babysitting Lomond. Beatty pulled up outside a terraced house with all its curtains shut. It looked like a rough block to Lomond, with damage to many of the front doors that were barely 2 paces from the main road. Empty tenants' cans and newspaper pages and fagged outs were strewn all over the pavement. The front door to the left of the targets had been graffitied with junky scum, along with a crude picture of a needle. Beatty switched off the engine. Right, let's do this. And remember, he waited for someone else to say it. Ridley was first to respond. No fuck-ups, no headlines, no funerals. Exactly. Beatty and Gilmore opened their doors. Ridley slapped Lomond backhanded on the arm. What are you waiting for? Lomond jumped into action, wrenching his own door open. The heavy, fat raindrops took him by surprise, making him instinctively hunch against the sudden onslaught. The air felt much colder than back in Glasgow, with a stiff wind whipping off the expanse of the Firth of Clyde estuary. Ridley nodded for Lomond to follow him to the back of the car to keep a lookout. Beside Lomond, Ridley was a jumpy wreck, his eyes darting everywhere, shooting from the front of the car to the back. Seeing his nervousness only heightened Lomond's own. You see anything, you tell me. Ridley barked under his breath. His hair was matted down across his forehead. The rain was so heavy it almost stung as it landed on their heads. Lomond could already feel it working its way through his wool coat and into his shirt, making the fabric cling to him. Rain streamed down his face in a way he was unfamiliar with. In the past week he had cropped his hair for the first time, after noticing it had been receding on top at an alarming rate. Just as the saying went that youth was wasted on the young, Lomond had come to believe that hair was wasted on the ungrateful, on men like Ridley, who never gave their long fringes a moment's thought. Beatty and Gilmore moved quickly to the suspect's front door. Beatty stood in profile, pausing to assess what he could hear going on inside. Then he knocked, using a strange syncopated rhythm. A coded knock that one of his many informants had told him about. Everything about the place screamed, small-time drug den to Lomond, which only confused him more. Beatty's squad didn't hit such places. It was beneath them. Lomond strained to hear what was going on. There was a muffled voice from behind the door. Who is it? Beatty said nothing. All he needed was an inch, just a crack of the door to open. That was exactly what he got. The second the door cracked open, Beatty drove his shoulder into it, slamming it backwards into the suspect's face. He surged inside, Gilmore piling in behind him, climbing over the suspect to protect Beatty. Two young, skinny lads barreled in from the living room, throwing aimless, weak punches. Beatty and Gilmore had them dealt with in seconds. Lomond took a step towards the fray. Ridley gestured for him to stay put. They had their orders. But it went against every instinct Lomond had not to charge in to help. The door slammed shut. The street fell silent again. Sensing Lomond's hesitation, Ridley said, "They're handling it." The road was empty. No traffic, no one nearby. Then, movement, a flash of light. Lomond locked onto it instantly. A curtain twitching on a second floor, 4 houses down. There was a rush of light from a bedroom window. "Tommy," Lomond said, nodding towards the light. Ridley assessed the threat, then took 2 steps into the middle of the road. "Who?" His voice cracked through the quiet. He gestured violently. "Shut the curtains if you know what's good for you. You get me?" The curtains were quickly shut again. Ridley sniggered, then swaggered back to his spot. Lomond was amazed at the ease with which Ridley had morphed from cop to sounding like a local Ned. It sounded too natural to be mere acting. Ridley had definitely walked the walk in his youth. Of that, Lomond was certain. The suspect's door flew open again, silhouetted figures emerging in the doorway. Beatty led the suspect out, hooded, handcuffed, head forced down. Beatty moved him fast, steering him towards the car. Beatty snarled at Lomond. "What are you waiting for?" Lomond had never heard such a tone from him before. Realizing where Beatty was heading, Lomond grabbed the back door and yanked it open. Beatty shoved the suspect's head under the doorframe. "In the back with me," he ordered. Lomond obeyed. Gilmore slid quickly behind the wheel. Ridley took the passenger seat, and they pulled away. The whole operation had taken less than 2 minutes. Lomond stole glances at the suspect. Dark clothes, boots, jeans, sweatshirt, the black hood. Silent. Composed. Too composed. Broad-shouldered, maybe stocky. It was hard to tell in the dim light. But it was the stillness that unsettled him. No fidgeting, no fight against the cuffs. This wasn't his first time. After being shut down earlier when he had asked a question, Lomond certainly wasn't going to ask anything else now that the suspect was in the car. The suspect didn't say a word, and neither did anyone else. Not until they reached the Langbank roundabout on the A8. Almost all traffic on the dual carriageway continued straight over the roundabout, taking it at speed. Despite the painted bumps on the road to encourage traffic to slow on the approach, Gilmore was holding the car's speed steady at 40 when Beatty leaned forward to speak to him. "Second exit," Beatty said. "You want to come off?" Gilmore replied. Beatty didn't take kindly to being questioned in front of the others, and certainly not in front of the suspect. "Go up Old Greenock Road, then take the B789. Gilmore hit the brakes hard to make the turn at the roundabout. "That's all quiet country roads up there, boss. If there's an ambush—" "Just do it," Beatty said, sitting back. Ridley shot Gilmore a nervous look of, "I'm not sure about this." But neither man was about to contradict Beatty. Gilmore took the exit, following the tight, twisting road which snaked uphill, both sides lined with tall hedges. Tactically, it was about as bad as you could get. If anything happened up the road, there was nowhere to go. Lomond's mind was whirring with ideas about who their suspect was. A protected witness? A senior gangster who'd been hiding out? Because if someone like Joe Gilmore was concerned about a possible ambush, then safeguarding the suspect must have been crucial. As they continued uphill, there were no longer any streetlights. Gilmore had full beam on his headlights, wanting to see as far up the road as possible. "I don't like this," he muttered, only loud enough for Ridley in the front to hear. Gilmore had worked around Bridge of Weir in Houston back in the day, and he knew the road ahead. It was a whole lot of nothing much. Fields for miles on both sides, all the way to Houston. Ridley leaned forward, squinting at something ahead. "What is it?" asked Gilmore, panicked that he couldn't see the danger. Ridley kept staring, then held a hand out. "Slow down," he said. "Turn the lights off." Gilmore hesitated. "Just do it," Ridley snapped. Lomond glanced at Beatty. It was the first time he had seen the boss nervous. The hedges, telephone poles, and road signs warning of twisty roads all disappeared, as darkness enveloped them. Gilmore had no option but to ease off the accelerator. He squinted, trying to see ahead. "What did you see?" Ridley said nothing, continuing to stare. "Just wait." Lomond craned his neck, not to see out the windscreen, but to see why Ridley was shifting in his seat. Ridley's right hand slipped under the seat, fingers closing around the textured metal grip of a gun that had been secured there hours earlier. Then, a blinding orange flash and a deafening crack ripped through the car. Gilmore's head smashed into the driver's side window as a bullet blasted into his left temple. It tore through his head and came out the other side, spraying blood and shattering the window as the bullet exited. His hand slipped off the steering wheel. Lomond yelled, "What the fuck are you doing, Tommy?" Beatty bellowed. Gilmore slumped forward, and his foot fell off the accelerator. His body limped. The car slowed, guided by Ridley taking control of the steering wheel. Next to Lomond, the suspect had somehow slipped his handcuffs, cuffs that had never been properly locked. He lunged at Beatty, fingers clawing for his throat. Lomond moved for Ridley, who had turned and had a clear shot. Lomond shut his eyes, waiting for the impact of the next gunshot. Another deafening crack rang out, but not from Ridley. This one came from next to Lomond. Beatty, while wrestling with the suspect, had pulled a gun from his coat and fired. Lomond was as surprised as Ridley that Beatty was carrying a gun. Ridley cried out as the bullet struck his left side, puncturing his lung. With the car still rolling along at walking pace, Ridley got his door open and threw himself out. Lomond flung his door open and scrambled out after him, landing in a puddle. The car puttered to a halt. Lomond clambered to his feet just as another shot echoed inside the car. Beatty let out a guttural scream. Lomond cried out, "Jack!" The suspect leapt free, now holding Beatty's gun, then sprinted toward the approaching headlights of a white van cutting through the dark, speeding towards them. Ridley stumbled about in the rain. He pressed a hand to his wound. The car had now puttered to a stop. Ridley staggered towards the car, leaning on the soaking wet bonnet for support. Then his hand slipped, and he collapsed to the ground. He exhaled sharply, his breath turning to steam against the cold night air. Lomond found Beatty sprawled in the back seat. "Leave me," Beatty croaked, clasping at a bloodied thigh. He could feel the bullet just below the surface of the skin. Shit, Lomond cursed, fumbling for his phone. A chunky Nokia 3310, its tiny monochrome screen obscured in the pounding rain. Up the road, the van slowed down to collect the suspect, then did a rapid three-point turn before disappearing into the night. Lomond forced his breath steady as the call connected to emergency services. He explained, while trying to stem the blood pouring from Beatty's leg. "This is Detective Constable John Lomond. I need an ambulance and police backup now. I've got officers shot." Beatty's eyes started to close. "No!" Lomond cried out. "Stay with me, Jack!" Beatty's eyes closed, his head falling limply in Lomond's arms. Lomond shouted into the phone. "I need urgent assistance! He's dying!" Chapter 3. Present Day. A faint orange glow from Glasgow streetlights filtered through the blinds lining the windows of the Major Investigations Team office. Desk lamps did little to break the encroaching gloom. Piles of case files, thick and unyielding, competed with half-empty coffee mugs which had been forgotten about after only a few sips. A whiteboard dominated the front of the room, where a man in his 50s strode back and forth. He wore accountant's glasses, little square numbers, the kind that aged whoever wore them by about 10 years. Even disregarding the glasses, DCI Glenn Baxter still looked every bit of his 53 years. He folded his arms, which let the team know he was about to speak. His was a quiet authority that commanded respect. He turned his sharp gaze to a blurry printout of a crime scene photo. In front of him were two of his most trusted officers. Firstly, Detective Sergeant Ailsa Reid, in her early 30s, wearing a roll-neck jumper and thick-rimmed glasses, with a pen poised at her notebook, as if about to take down the words of Moses. Beside her was a frowning Detective Inspector Cameron Fraser, a man in his 40s who was trying hard to look like he was still in his 30s. DCI Baxter could sense the hostility between Reid and Fraser, but right now he had bigger problems on his mind. "So," Baxter began, in his often imitated low grumble of a voice, "we've now got 3 missing young women." He pointed to a man's mugshot on the whiteboard. "All with links to this one man." Baxter's head dropped momentarily. Then he added somberly, "Our very own Chief Constable Gavin Drummond." He looked up, resolute now. "And if it's true, it means that he's been covering up a sordid ring of prostitution, sexual abuse and murder, along with some of the most powerful people in the country." In typical Baxter style, he had dropped the T in country. "Ailsa," he said. She met his eyes with determination. "Sir?" "Those CCTV images are more important than ever for our case against the Chief Constable." Fraser scoffed. "There's 3 weeks' worth, boss." "Exactly," Baxter retorted. "That's why you two are going to sit in a room together looking through those video files until we've got a match. I don't care what's going on personally between the two of you. This is about the victims of this depraved killer." Baxter held his wrist up dramatically, then checked his watch. "And we've got less than 24 hours to catch this guy before he strikes again." There was a long pause. Then, from the back of the room, a voice called out, "Cut!" A man rose from the director's chair, which had his name on it, Roger Thorne. He called out again, "That is now a wrap for Series 19, Episode 5 of Baxter. Only one more to go before the end of the season." He then added dryly, "And in case anyone's lost count, that's now Baxter Episode 73 in total." Some gentle laughter broke out among the cast and crew, all of whom were exhausted as they shuffled around. The gaffer, or key lighting technician, and key grip started taking down camera dolly tracks and lighting setups. The night scene street lighting effects were turned off, and someone opened the large industrial door to the studio set, letting in a wide shaft of morning light that elicited groans from everyone who had been working through the night to get the final shots of the episode. The main cast had all broken character now, their faces relaxed, smiling, just happy to be done for the weekend. After acknowledging and embracing the actors playing Baxter, Reed, and Fraser, the director turned towards the only member of the crew who didn't look happy or relieved. The man stood pensively next to Roger Thorne's chair, holding a hand up like he needed a word. "Christ," Thorne muttered. Peter Leslie, playing Baxter, turned towards Thorne. "What's his problem now? A real detective would have been holding his coffee in his left hand, not his right. Or is he going to pull us up on what choice of biscuit Baxter should have been eating in the last scene?" Thorne's first impulse was to placate his star actor. Neither Thorne nor the studio could afford to lose Leslie. They were already on their third actor to play Baxter, and it was starting to become a source of ridicule in the TV drama community. "Don't worry, Pete," said Thorne. "I'll take care of it." He turned to the other actors. "Enjoy your weekend, folks. God knows you've earned it." Thorne was soon joined by producer Georgia Haywood, who was cradling a flask of coffee like it was the only thing keeping her upright. "Another corker, Rog?" she said with a knowing grin. "Don't be facetious, Georgia." "I hope you're making Peter feel special. We've had so many actors playing Baxter at this point. The department with the biggest budget is going to be for continuity." "That's very amusing," Thorne replied, tight-lipped. "Or maybe we could just lean into it and have Baxter regenerate every series like Doctor Who." Thorne was too exhausted for jokes. Haywood went on. "Though if Andy keeps posting about Flat Earth on social media, we might need to recast D.I. Cameron Fraser as well." "What are you talking about?" "You haven't seen it?" "I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been a bit busy shooting a TV show, Georgia." Haywood scrolled through her phone, then showed Thorne. "Our dear D.I. Fraser has been tweeting about Flat Earth and anti-vax and bloody 5G conspiracy theories all night in between setups. The man's losing it." "That's what happens when all you've got to do all day is browse the internet." "On the topic of people losing it," Haywood motioned towards the man still standing by Thorne's chair. "Whatever he wants, just tell him we can fix it in post-production. I brought him in to give Baxter some much-needed credibility." Thorne fired back. "Then you should tell him I'm trying to break the mold with his storyline. This is drama, not a documentary." Haywood, pulling on her decades of experience in the industry, disarmed Thorne with a simple smile. "It's actually neither. It's paying off our holiday homes and funding retirement. The actors might change, but Baxter doesn't. That's what the audience wants. It's my job to make sure they get it." She gestured towards the man. "And it's your job to shut him up and keep the actual police on side." "He's been gunning for me and the writers ever since we gave him the script for the final episode." "I don't care. He's Jack Beatty. If he makes enough noise, he could shut us down. We're 3 days away from filming our season finale. Get the ending in the can." As Haywood turned to leave, she finished by saying, "Whatever it takes." Thorne exhaled, then rubbed his face, resigned to whatever Beatty's complaints were going to be. "It's been a long night, Jack. Can we make this quick?" Retired DCI Jack Beatty's leg was giving him hell, but he didn't want to let it show. "A DS and a DI scanning CCTV footage. Together, with no other help, as a means of couples therapy. These are Season 1 mistakes. They shouldn't even be making out of the writer's room." "Wasn't my decision to have them shag each other 2 episodes back. but I was getting Facebook comments every day begging for it to happen for the last 2 seasons, so we gave them it. Now we've got to live with it. Beatty replied. At least put an insert into the final episode about having some help from constables then. Thorne puffed, relenting. Okay, fine. He paused, anticipating more from Beatty. Was that it? I think you already know it's not, Beatty replied. We've been over this, Jack. I know, but we've been over it. Beatty raised an objecting hand. And I'm telling you, this final episode is a mistake. The abuse conspiracy? You know it's going to do more than ruffle feathers. I don't think the audience... What the backrow audience is ready for is none of your concern. If we need to check interview procedures or the chain of custody, feel free to chime in. But don't try and police what the audience is ready for. Your job is to advise on police procedure, not public relations or looking out for your old mates or whatever all this is about. Beatty sighed, trying to change tack. I've been trying to tell you, Roger. Plans might already be in motion. Plans? What sort of plans? Plans to shut this storyline down. On what grounds? Beatty leaned in conspiratorially. Whatever grounds they can use to stop this story getting out. We discussed the case on the understanding that it would only ever be used as background. I'm not a journalist, Jack. You don't get protection as a source. You're the police advisor on a show that's been slowly dying for the last 10 years. We're competing with Netflix and Amazon shows that are dealing with topics like this on a weekly basis. Sensing that he wasn't getting through, Beatty pleaded now. His eyes widened. I'm telling you, it's too close to home. Do you understand? Thorne stared back. You need to rewrite the episode, or they're going to shut you down. Did they send you in here to deliver a threat? Beatty snorted at the naivety on display in front of him. They don't have to make threats. They just say the word and all of this. He gestured at their TV set surroundings. Comes tumbling down. Thorne pursed his lips and tightened his folded arms. He'd heard enough now. Yes, well, I appreciate your concerns, but in 3 days we start filming the script as is. End of. Beatty shook his head. Don't say I didn't try to warn you. Thinking they were done, Thorne walked towards the embrace of morning sunlight beckoning him to the car park outside. But Beatty wasn't done. Roger, he called out. Thorne stopped in the doorway, half in light, half in dark. Beatty said, Be careful. While the gaffer and grips continued dismantling their lighting setups, a runner, aptly named, breezed past Beatty while tapping into her phone. Oh, Jack, a messenger came by with an envelope for you. It's in the production office. A retired detective like Jack commanded a lot of respect on the set of Baxter. But even he was a long way short of commanding an actual office. The main cast were fortunate to have individual dressing rooms. For everyone else on the crew, it was a matter of walking around the cavernous warehouse of a studio to find some space or quiet. For any work outside of a phone or face-to-face conversation, there was a production office buried in a dark corner where various backdrops were stored. The joke among the crew was that no one wanted to go in there because if anything bad ever happened there, no one could hear you scream, and it was the only mobile dead spot in the entire building. In the long maze-like walk from one end of the warehouse to the production office, Jack Beatty's lingering injuries manifested as a constant quiet negotiation with his own body. He moved with a subtle, awkward limp, favouring his right side. a legacy that made navigating the dimly lit labyrinth of cables, props, and flight cases of lighting equipment a deliberate exercise. Each step had to be carefully placed as the smooth concrete flooring offered no natural grip for his uneven gait. Even 22 years after his life-changing injuries, Beatty still felt embarrassed about how long it took him to walk past groups of younger staffers who made way for him. His movements were always a beat slower than anyone else's, a shade less fluid than those around him. It might not have been as bad if he had always been like this, but he still had plenty of memories of being a fit, strong young man, vital, quick on his feet. The night of the shooting in Langbank hadn't just robbed him of the full use of his leg. The bullet had also hollowed out who he was as a man. DCI Jack Beatty might have survived, but Jumping Jack Flash died that night. The production office was clearing out faster than a school on the last day before the summer holidays. It was Wednesday morning, but had all the hallmarks of the dreaded fracture day, when shooting Friday night runs deep into Saturday. Overruns had become a staple of the Baxter filming schedule. Now that it was over for another night, all anyone involved in production wanted to do was crash out at home watching Netflix in between dozing on the couch all day. A call went out over the tannoy system that Studio 2 was about to close for continuity protection. Once that was closed, the only way out of the office was through another door leading to a back corridor. As the last people filtered out, chatting to each other, Beatty noticed something in the metal grill trails for mail and internal studio memos. Most of the trays were rammed, and Beatty's was a single cardboard envelope. He looked over his shoulder to check he was definitely alone. He was. The address on the front was handwritten and carried the stamp of a local courier. Beatty ripped off the jagged tear strip. Inside was a folded sheet of plain white A4 paper. In the middle of it was written in black marker, "The Ferryman." He stumbled backwards a few steps as the air was sucked from his lungs. They knew his secret, and wanted him to know they knew. Beatty looked towards the main office door he had come in, then towards another door on the opposite wall that led to a dark corridor that offered a soundproof passage around the back of the entire set. It was there for cast and crew to access different parts of the warehouse while safely bypassing the set during filming. Above the main door, a red light would come on to indicate filming was in progress. During that time, if you weren't already on set, the only way out of the production office was via the back corridor. A claustrophobic experience at the best of times. There was no one on the crew that enjoyed being in there. It seemed to take forever to reach the other side, the passageway snaking around the perimeter of the warehouse. Somewhere outside the main office door, there was a whisper of movement, and he suddenly felt a lot more vulnerable than normal. In the distance, he could hear the metallic clangs of the crew wrapping up their final jobs. "Hello?" Beatty said, failing to mask the anxiety in his voice. There was no reply. No further sounds. But Beatty knew that someone was out there. He said again, "Hello?" He approached the door, only to be met by the sight of Andy McGlone, the actor playing D.I. Cameron Fraser, striding into the production office at pace, tapping something aggressively into his phone. He spoke as if he and Beatty had already been talking for several minutes. "I mean, what is it with these people?" McGlone announced. "You try to tell people to think for themselves, to maybe, I dunno, actually question whether we've been told the truth about the shape of the earth, and they tried to call me an idiot." McGlone held up his phone to show Beatty his social media feed. He scrolled down a long list of comments. "Look, delusional, insane. Here, look at this one. Are you doing crack now, Andy? I don't know why I'm getting upset about it. They're probably all bots sent by the Russians to destabilise Western culture. McGlone's eyes widened. They know I'm a threat, Jack. That's why they're targeting me. You can see that, right? Beatty, whose eyes had been wandering everywhere but on McGlone, finally focused. Andy, look. I'm sorry I don't have time right now. I need to go. Before Beatty could make it 2 steps away, McGlone replied. You'll need to go down the back corridor then. Roger has locked in the set for props to set up continuity for Scene 1 on Monday morning. Beatty huffed in exasperation and shook his head. Right. That reminds me, said McGlone. I left my script in my dressing room. He paused, finally noticing Beatty's fraught state. You all right? You look like you've seen a ghost. Beatty quickly swiped away the letter, but not before McGlone had spotted it. Beatty folded it and put it in his trouser pocket. I'm fine, Beatty answered. I just need to go. He hurried towards the door to the back corridor, which was lit by only faint lighting along the skirting. Sure. Catch you, Jack. As Beatty did his best version of hurrying into the corridor, he heard McGlone back in the office. Hey, can I help you? A brief pause. McGlone exclaimed, What the? Beatty froze. Almost immediately, a gunshot rang out from the office. McGlone cried out in agony, a primal howl of pain. Beatty took half a step back towards the light of the office, about to help. Before he could get any further, McGlone appeared in the doorway, clutching a bloodied leg. He fucking shot me. Run, Jack. I'll hold him off. Save yourself. McGlone collapsed. With only one possible route of escape, Beatty knew he now had to do the one thing that was harder and more painful for him than anything else. Run. Chapter 4. Beatty winced in pain as he stumbled along the corridor, his body flooded with adrenaline and dread. When he ran, he pushed as hard as he could off his left leg, the good one, trying to gain as much speed as possible. He dared a brief look back towards the office door where Andy McGlone was laid out flat on his back. Then his legs disappeared back into the office in a dragging motion. Knowing how close the shooter was, Beatty refocused his attention to a possible escape plan. He knew how long the corridor was, winding all around the back of the various sets, the walls and low ceilings soundproof to prevent so much as a whisper leaking out. With only one fully functioning leg, Beatty knew that outrunning them was impossible. He only had one chance now. A single doorway about 20 metres away that opened out onto one of the Baxter sets in Studio 2. But the shooter knew all about it, and was quickly bearing down on Beatty. He didn't shout any warning or threat. He didn't need to. He had a gun to do all his talking for him. The shot blasted out. The soundproof materials on the walls meant that there was no loss of sound energy to reflections on the wall. It made the initial bang of the shot much more intense and startling than normal. There was no reverb or echo making the shot sound flat. Dead. The effect was disorienting enough for Beatty. Then he realized the shot had landed in his stomach. The gunman marched towards him, arm outstretched, gun poised for the final blow. But Beatty still had one chance. Doubled over, he reached out to one side, hoping, praying to find what he was looking for. Then, in a miraculous moment, he felt it. The cold metal of a door handle hidden away in a recess of soundproof foam. Beatty gathered all his strength and lunged hard into the door as he pulled the handle. The door gave way and opened. His momentum left Beatty sprawled on the floor of one of the major investigation office sets. It hadn't been used for hours and was otherwise empty, sealed off for continuity. Beatty groaned as he managed to raise himself slightly from the floor. It was all for nothing if he failed to close the door in time. He knew the shooter would be bearing down on the door at any moment. Sensing his life slipping away, Beatty launched himself towards the door in one last desperate motion. Just as the shooter reached a foot out to the door, Beatty managed to slam it shut. He pressed his full body weight against it to keep it closed, but he was far from safe. Next to the door was a steel lever that, when activated, locked all the doors to the set. The shooter was kicking and shoving with everything he had to try and get in. But a dying man is capable of incredible strength, and DCI Jack Beatty wasn't going to go down without a fight, not after everything he'd been through in his career. Beatty snarled and grunted with effort, trying to keep his weight against the door while also reaching for the on-air lever. But it wasn't as easy as a light switch. It required a good deal of force. If he was going to activate it, he would need to relinquish a little force from the door and redirect it. It was a big risk, but Beatty felt he had no other option. If he couldn't get the door locked, he was dead anyway. Beatty took a deep breath, then made one final lunge for the lever. The door behind him cracked open just a hair, but when the lever engaged, the door sealed shut properly. A red light above the door came on, illuminating the words "on air" in front of the light. The shooter kicked and punched the door in anger with so much force that Beatty could feel the door jolting on its hinges. But no one could open it as long as the lever stayed activated. Only now could he afford to take in the gravity of his situation. Blood was gushing out of his stomach, leaking between his fingers as he tried valiantly to stem the bleeding. He shook his head. The blood just kept coming. He started to weep. He'd been shot before, but this time felt different, on another level of pain. This bullet had gone deeper, done more damage. A rueful smile broke across his lips. There was still time to take in his surroundings. If it was going to be the end, then some form of police station, even a fictional one, seemed as fitting a place as any. But it wasn't enough just to die somewhere appropriate. He reckoned he still had time to leave behind something meaningful, one final act of defiance for a lifetime spent on the edge. He looked around, then realized there was nothing to use but his own blood. Releasing a hand from his wound, he let blood cover his fingertips, then started to write on the wooden floor. One last clue to a secret that would consume the final moments of his life. Chapter 5. Donna woke up suddenly, in a panic, the way she always did after drinking heavily the previous night. A deep sense of fear and dread consumed her as fast as it takes a light to switch on. From her head to her toes, all she could think about was, what did I do last night? The answer was lying next to her on his front, shirtless, snoring loudly. Donna considered him for a moment, then pursed her lips, nodded, slightly impressed with herself for having bagged him. He was clearly in great shape. The muscles in his back and shoulders were defined and thick. The allure was somewhat lessened by his mouth hanging open, accompanied by what sounded like a walrus being gutted. Donna's pride quickly gave way to fear. My phone? She thought. Oh my God. She tried to reach for her phone without waking the mystery man. What was his name, anyway? Her phone let out a sharp beep of a message arriving. In the circumstances, it sounded louder than a car alarm. She instinctively reached out for her phone on the bedside table, expecting it to be there, but it wasn't. Another loud beep rang out. Shit! Stop messaging me. She leaned over the edge of the bed. There on the floor was her phone, lying amongst her jeans, top, and underwear. Somehow the noise had failed to wake the mystery man. Donna slid quickly out of bed and grabbed the phone before it could make any more noise. Her panic and fear only escalated when she tapped her phone screen. The 2 messages read, "Is your phone on? My messages earlier are still showing unread. You almost done for the night? L. Kiss." Then Donna realised that there were 14 other notifications showing, all from the same sender. Liam. Christ, what's happened? She thought. She went back through his messages, which had come throughout the night. 11:21 p.m. Just wondering if you're okay. No worries, just thought you'd want me to know you're safe seeing as you're working surveillance. 11:43 p.m. Hope work is going well. Must be a really important case if you're not able to send a quick text. Did you tell me who it was you were working with tonight? 11:51 p.m. Hey, sorry about that last message. Was tired. Buckley really misses you. He keeps looking at the door. Breaks my heart. Donna felt awful at the thought of her new golden retriever puppy missing her while she was out on the lash. But there were plenty more messages to worry about after that. 0:13 a.m. Just so you know, I'm fine. I managed to get dinner sorted myself. I made you some extra for tomorrow. 2:46 a.m. Just woke up. Funny. I thought you said you'd be home earlier. My mistake, I guess. I always get things wrong. 2:49 a.m. Don't worry about me. I'm just here alone. Plenty of time to think. 2:51 a.m. Can't see you on that Find My app. Did you turn it off? Hope you're okay. Must be a busy night. 2:52 a.m. Just remembered something important I needed to tell you. Guess it can wait until you're finished. 2:54 a.m. Wish you were in bed with me right now. It's cold in here without you. But hey, duty calls, right? L. X. Donna's head was spinning after catching up with the messages. Confused by the intense tone of caring then feigned concern, covert surveillance disguised as casual observation, emotional appeal mixed with sarcasm, passive-aggressive and self-pitying. It was miles away from the sort of messages Liam had sent at the start of their relationship. Now, 2 months on, Donna had come to actually expect such hostility from him. The love-bombing was over. Now she never knew which Liam she was going to get. The caring, sensitive one she had fallen in love with after barely a fortnight, or this newer, aggressive one. It was now barely 6:30. All Donna wanted was to get the hell out of Mystery Man's house before any further flashbacks of her cringeworthy drunken patter from the night before could play in her head. She kept getting images of herself straddling Mystery Man. At the time, she'd felt super confident because of how attractive Mystery Man was. And he'd been a caring and considerate lover, which could not be said for Liam. The sex had been, frankly, incredible. Exactly what she had needed. But now that the booze had worn off, she realised how much alcohol was great for the desire, but not the performance. Her own performance, that is. She remembered demanding to be picked up at one point while they had sex, a position she'd seen in a porn clip once and thought it looked fun. Except Mystery Man wasn't quite as strong as he looked. With all the writhing around, Donna had ended up sweaty, and Mystery Man had lost his grip on her. She'd ended up landing on her arse, legs akimbo. Mystery Man had been so embarrassed he simply mumbled that maybe they should return to the bed. There was no way Donna was going to face having an actual conversation with Mystery Man after all that. Not in the cold, hard light of morning. She sneaked into the bathroom as quietly as she could, taking a good 10 seconds to close the door to keep any clicks or creaks to a minimum. Once the door was closed, She relaxed a little and took stock. "Okay, you've messed up, but let's just have a wash, regroup and get out of here." She squeezed some toothpaste onto her finger, then took some water from the tap. While swishing it around in her mouth, she splashed freezing cold water on her face. It was exactly what she needed, but it did little for the headache that was fast accumulating. She took on more water, swallowing it this time to get ahead of the rehydration that was going to be an essential part of surviving the next 12 hours. Before she left, she stood in Mystery Man's bedroom doorway, taking in his beautiful physique, whilst blocking out the awful snoring sounds he was still emitting. In another life, and if she hadn't drunk as much, maybe she would have stayed there so they could wake up together, and it might even have been the start of something amazing. But that sort of happiness never seemed to happen to Donna Higgins. It never had. That was why she had ended up with Liam. After sneaking out of the flat, she tried to orient herself to where she even was. She remembered now. A taxi that had ventured to the south side. She remembered the long line of shops, cafes and bars along Pollockshaw's road. But before she could get a taxi, she had to send a message. "Hey, just clocked off, but have to debrief at office." She had to go into work anyway, but there was no way she could go home and deal with hugs and kisses with Liam before a shower. She had no idea what she smelled of. Booze, for sure. That would be oozing out of her pores for a good while yet. Maybe Mystery Man's aftershave on her. Before sending, she considered sending an X at the end like she always did. But something had changed for Donna. Something that she felt had been coming for a long time. She wanted to send a message, to start leaving hints to soften the inevitable blow when she left Liam for good. Then the weight of all his messages the previous night flooded back to her. She felt guilty, which drove her mad, because a bit of her knew what game he was playing with those messages. In the end, she added an X at the end of the message, then sent it. She walked a few more streets before calling an Uber. If Liam ever found out she hadn't really been working, she didn't want a trail leading right to Mystery Man's house. Being a detective constable had some extracurricular applications at times. Once she was in the taxi, the driver could tell what had been going on. Donna was dressed like she'd been on a night out. Plus, it was still the crack of dawn. He read the room and left her in peace. Donna stared out the window, wondering what had become of her life. What was she really going home to? She scrolled through her phone to the voicemail she kept listening to. It had become a daily habit. She put the phone up to her ear to listen. "Hi, Donna, it's Deep. I'm standing here in Sauchiehall Street waiting for you." There was some cheering in the background. "The rest of us are 3 pints deep, but it's not the same without you. So if you can, please get your arse down here so I'm not stuck with these arseholes all night." Cue some theatrical, sarcastic booing from the others. Pardeep's voice changed to sincerity. "Anyway, hope you're all right. I'll be about if you want to chat later, or I'll catch you in the office. Right, bye." Pardeep held the phone up, conducting the others who cheered, "Bye, Donna." The voicemail cut off. It was the last evidence of Pardeep's voice that she heard. And now he was gone. She hated not being alone at that moment. She just wanted the privacy to cry. To have a good long cry. But she felt too self-conscious with the driver there too. Then when she got home, Liam would be all over her. As the city drifted by outside the window, she felt like her whole world was falling apart, and she couldn't let anyone know. Her phone rang. It was Liam. "Thank God," he said. "I've been so worried. Are you okay?" She wiped away her tears, clearing her throat to mask the pain that would otherwise be obvious in her voice. It didn't faze her. She had been getting really good at faking being okay for a while now. Jason grunted and puffed as he pushed the barbell loaded with 25-kilogram plates, then sucked in more air as he lowered the barbell back down. Ordinarily, he would have racked the bar after such a hard grind of a rep for an exercise as tough as the bench press. Years of gym experience had given him an instinct for when he was overdoing it. But that morning, he felt compelled to push on, to go deeper, harder, increase the pain, suffer more. His mind was ablaze with images of Pardeep lying on Barry Jenkins' bedroom floor, blood pouring out of his chest from the knife Barry had plunged into Pardeep moments earlier. Jason himself had been stabbed in his side by Barry, and was barely able to make the 999 call, let alone somehow save Pardeep. Jason had removed a hand from his own wound to try and save Pardeep's life. The pain in Jason's side was at 10 out of 10, maxed out. Despite all that, Jason had attempted CPR on Pardeep, so committed to saving his friend's life that he passed out before the ambulance arrived. Having suffered significant blood loss, he had gone into what his doctors called hemorrhagic shock, causing him to lapse into a coma, which he stayed in for nearly a week. He then had to be informed that Pardeep had died from the knife wound. Doctors had warned him that he should barely be riding a bicycle, let alone lifting weights 3 months after such trauma. But Jason couldn't take sitting around any longer. The pain and grief he had felt in that moment, hearing of Pardeep's fate, spurred him on to get back to lifting as soon as possible. It was what he pictured, what he saw, each time he lifted the barbell once more. He gritted his teeth, snarled and winced as the barbell crept slowly, slowly up. He was almost at a complete stop, grinding out the rep, but he just didn't have it in him. He could feel himself on the verge of blacking out. His arms gave out, and the barbell was about to come crashing down onto his chest. Then arms appeared over his head and took the weight of the bar from him, easing it back onto the rack mounts. "Whoa!" the woman said as she let go of the bar. "You nearly came a cropper there." The effort now over, blood returned to his head, and he could think clearly again. And he realized how much danger he would have been in had the woman not intervened. "Thanks," he groaned, sitting up slowly. She put a hand on his back to support him. He was still wobbly. "You've been hammering it all morning," she said. He puffed. "Yeah, I guess." "You're going to hurt yourself," she added. Jason flashed his eyebrows up. Hurting himself was kind of the point, he felt like saying. Maybe it was penance for Pardeep dying and him surviving. Or maybe he just wanted to suffer for a while longer. As a fellow gym rat with a strict routine, Jason saw the woman around every Tuesday and Thursday. Like him, she worked out at dawn and looked incredibly strong. "I'm Lisa, by the way," she said, holding out a hand. He shook it, impressed by her grip. "Jason, I've seen you around." "You're lucky that someone with a decent bench press was here. You could have had about 70 kilos stuck in your neck right now." "That's true." Without prompting, she held onto his hand and pulled him up to his feet. "Do you normally go that deep? Or was that last rep for my benefit?" She smiled, coyly. Jason's cheeks flushed a little as he took off his support belt. "I've seen worse," she added, "but normally from guys half your size." Jason knew that this was the part where he was supposed to try and flirt, seeing as he was pretty sure she was flirting with him. "That's comforting, I suppose," he chuckled. So did Lisa. Turning to head back to the pull-up bar, she said, "Next time just shout. Or maybe I could give you a proper spot." "Yeah, cheers," he said, as a wave of embarrassment washed over him. "Will do." On the surface, he might have looked like a confident alpha. But Jason still felt like the skinny Scots-Chinese kid who didn't have any friends at school. Putting on muscle and feeling strong had only solved some of his self-confidence issues. As he walked back to the changing rooms, he didn't notice Lisa checking him out in the mirrors. After a freezing cold shower, Jason sat on a wooden bench with a towel around his waist. After a few selfies in the long mirror to check on his progress, he noticed his phone's photo app suggesting a memories post. "This day a year ago," it was called. Jason chuckled when he saw the cover photo, himself and Pardeep after a gym session. Jason had signed him in as a guest, after making fun of Pardeep's inactivity. Pardeep had shown up wearing beaten-up running shoes and a retro Pakistan cricket top. There was a video that Jason had taken, Pardeep working out on the leg raise machine. With each rep, Pardeep kept laughing at how hard he was, which led Jason to scold him. "Stop smiling. If you're smiling, then you're not working hard enough." But Jason's intensity just made Pardeep break out with laughter. Eventually, Jason cracked too, and they both ended up in stitches. The session ended with the pair posing ironically together in the changing room mirror. Jason flexing a huge arm next to Pardeep's, which looked like a pencil in comparison. Jason looked over to the mirror where he'd taken the photo. All he could think about was how badly he missed his best friend. Though he'd never actually got round to telling Pardeep that he was. Tears filled Jason's eyes. He tossed his phone into his bag and held a towel up to his face, crying in the empty locker room. Willie checked his watch. "Shite," he thought. "Where's the morning gone?" A quick look around the bungalow he shared with his wife Jean would have told him the answer. Since waking at 6, Willie had washed the dishes Jean had left out late the previous night, put on 2 clothes washings and hung up both of them, swept up the broken glass that Jean had left on the kitchen floor, and fried eggs for Jean. In between all that, Willie had somehow managed to get himself ready for work as well. Like a schoolboy, he had sandwiches for his lunch wrapped in cling film that had been in the fridge overnight. He made a fresh batch every 3 days. Finally, he sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, considering the 1,000-piece jigsaw of Central Station that he was about halfway through. He lived for those moments, when the house was all to himself. He could listen to a little Dire Straits or Queen on the Bluetooth speaker in the kitchen while he worked on his jigsaw, without Jean complaining about him cluttering up the kitchen. For that very reason, Willie kept the jigsaw in a large tray he could hide away when Jean was around, not wanting to risk it getting damaged or ruined. Not after the last time. His time that morning was to be short-lived. He heard a creaking floorboard upstairs, followed soon after by the toilet flushing, then a yell of, "Willie?" He replied with a strained, "Yeah?" Jean bellowed louder, "Willie!" He knew it wasn't enough to inquire about what she wanted. It was up to him to hurry up the stairs and go to her. He already knew what she wanted, rushing up the stairs with a tall glass of water in hand. He also brought the eggs with a slice of toast on the side. "You all right?" he inquired. Jean was lying face down on the bed under the covers. "What are you still doing here?" "I was about to leave," he replied, putting the eggs and toast onto the bedside table. When he leaned down, he could smell the booze on her already. It wasn't last night's. It had to be fresh stuff. Hidden away in the bathroom, no doubt. Once he had retreated a step, Jean kicked a leg out from under the duvet. "I'm no hungry," Willie cried out, recoiling. "Ow!" It was as close to a whimper as a man of his size could make. Jean's heel had landed on his side, right where she had punched him multiple times the previous night. her fist acting like a meat tenderizer. He dropped to one knee, trying not to let on how sore it was. "Oh, for God's sake, you big girl's blouse," she complained. "I barely touched you." Taking a deep breath before he rose, he said, "You should eat something." Behind Willie's back, Jean reached out for the plate on the bedside table. "Willie," she said. When he turned around, she smacked the plate into his face, landing just next to his right eye. In shock, he threw a hand up to his face. "No, not my face, Jean!" he yelled. "Christ!" "I'm not hungry." She pulled the duvet over her head, oblivious to the damage she just caused. Still clutching his eye, Willie hurried to the bathroom. With half-averted eyes, he lowered his hand. It was worse than he had anticipated. The area around his eye was already red and swelling as he stood there. Blood rushed to the skin surface. Willie was in full-on panic mode. "Shit, shit, shit," he muttered, hurrying downstairs to the kitchen. He put a bag of frozen peas onto the damaged area, but after 5 minutes, it was worse than before. It was all about damage limitation now. He couldn't believe Jean's timing. Maybe she had calculated it all, knowing how big a morning he had coming up. Today of all days. Sitting at the kitchen table, clutching the bag of frozen peas to his face, he thought about what sort of morning most other people were experiencing. The sound of laughter and jokes, music, the radio, TV. He felt like crying, but he couldn't. It had been hard enough dealing with losing Pardeep, knowing that he'd been the one to give Pardeep and Jason the assignment to doorstep Barry Jenkins. The guilt from that alone would have been enough for most people. But to have to deal with Jean's violence escalating, it felt like he was losing himself, one bruise at a time. He wondered how much more he could take before he simply buckled. He knew he had to keep it together, at least long enough to make the phone call. In the circumstances, there was only one man he wanted to talk to. He left the plate in the kitchen, then headed for the car, sending a message to a contact listed simply as John. Chapter 6. Lomond had been tossing and turning most of the night, acutely aware of the unfamiliar presence beside him. It was the first night he and Katrina had shared the same bed. It felt strange, almost jarring, like suddenly finding himself in a single bed after years of sprawling alone in a king-size. The last time he'd felt someone lying so close was the night before Ailey went into hospital in labour. But then Katrina, subtly shifting her weight beside him, brought a sense of relief. Something new, something hopeful. He found himself smiling faintly at the thought of them sharing the morning together, exchanging kisses while the kettle boiled and music played in the background. It was terrifying and exhilarating at the same time, knowing that he was really falling for her. He drifted into sleep again, his brain begging for just a little more REM sleep. Except it wasn't a dream that started to play in Lomond's mind. It was a nightmare. It started with 12-year-old John chasing his dad through their house towards the front door. John was yelling something indistinct, and his dad wasn't responding. He kept walking out to the driveway. In the dream, it was late at night, and John could feel how cold it was. He stopped at the front door. He was crying, and had been for a while. Crying for his dad who wouldn't respond as he hurried into the car. His dad slammed the door shut. As soon as the door shut, Lomond's eyes shot open, and he sat up in bed. Katrina barely stirred next to him. It took a few seconds before the relief of the nightmare being over hit him. He was clammy, and his heart was racing. It might have been a dream, but the memories it was based on were all too real. Even after all these years, Lomond remembered everything he had been feeling the night it happened. He lay back down flat on his back, watching pale sunlight slowly fill Katrina's bedroom. Thinking about Katrina calmed him down. He focused on the unfamiliar shapes and layout of the furniture, the artwork and posters on the walls. They had been taking things slowly, much slower than Katrina would have liked, but she hadn't wanted to rush him. It had taken nearly a month for the first kiss, after which John went AWOL for nearly a month, citing work pressures. Every phone call, every date, every tentative drink out felt like a betrayal of Ailey. They had never really parted. She had been taken from him, along with their baby son during childbirth 6 years ago, going on 7. Even now, Lomond found himself adrift in a sea of complex and conflicting emotions. His first kiss with Katrina had been outside a pub on Woodlands Road in light rain at closing time. The kiss had been coming all night, with Lomond feeling in a happier place. He'd wanted the kiss. But when it started, he felt both guilt and tentative joy. Was he being disloyal having Katrina's lips on his? Katrina wasn't the first woman Lomond had kissed since Ailey died. That had been Ruth Telford, DCI Ruth Telford, an ex-girlfriend from his life before Ailey. Ruth and Lomond's drunken one-night stand the previous year had unleashed all manner of confused feelings in him. He had even convinced himself that they should get back together and make another go of it. Ruth's reluctance to get involved again became all too understandable when Lomond discovered she already had a family and husband back in Edinburgh. After that heartbreak, he had sworn off wanting to meet anyone else. But Katrina was different. Now he felt more guilt being with Katrina than after his one-night stand with Ruth, because deep down he knew that his relationship with Katrina was on a higher level than anything with Ruth. This was about intimacy, not drunken fumbles or something physical. Feeling intimate with someone he was falling for sent warmth all over Lomond. Yet, after nearly 6 years, he wondered if he had moved on too quickly. Would people at the station say that? How could he deserve such joy when Ailey and their son were gone? Now that kisses felt new again, Lomond realised how much he had taken Ailey's kisses for granted. Not the long, romantic kisses. It was all the little, inconsequential ones he missed. The rushed good-morning pecks. He missed the familiarity of Ailey too. It was still early enough in his relationship with Katrina that, when their lips were a few inches apart, there was still uncertainty about what the kiss would be like, each still getting used to the other. It hadn't been easy for Katrina either, always wondering if John was thinking about Ailey rather than her. She almost had to accept playing second fiddle to someone who wasn't even alive anymore. But arguments against the relationship went out the window with a simple declaration. But it's John. The sort of man she'd spent a very long time looking for. A man that made her feel special in a way that no one else ever had. Lomond rose slowly from under the covers, hoping Katrina would stay asleep a little longer. Once he reached the bathroom, he took a moment to enjoy the solitude, to think things through. His head was a jumble of competing emotions. He turned a tap on to make it sound like he was doing something other than just thinking. He splashed cold water on his face, then leaned on the sink, The cold ceramic bit into Lomond's palms as he stared at himself in the mirror. His eyes, unusually sharp and unyielding, were wide and vulnerable. The moment he saw a tear assemble in his eye, he swiped it away. He pressed his lips together to contain the sound, to keep the dam from breaking. He knew that if he started to cry, it may be a long time before he could stop. When he shut his eyes, all he could see was Ailey. He wondered if this was what it felt like to be a cheater. A kiss years after someone had died was one thing, but now there was no denying that he was in a real relationship. Guilt, thick and bitter, rose in his throat. He saw Ailey's vibrant smile, the curve of her pregnant belly, the way she'd hummed off-key to music from her phone while painting the nursery. Lomond looked down at his trembling hands. He put them back under the flow of the cold water tap, then splashed his face again to remove the tears from his cheeks. He steadied his breath as a traitorous voice whispered in his head. "This is what it feels like to live again," it said. It was terrifying. The thought of opening himself up to someone again. What he knew was the abyss of grief. It was a known quantity. But happiness again was anything but. What if he lost Katrina too? Was he destined to be big yin lurch in the long dark, forever working, forever alone, forever safe from the crushing weight of love and loss? He turned the tap off and resolved to make a coffee. First, he would need to remember where the kitchen was. Once there, he opened Spotify on his phone. He didn't have the mental bandwidth to consider what music to listen to, so he gave himself over to the algorithms, tapping on a Good Morning playlist, hoping for something distracting or upbeat. Instead, the first track was One Too Many Mornings by Bob Dylan. The inclusion of the word mornings had clearly given AI the wrong idea about what sort of song it was. One of Dylan's most tragic and sad, exploring the pain and resignation of a relationship ending. Lomond had always interpreted it as a farewell from two lovers who have grown apart, their differences irreconcilable, each morning bringing the pair closer to their final parting. It was a long time since he'd last heard it. The familiar melancholic harmonica drifted through the air, competing with the sound of the kettle boiling. Dylan's weary voice cracking as dawn broke out across the city. Katrina's flat was atop the hill of tenements overlooking Queen Margaret Drive. The kitchen window offered a stunning view southwards across his beloved Glasgow. The kettle now boiled, he made an instant coffee, just wanting a healthy delivery of caffeine as fast as possible, without the faff of pods or whatever they were called. He had watched Katrina use the machine the other day, but it had left him baffled about how it all worked. As the Dylan track ended, the playlist moved on to Rewind by Paolo Nutini, another song he hadn't heard in a long time. It was certainly evidence that whoever put the playlist together had a very broad definition of upbeat morning music. Nonetheless, it was exactly what he needed to hear in that moment. While the song played, he brought Katrina a coffee, crouching by her side of the bed while he gently brushed the hair from her forehead. She stirred slowly at first, then woke quickly when she realized he was fully dressed. "Morning," he said, followed by a kiss. "You're going?" she said, groggily. "I need to get in." She nodded, then noticed the cup on her bedside table. "Thanks for the coffee." "You're welcome." His smile was warm and genuine, holding her gaze, giving no hint of the complexity of emotion swirling inside him. "I'll call you later." She kissed him. "Please do." After holding her gaze another few moments, he said, "Okay." Suddenly he became acutely aware of the lyrics of the song playing in the background. Would Katrina think the wish in the song to rewind referred to them? "I like this song," she said, lying back down and closing her eyes wistfully. "It's playing on my phone, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to take it with me." She reached out for him quickly, managing to grab a piece of his trousers to haul him back. She pulled him down to meet her eyes again. "How about a little more candy later?" "Do you mean the song, or—" They both smiled cheekily. She let him go. "Have a good day, John Lomond." "Have a good day, Katrina Wallace," he replied. Chapter 7. Lomond checked the time on his watch on the way to his car. He had plenty of time before he was expected at the station. There was the press conference, sure, but Willie had volunteered to cover the brunt of that. And it was going to be a waste of everyone's time. The police and the press. The press would show up because there was bugger all else to go to that early on a Wednesday morning, and their editors knew sending them would at least ensure the hacks got out of bed at a reasonable time to make editorial meetings at 10:30. The press would sit and listen to a prepared statement for which there would be hardly any questions. Then everyone could get on with their day again. Lomond headed north along Maryhill Road towards Lamb Hill, his body tensing at the amount of traffic already on the road. You never knew what you were going to get with Maryhill Road and its abundance of traffic lights pre-rush hour. Sometimes you could sail right through. Other times it was unexplained gridlock. But this morning it was mercifully light. When traffic allowed, he sneaked to look under the blanket on the passenger seat, under which was an unopened bottle of supermarket brand whiskey, bought in advance the day before. The gates to St. Kentigern's Cemetery had opened only 5 minutes earlier, 8 a.m. sharp. For what he was about to do, he didn't want anyone else around. He parked the car in his usual spot, then got out of the car, taking the bottle of whiskey with him. His movements were swift, his face emotionless. The warmth and romance he had experienced at Katrina's seemed forever ago. This was a different John Lomond now. The Lomond from the nightmare earlier that morning. His expression was stern, his limbs stiff and tight. He strode up to the headstone marked with the name Robert Lomond. It stated that Robert had died at age 45, the same age as John currently. Lomond started opening the bottle when he was still a few steps away from the grave. When he reached it, he turned the bottle upside down, keeping his eyes locked on the headstone. Whiskey came pouring out onto the grass, making a little puddle before being absorbed by the thirsty soil. Lomond said nothing. He showed nothing by way of emotion, other than a hint of contempt, and maybe anger. As the whiskey came glugging out of the bottle, bubbles formed inside before rising quickly to the top of the inverted bottle. It was taking a while for the whiskey to drain. While he had the time, his thoughts turned to memories of the cemetery itself. If he closed his eyes, he could still remember the funeral, how everything smelled there that day, of freshly cut grass. Waiting for the coffin to be brought out of the hearse, Lomond remembered a council worker in a high-vis vest waiting patiently next to a small digger, the man clearly waiting to fill in the grave. Lomond could still see the man nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, so immune to the pain taking place nearby. The funeral itself had been meaningful and fitting, but most of that had been down to Lomond, as his dad had left no instructions for what he wanted. There was poetry that his dad had never read, and music he had never listened to, and the service was attended by people Robert, better known as Bob, had long since stopped giving a damn about. Now, all together one last time, united in their anger and disappointment at such a waste and loss of friendship. The consensus, as far as Lomond could glean afterwards, had been that Bob had never really recovered from his wife's death when John had been 11. Lomond hadn't disagreed with that observation. He held the bottle steady until every last drop had come out. He shook it a few times, then screwed the top back onto the bottle. Unnoticed by Lomond, a gardener had watched the whole scene unfold, leaning on his spade dug into a flower bed. He saw a lot of things in the cemetery, but that had been a new one. Lomond strode back to his car without missing a beat. There was no contemplative pause, prayer, or muttering. It had simply been a task that had to be performed, which he had done each year on the same date without fail since his dad's death. On his way back to his car, Lomond realised he'd accidentally had his phone on Do Not Disturb. There were 2 missed calls from DS Willie Snedden, followed by 7 missed calls in the last 3 minutes from Detective Superintendent Linda Boyle. DS Ross McNair's morning could be summed up in one sentence. Toddlers never seem to wake up when you want them to. Ross and his wife Isla had spent the first 18 months of their son Lachlan's life begging him to sleep later into the morning. Instead, he would hear someone getting into their car across the road or a bin being noisily put out, and he would be up for the day at 6 a.m. Now, as his days at nursery grew increasingly physical, he was sleeping much later. The problem now was trying to get him up and ready for nursery before Ross and Isla had to leave for work. And it wasn't like they could just leave him at home if he took too long. The first battleground was breakfast, with Ross considering himself the general of the "let's just get through this" side, and with Lachlan the general of the opposing side of "let's see how long I can string this out for." 2 sides that could never come together in peace. Ross sat adjacent to Lachlan, who was in his high chair that now had the baby fittings removed. It should have been done months earlier, but Ross had concerns about Lachlan falling onto the floor, a notion that Isla had found laughable. Dishevelled in his suit for work with all but his tie done up, Ross wore the look of a determined man trying to appear relaxed for Lachlan's benefit. Even as Lachlan scooped up a spoonful of his porridge and, instead of eating it, decided to test out its aerodynamic properties. He giggled as the porridge landed with a splat on the floor. Ross tried to gently redirect while reading snippets from the Glasgow Express newspaper. "No, little man," he said, pointing to his own mouth. "In your mouth, remember?" Lachlan then reloaded the spoon, making an aggressive "choo-choo" noise, and drove the spoon towards Ross's mouth. Ross had to make an evasive last-moment manoeuvre to avoid it. "Right," puffing in relief. "Let's not be silly." In the kitchen, Isla was watching with great amusement. "Don't call him silly because you're not directing him clearly. That's shame-based language." "Oh, Christ," Ross huffed, tossing the newspaper down beside Lachlan's bowl. "You've been on those Facebook parenting groups again, haven't you?" "Well, I'm sorry," he said sarcastically. "I suppose that's me denying his authentic lived experience as a toddler. Or do we need a safe space to discuss the politics of using a plastic or ethically sourced wooden spoon? Maybe we need to check our spoon privilege." She flashed her eyebrows up in an "I tried to tell you" way. You were the one who said he needed a perfect mix of carbs, protein and fibre. But toast is much less messy. It's macronutrients designed for optimal cognitive function and sustained energy release throughout the day. Vital for brain development too. Isla puffed while simultaneously emptying the dishwasher and making coffee for both her and Ross. You're very sweet, but you can't raise a child in a lab, Ross. He's not an experiment. His mouth now rammed with porridge, Lachlan attempted to speak, despite his cheeks bulging at capacity. Finish chewing, matey, Ross told him. After swallowing, Lachlan said, I want Billie Holiday. Isla squinted. You want what? Ross answered. He means Billie Holiday. He navigated to the relevant song on his phone. We've been listening to her at breakfast recently. The opening bars of For All We Know started playing, which instantly pleased Lachlan. Daddy, is Billie Holiday sad? Lachlan asked. Ross replied. I think she's a little sad, yeah. I think she has a friend, and she isn't sure if he might have to leave soon. A pause. Lachlan asked. Are you sad, Daddy, because of Pradeep? Pardeep, Ross corrected him, his voice lowering an octave. Yeah, I'm a little sad about my friend. I'm a little sad too. Why are you sad, matey? Because Marco hit me on the arm. Yeah, but remember, Marco is a little younger than you and doesn't understand about gentle hands. Yeah, Isla chimed in. And what do you do if someone hits you, Lachlan? Tell them no, he replied, imitating the same severe tone that Isla had used when she first told him. Stop it! That's right, Ross then added. And tell a teacher. Well, Isla bristled, he doesn't always have to do that. He has to make sure someone in authority realises what's happened. Isla motioned towards the kitchen. Can I borrow you for a sec? Lachlan couldn't have cared less. He just wanted to listen to Billie Holiday singing about missing her friend. Ross and Isla spoke in hushed tones in front of the fridge. Why have you got such a problem with me saying he should tell a teacher if someone hits him? Asked Ross. I want him to stand up for himself, Isla replied. You're telling him to be a snitch. A snitch? Are we in a Martin Scorsese movie now? He's a toddler in nursery telling someone he's been hit. He's not a mob informant. You're being a cop right now, not a dad. Ross jerked his head back and widened his eyes, as if he'd just been confronted with something outlandish. I'm not being a dad. Isla pondered whether to go on. What she had in mind was a bigger conversation than either of them had time for, and she was distracted by Lachlan seeming to gag on his food. Ross rushed over, barely veiled panic in his voice and speaking at twice his normal speed. Are you all right? What happened? Just open your mouth and let me see you, relax. He crouched down and got Lachlan to open his mouth. Christ, he muttered to himself, beckoning Isla to crouch down and have a look. What is that? There was something black on the roof of Lachlan's mouth. It looked like it was oozing. Ross turned back to mouth to Isla. What the hell? Isla seemed more curious than concerned, but Ross already had his phone out. What are you doing? She asked him. What do you think I'm doing? Our son has got an unexplained growth inside his mouth. It's black, Isla. Ross glanced back momentarily with a forced smile. It's all right, matey. Mummy and Daddy are just having a wee chat. Ross's smile vanished when he turned back to Isla. That could be a tumour for all we know. Isla took one look at the floor by Lachlan's feet, then rolled her eyes. Ross called 111, and started the keypad labyrinth of numbered options on his phone, dismayed that there was no way to hurry the process up. The menu of options felt less like calling for medical aid, and more like a choose-your-own-adventure novel, with each option taking you no closer to a human. First, he had to listen to the inane guidance that if your condition was life-threatening, you were better off calling 999. Then he had to listen to a list of health boards and pick the right one. Was it Greater Glasgow? Was it North Lanarkshire? Panic and frustration at his own ineptitude quickly consumed him. How could he not even know where he lived? After having to ask Isla where they lived, she answered him witheringly. Meanwhile, unseen by Ross, Isla had instructed Lachlan to keep his mouth open and reach in with his finger. She mimicked how to scratch the roof of his mouth. The black patch immediately came away on Lachlan's finger. She picked it off and realized it was just newspaper. She held it out to Ross on the end of her finger. "Want the good news?" she said, then indicated the torn-off page of newspaper on the floor under Lachlan's chair. Ross sighed in relief, then hung up. He embraced Lachlan, who had apparently found it all very amusing. "Just eat your breakfast, please," Ross said with a smile. But his happiness was short-lived when he saw the time on his phone. "Oh, man, we have to go. Come on, finish your porridge, matey," he asked Isla. "Is there any chance?" Isla was already shaking her head. "This isn't my day, Ross." "I know, but I have—" "Something, yes. It's always something. I have to work too, you know. It's not the same." "What's that supposed to mean?" Ross appeared to be on the cusp of verbally lashing out, then thought better of it. "Go on," Isla encouraged him. Ross shrugged. "I investigate murders. You cook food. It's not the same. I don't say that to be mean, it's just reality." Isla didn't know whether to be more offended or plain angry. "It's a job, but it's not more important than your family." Ross's hesitation only angered her more. "It is," he insisted. "Right now, it is more important than my family. I'm trying to do both, but this job—" He trailed off. Isla let the dust settle for a moment. "John doesn't have to have a work-life balance. He doesn't have a child at home. It was Lachlan and I that nearly lost you when you were in the organised crime task force. And look at what happened to poor Pardeep. That could easily have been you. Do you think I don't think about that? I'm wondering what it's going to take for you to reconsider whether you still want to do this job." Ross shook his head, not because he disagreed, but because he knew Isla had a point. The conversation would have been unthinkable 5 years ago, before he met Isla, when the most important thing in his life was his career. He kept shaking his head, unable to counter. Isla continued. "Look at how overprotective you are with Lachlan. You run around after him in the park with your arms out like you might at any point be called upon to catch a baby falling out of the sky. He can't go 10 minutes on his bike without you fretting about how fast he's going, and every crack in the pavement represents some terrifying obstacle." Ross, who had been watching Lachlan intensely throughout, now shut his eyes and rubbed them. "I just keep thinking about how easily it might have been me that Willie sent to doorstep Barry Jenkins." He lowered his voice. "Lachlan could be sitting there without a dad right now." "And me without my husband," Isla emphasised. "You've already been in the hospital because of major investigations. I'm really good at this job, Isla. What we do at MIT matters. Are you saying I should leave?" Isla paused to choose her words carefully. "I'm saying let it be someone else's job." Ross looked down as his phone began to ring. "Damn," he said, being sure not to swear in front of Lachlan. Linda Boyle calling. "Morning, Mum," Ross answered. Linda sounded like she was walking somewhere quickly. "Ross, I need you in. There's a bit of a situation developing here." Chapter 8. Ross hurried into MIT, expecting to find Lomond, Willie and Linda in front of the whiteboard, strategizing for the forthcoming press conference in front of a bunch of PR gurus that had been rushed over from Dalmarnock. Instead, he found Donna alone in the office, stirring a soluble aspirin into a cup of tea at her desk. It felt to Ross like he'd left the office 10 minutes ago. His shoulders slumped when he saw the mess of paperwork on his desk that he'd left behind the previous night. As police stations went, it was messier than most, miles away from the clinical atmosphere of more modern buildings like DCI Ruth Telford's lot over at Fettes Avenue in Edinburgh. The station's proximity to one of the busiest stretches of the M8 added to the sense of being surrounded by a steady stream of white noise, and the heating always seemed to be on, even when it wasn't needed. Helen Street Station was different. It ran on the fuel of Greggs and cans of Monster, rather than the protein shakes and pressed juices of the slicker, more polished teams on the East Coast. Each desk in the bullpen was a triumph of personalisation, covered in trinkets, family photos and post-its. Miles away from the modern, corporate approach to policing desired by the Police Scotland executive team in Tullyallen, or as Lomond called them, the Tullyallen Taliban. Senior officers who cared more about health and safety protocols and statistical success than keeping the public safe. But Lomond's major investigations team got results, and as long as Detective Superintendent Linda Boyle was running the office, then things were going to stay just the way they were. Ross did a double take as he noticed Donna's hair was wet. "Hey," he said. She gave a slight nod while taking a sip of the tea. Her hair was pushed straight back, a post-shower look. Of late, her hair had been above the ears, short at the back with a long sweeping fringe. With her hair wet and scraped back, it made her face look unusually bare. Ross thought she looked vulnerable, pale. "Was it raining?" he asked. "Needed a shower," she said, avoiding eye contact. Ross pulled out his seat and collapsed into it with a hard puff. "The boss not in?" "Not yet," she mumbled. "What about Willie? There's that press conference this morning." "I've not seen him." Donna had her eyes closed, hands held to her temples. Ross frowned at the paperwork on his desk, picking up random pieces in the hope of finding something, then giving up. "Thought we were on lates another 2 days." "I am," she said through a yawn. "I couldn't sleep." "Oh, aye," he smirked. "What is it? Trouble in paradise?" "Very funny," Donna replied. "I went out for a few drinks after work last night." "The way you and Loverboy Liam started, I thought we would be at least 6 months before you started coming in early to avoid being at home. 3 months, and you've already turned into Willie." Oblivious to Donna's turmoil, he busied himself tidying up the paperwork. "Just wait and see. Won't be long until you're making excuses to avoid those date nights. Then it'll be skipping birthday parties then. Oh my gosh, it's our anniversary already. Sorry, darling, I've been so busy with work. It's always the same. Always work first." Ross was so wrapped up in his own little world he didn't notice Donna squirming. What she wanted more than anything was to stand up, pace around the room, and explain to him all the various types of pain she was in. What she wanted to say was that she felt like a road-laying crew had set up shop inside her head and were currently testing out different jackhammers to see which one was the loudest. She had a seemingly great boyfriend in Liam who had showered her with love and attention, but had since changed in so many ways she no longer recognised him. She had just cheated on him with a total stranger, and she felt zero guilt about it because Liam had been making her feel like so much nothing these days. And to top it all off, she had lost the one mate she could actually talk to about this kind of stuff. Instead, she opened her eyes and began sorting through the mess on her own desk. Glad to see I'm not the only one falling behind on paperwork. Maybe if they actually got us a decent new DC instead of those layabouts from Partick. I swear that one the other day spent a good 2 hours on the phone. If he keeps it up, he'll get his wish and end up in a call centre. Donna was relieved to see Ross had found her joke amusing. She'd found that making jokes was the best way to throw people off the scent of her depression. A word that she couldn't even bear to use when thinking about what was wrong with her. But there were few words that captured better what it was she was going through, of having a crushing weight on top of her and not knowing how to remove it. "How come you're in so early?" Ross asked. "I told you," she replied. "Couldn't sleep. Maybe sifting through hundreds of reports of dead women has something to do with it." She tossed a file to him across the mess on both their desks. "I'm pretty sure I've got another one." Ross examined the forensics photos showing a woman lying face down in a grimy flat, surrounded by rubbish and filth. "I'm not seeing the link to Peter Jenkins." Forensics found a horse bridle across the room. It wasn't on the victim, so it was never flagged like the other victims who had horse bridles attached to their heads. Paramedics had taken the bridle off in an attempt to resuscitate her. A neighbour called it in when they heard crashes and screaming downstairs. Her body was still warm when the medics found her. They must have missed the killer by minutes. Ross double-checked the medics' statements in the file. They checked out. The victims had been found with a horse bridle around her head. "Just like Jenkins' other victims," Ross said. "I suppose only so many murder victims will have been found with something like that on them." Holmes is great for finding connections like that in other cases, but it's not infallible. Donna tapped a pen on her stack of files. There could be plenty more of these that don't appear to be victims of Peter Jenkins. How many is it now? 9? 10 unsolved murders? Donna looked towards the whiteboard at the front of the room, where all the gathered evidence had been accumulating, highlighting each potential victim of Peter Jenkins. Donna rubbed her forehead, then said grimly, "Including the one in your hand? 14. And Jason and I think we've got more." Chapter 9. Ross let out a long exhalation. "The press is going to go nuts when this breaks. How did we get to 14 already?" Jason found another yesterday as well. No horses this time. Found in a doss house full of heroin near Edinburgh. Then what's the link? All we've been handling so far is Glasgow and horse fetish stuff with victims. The link is Bowland Castle Hospital. Donna passed him the relevant file. Like some of the others we've seen, a vulnerable teen sent to the hospital for little reason other than being unruly. Mental health needs were cited by the parents, but never demonstrated in anything I've found. Bowland was a glorified prison to ship difficult kids off to. It was the perfect environment for grooming and exploiting the most vulnerable. Ross considered the file Jason had found. If this was Peter Jenkins, why is there no horse stuff? Because we've been focusing so much on the horse fetish connection we missed the bigger picture. Donna leaned forward for emphasis. Bowland Castle. We knew some of Peter Jenkins' victims went there, but not all of them. We can connect them because they were found wearing horse bridles. Donna held up a handful of other files. But not these. Ross asked. How have they slipped through the net so far? Because the nature of the people who went to Bowland ended up largely undocumented. vulnerable ex-patients on the margins of society, undocumented and lost by social work. Now, dying anonymously because of overdoses or associated health problems is one thing. But we're looking at multiple deaths in suspicious circumstances from strangulation, all connected by Boland Castle. The nature of what a lot of these kids and young people went through there, the physical and sexual abuse, meant they were more at risk of ending up around drugs and sex work. And we know the connections between those aspects and Peter Jenkins' victims. What we need to do going forward is make the connection between these other potential victims and Boland Castle. Ross teased her. Going forward? Someone's been reading their media training manual. Donna smiled. Fuck off. Apparently not well enough. The brief respite from their grim task already over, Ross returned to business. If what you're saying is true, then why the horse fetish with some victims but not others? Donna flicked her eyebrows up, reticent to voice her true fear. Ross, she began, hesitantly. Do you still think that Peter Jenkins is the only one responsible for these deaths? He didn't respond yet. He wasn't sure what he thought. Donna went on. What if Peter Jenkins is indeed the murderer we've documented? All of his victims died wearing horse bridles and reins. But what if there are more victims who died in similar circumstances but by someone else's hand? Someone other than Peter Jenkins? Ross exhaled and shook his head. We need to talk to the boss about this. He glanced up towards the mezzanine. And Linda. He's been up there half an hour, Donna said. Must be serious if he didn't just pick up the phone. Whatever they're talking about, it looks heated. Riki strode back and forth around Boyle's office, gesticulating with his hands like a conductor with no orchestra. He had a face like bad AI, facial features in slightly the wrong places, off-centre and out of proportion, especially his forehead, which Lomond had likened to looking at Russia on a map. It just kept getting bigger and bigger the more you looked at it. Linda, look around, he complained. You guys are stuck in the mud around here. I saw the state of those desks down there. They're drowning, and John refuses to throw anyone a life jacket. Things are getting missed because your team is spread too thin. After 15 minutes of being berated on the same topic, Linda ran her hands through her stringy blonde hair, which was parted simply in the middle. It was the hairstyle of someone who prioritised function over form and expediency in getting out the door quickly in the morning. Her hair, once full and bright, had thinned out rapidly towards the tips in recent years. Her hair had also whitened at the roots, which she put down to years of stress. Looking at her for more than a few seconds revealed shades of the attractive, energetic woman she had been in her 20s, but it required a bit of work to get there. She had small, piercing eyes, and an overall demeanour that said, "Don't even think about talking to me." The job had drained all positive energy from her. Now her overriding emotions through the day were impatience and dissatisfaction. She asked, "What do you suggest, Alistair?" "No matter what DC you send in here, John just says no to everyone or hounds them out when they do get in the door." "He's never been big on change, has John Lomond?" "Tough," Riki fired back. He opened his briefcase and laid a form on Linda's desk. "I'm going to let you read this, and once you have, I want to leave this room knowing that we're on the same page." The clumsy attempt at charisma was something he'd picked up on YouTube the night before. He had searched for how to get someone to agree with you, and found a short from a life coach who specialised in conflict management in workplaces. It was the sort of line that worked great in front of a mirror, or practising variations of it in the shower. until you have someone like Linda Boyle sitting in front of you. Linda stared dumbfounded at the paperwork. You're referring him to employee assistance? I don't understand why. There are better ways of handling this. To be honest, I don't think a formal referral is what this situation calls for. John has had a difficult few months. He's still grieving for Pardeep. He's not a machine and he's... Ricky tried to speak over her, but Linda's patience was at an end. He never listened to her. He always just waited for his turn to talk, and she'd had enough of it. She cut him off. Have you ever met a sentence you didn't want to interrupt? The words came out sharper than she intended, and almost hung in the air for a few moments, while a flash of anger flared in Ricky's eyes. She knew she had overstepped the mark. Her initial fire extinguished, and she took a calming breath. Her normally brusque, aggressive voice was softer now. All I'm saying, Alistair, she continued, is that this seems a bit extreme. I don't think this is the right way to handle it. Your objections are noted, but I still need you to sign off on it. Ricky stood expectantly in front of her desk as if her signature were a formality. Why would I sign off on benching my best investigative officer when he's trying to wrap up one of the most complex inquiries this force has seen? Not benching, Ricky clarified. Just clipping his wings. He reached into his suitcase for something else. It's contingent on your approval of this as well. A transfer request? As if the request wasn't enough, the name of it sent her voice up an octave. For Jamie Grado? So you're familiar with young Jamie? Only by reputation. But we lost Pardeep. He was a DC. Grado is a DS, isn't he? Was, Ricky clarified. He won't go back to DS for another few months, or if his appeal to the Professional Standards Board is upheld. He's been given a reduction in rank until either of those things happen. Reduction in rank's only a ball hair away from dismissal. What the hell did he do? Breaching standards of professional behaviour is the official line. I can't go into any other detail. Linda paused, considering her options. And if I don't sign? Then Assistant Chief Constable Niven will start making changes to personnel himself. And after John blackmailed him into dropping the professional standards investigation into Donna Higgins, I wouldn't say Niven is exactly John's biggest cheerleader, is he? Not exactly, she agreed. But why this? Why now? Ricky pointed towards the bullpen. There's a press conference this morning, Linda. Where's John? Where's Willie? Your department is rudderless. That's down to poor management, and I think it's because of John. I think he's lost an officer 3 months ago and hasn't dealt with it. I can't have him bringing down the most important department in Helen Street. I can see what's happening to the team out there. Or maybe you're too close to them to see it. Linda had to admit, internally at least, that Ricky had a point. The major investigations team had been coming apart at the seams ever since Pardeep's death. Trying to throw Linda a bone, Ricky added, John will still be on active duty, but some of his most recent outbursts are beyond the pale, Linda. 2 weeks ago, he took a door off its hinges in the bathroom. He denies that. Ricky stared back. I think we both know the truth, Linda. The man needs help. The whole team does. At least Jason went to grief counselling. He might be the only one here who's actually handling his emotions. I read his TRIM referral during sign-off. TRIM was Trauma Risk Management. The report was glowing. Now it's time for the others to follow suit. Her defences breaking down, Linda said, I don't disagree. But about the new guy, why Grado of all the people you could choose? He's been a little misguided, sure, but not without talent. He needs a father figure to help him turn a corner. He glanced over his shoulder towards the near-empty office. And you know you need the bodies. Much as she hated to admit it, Linda knew that Riki was right, and that she didn't have a choice. Tell me one thing, officer to officer, Alistair. Is Grado going to be trouble? Riki paused. That depends on what you mean by trouble. Chapter 10. Dargaville village on the edge of Bishopton wasn't a natural environment for someone like Jamie Grado. He'd grown up in one of the roughest schemes in Castle Milk, a world away from the comfortable sprawl of terraced homes and detached new builds that surrounded his own semi-detached two-bedroom. There was little to distinguish one from another, but Jamie didn't mind that. He liked living in a house that could blend in with its surroundings. He kept himself to himself. He'd lived there for 2 years and still didn't know his neighbours' names. The village had been developed on the site of the old Royal Ordnance Factory, but it had little character of its own. As far as Jamie could work out, it was just a collection of roads named after things that used to be there. A hollow tribute to a past it had helped erase. The village had appealed to Jamie because it offered the biggest square footage he could afford, given his credit card debt at the time. On the surface, the house looked fancy and modern and neat. Jamie's style, as far away from Castle Milk as he could imagine. But the truth was, the house was beyond his means. He had been living like that for a while now. So much so that he had taken to buying clothes and keeping the tag on them for nights out, so he could return them to whatever fast fashion website he'd bought them on. Everything was on borrowed time. His car had been bought on loan payments, his fancy appliances and gadgets all paid via installments. Every month, the total got bigger. He couldn't help himself. He always wanted more stuff. Each purchase taking him further and further away from that scheme and the poverty his family had endured. The way he saw it, he had earned those shiny new things. The issue was paying for them, especially as he had dropped a significant pay grade since the Standards and Practices investigation. Despite all the rampant consumption he had indulged in, if there was ever a fire and only time to save one thing, Jamie wouldn't run for his fancy TV or designer clothes. He would go straight for a photo that stood on a sideboard in the hall at the front door. A picture of his younger brother as an 8-year-old, wearing a Hibs football shirt. A bold choice for a kid from Castle Milk, and sticking his tongue out. Jamie wasn't in the photo. He'd been behind the camera, responsible for the wonky angle and lack of focus. Before he left the house, Jamie did what he always did. Gave the photo frame a light rub, then said, "Every step, Mikey." But today, he found himself adding a little extra. "I'm getting closer. I'm coming for them." The front door sounded light and insubstantial shutting behind him. Almost every driveway had an Audi in it, just like Jamie drove. After all, he'd wanted to fit in. He had never imagined living in a place as quiet and peaceful as Dargaville, let alone become a cop. A lot had happened since the Castle Milk days. Not all of it good, and not all of it was finished yet. After uploading another selfie to Instagram, this time with his morning coffee flask, following quickly on the tails of his other morning uploads, flexing shirtless in front of the mirror after a cold shower, and posing wearing clothes that he was about to bag up for an online return, he was driving across the Erskine Bridge for his current posting in Drumchapel. A thankless position for a detective sergeant, who had been seen as a rising star until recently. Then his phone pinged with a message from Andy McClone. Jamie squinted at his phone in confusion. It had been so long since he'd heard from Andy that he didn't immediately recognize the name. He had only ever been Andy to Jamie. The surname was only a distant memory. Jamie's first thought was, what does he want? Using voice command, he asked for the message to be read aloud over Bluetooth via the car speakers, and things became even more confusing. The computer voice read out the words so dispassionately, it made the message even eerier than it already was. The voice read out, "Help," then described the location that had been added with the message. Jamie tapped on the map on his dashboard, pinching and zooming to see where it was. It appeared to be a large warehouse near Dumbarton. Jamie said, "Call back," but the number rang out. What the fuck? Jamie floored the accelerator. Instead of heading east for Drumchapel, he swung left towards Dumbarton and Andy McClone's location. The Scottish Broadcasting Corporation studios, where Baxter and many other long-running shows were filmed, was a sprawling complex of large windowless buildings near an old naval yard on the edge of the River Clyde. Like Dumbarton itself, it was a study in contrasts. The town's best years were behind it, and now modernity and history were playing out an uneven truce. The red brick husks of the shipyard stood sentinel along the riverfront. The town centre, with its solid Victorian facades, and the proud ageing bones of the once thriving High Street, now punctuated by row after row of closed shutters over shops, to-let signs hanging optimistically from the walls. In contrast in the background were rolling hills that led towards Loch Lomond and the Trossachs, an answer to the slow decay of the town. Inside the studio's complex, it was a similar story of contrasts. A modern media facility surrounded by a background of heavy industry. The complex had been funded over the years by the success of shows like Baxter and the 2 major soaps that were filmed there as a stand-in for Glasgow. Tenement facades loomed over the car park. Fake Glasgow streets that looked just like the real thing lined the outer perimeter. Inside, the windowless buildings were pristine, state-of-the-art, soundproofed studios. Unless you knew your way around, it was easy to get lost in the network of labyrinthine corridors and standalone sets. There was always a smell of recycled air and fresh paint, as sets were dressed and redressed throughout the day. And air conditioning tried to neuter the heating effect of so many powerful lights being on for hours. But for now, the Baxter studio was eerily quiet and dark. All personnel were home for the rest of the day, except for a cleaner, and 2 as-yet undiscovered fallen bodies. Abdo, the cleaner, a Syrian native, was in need of an extension cord for his vacuum cleaner. Lost in his own world with earbuds in, he was singing away to Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan that was playing via his phone, believing himself to be totally alone in the building. Nusrat was Abdo's Elvis. As a Sufi Muslim like Nusrat, Abdo had grown up with his music. He knew everything about him, and he listened to him every single day. It was the most joyful music he had ever heard, particularly Ye Jo Halka Surur Hai, which translated very roughly to This Gentle Ecstasy, a song about feeling intoxicated by the presence of a beloved person. With nothing but his vocals, some tablas and a harmonium, Nusrat's music transported Abdo back to his wife and children, who were home in Syria. He was about to open the door to Studio 2 to look for an extension, when he realized that it had a closed set notice on the door. But then he looked back at the endless corridor he would have to walk down to find an extension to complete his cleaning. He checked in all directions that no one else was around, then used his access card to open the studio door. He swore he would be in and out in no time and would certainly touch nothing. With the abundance of lights and laptops and other equipment required on set, there were always a few lying around the outskirts of studio sets. But it wasn't an extension cord that caught Abdo's attention in Studio 2. It was a body, lying very still, seeping blood from his stomach across the room, surrounded by an alternate set for Baxter's office. Instinctively, Abdo cried out in his native Arabic, "Yalla!" When he got close to Jack Beattie's lifeless body, Abdo quickly followed with a cry towards the studio door. "Dahwa! Dahwa!" It was a crying out for God. Then, for help. Chapter 11. Abdo had seen enough dead bodies in his homeland to know when someone had been murdered, rather than suffered a horrible accident. The lack of a weapon nearby seemed irregular, but what mostly caught Abdo's attention was the message written in blood next to Beattie's body. From where he was, Abdo couldn't quite make out the words. It was the least of his concerns in that moment. Knowing he wouldn't get a signal inside the studio, he dashed to the door and didn't stop until he was standing in daylight near the front doors at the empty reception area. Almost the moment he got through to emergency services on 999, a matte grey Audi RS8 pulled up right outside the door. For a moment, Abdo thought the shooter had returned. Such was the purpose and surety of the man's strides. Someone who looked like they knew exactly where they were going. DC Jamie Grado held out his identification to Abdo. "I'm looking for Andy McLone. I believe he's in need of assistance." Still on the phone, Abdo squinted, confused. Grado didn't hide his impatience. "Andy McLone," he said, clearly. Afraid that Grado was about to hit him, Abdo stammered. "There's no one here." Grado nodded firmly. "Police? You call the police?" Abdo held his phone out. "Yes, police." He pointed towards Studio 2. "Man in there is dead. Shot." Grado grabbed the phone and interrupted the dispatcher at the other end. "This is DC Jamie Grado. I've got an unidentified male shot." He broke off to ask Abdo. "Is he dead?" Abdo nodded rapidly. Back on the phone, Grado said, "Witness says the victim is deceased, but I need an ambulance and local police here right away. We could have multiple victims on site, I don't know." He handed Abdo the phone back. "Here, tell them everything you saw before you forget." While Abdo continued talking on the phone, Grado set off towards Studio 2. The door was still hanging open as Abdo had left it. With death yet to be confirmed by him, Grado ran over to the body, expecting to find Andy McLone. Instead, he was shocked to find the man he recognized as former DCI Jack Beattie. Grado looked at the message on the floor, baffled. Then he took out his phone to check McLone's message again. "Help." In a matter of seconds, Grado's detective instincts took over. The lack of a weapon next to the body, few signs of a struggle. If McLone had begged for help, maybe the shooter was still on site. He looked all around him. There were desks set up like a regular police office. It was strange, actually. Hard to believe he was standing in a TV studio. Whoever did their set dressing clearly had done their research. But after a rapid search, it was clear no one else was on the set. That's when Grado found the other door. After opening the door, he took out a pocket torch and shone it down either side of the long corridor. First left, then right. A shaft of faded light was glowing at the very end. Grado set off at a sprint. "Andy!" he called out. When he reached the room at the end of the corridor, he found Andy McGlone lying on the floor, holding the leg where he'd been shot. He was gasping and pouring sweat. "You took your fucking time," McGlone groaned. He was taking rapid breaths, his cheeks puffing in and out. Grado's head was spinning at what exactly had taken place. Was McGlone the shooter? Was Beatty? Then there was the message on the floor next to Beatty. What was he actually dealing with? He looked off to the other side of the room, hearing faint sirens pulling into the car park, footsteps, shouting. He shouted himself, then realised he didn't know where he was. "In here!" He pressed hard on McGlone's leg to stop the bleeding, but it seemed to be under control already. "You're going to be all right," Grado said. "Doesn't feel like it," McGlone replied. Multiple footsteps came running towards the main office door. 2 constables and 2 paramedics. Grado quickly moved aside to let the medics do their thing. "I don't know anything, I just got here," Grado explained. "There's another victim in the studio back there, but he's dead." The medics both stayed with Andy McGlone. Grado asked, "Is the shooter still here, do you think, Andy?" McGlone shook his head. "No, he's gone. I didn't really get a look at him. He was tall." He shook his head further. "I don't know. It's all a blur right now." He looked with desperate hope. "Is Jack okay?" Grado pursed his lips. He shook his head no. He looked to the 2 constables who were like rabbits in the headlights. They had attended to multiple stabbings before, but nothing like this. "You 2, Grado barked. "One secures the studio entrance, no one but police personnel in and out. Take a statement from that cleaner at the front. The other one of you stays here and secures this site. This is all a murder scene from now on." His training kicking into full gear, Grado gestured with a finger held out. "Our priorities now are in this order. Preserve life, preserve the scene, and secure evidence. Listen to me. I don't want a single person entering that studio too. Do you hear me?" The 2 constables had no idea who Grado was, but the chances of them disobeying his orders were 0. "Go," he told them. They decided amongst themselves who would go where. Then Grado marched back towards Studio 2 via the back corridor. Halfway along he broke into a jog. There wasn't much time. He stood over Beatty's body, taking in the scene. "Fuck me," he muttered to himself, covering his mouth as he stared at the message written in blood next to Beatty. Beatty's hand was covered in blood, but it was his forefinger particularly that was stained the worst. Whatever the message meant, it was Beatty who had written it. Beastie. The mere sight of the word was enough to knock the breath out of him, but seeing it written next to Beatty himself, and in the man's own blood, Grado could hardly remain standing. He took deep breaths, trying to think clearly, but all that was going through his head at breakneck speed was one question. What do I do? He looked around, searching for inspiration, something that would guide him on what to do. He knew he couldn't leave the message on the floor as it was. The voice was louder in his head now. What do I do? It was getting louder by the second. He couldn't think clearly. He stared again at the word beastie. Then it hit him. He exhaled in relief as the simplicity of the solution revealed itself to him. Before he took action, he looked around carefully. Definitely no CCTV, no windows and no cameras. The coast was clear, for now. Being careful as he untied Beatty's laces, he removed one of his shoes. When he slid his hand inside, it was still warm. Then he held the shoe over the letter S in beastie. After a few more shoulder checks to make sure no one was around, he scuffed the shoe into the S, smearing it with a straight line until the letter was no longer recognizable. He stood up quickly to appraise the job. It was perfect. There was nothing about the smear of blood on the floor now that suggested it had ever been anything other than a letter T. Satisfied, he slid Beatty's shoe back on and made sure to tie it the exact same way as the other shoe. When he reappeared in the office where McGlone was still being prepped for a stretcher to be taken to hospital, Grado was calm and in control. "We need MIT," Grado told the constable. "Get into the control room, would you?" "What should I say?" the constable asked. Grado replied, "Tell them to tell DSU Linda Boyle at Helen Street that Jack Beatty's been found dead here, and that I need John Lomond." As the constable turned to leave to make the call, Grado called him back. "Tell her it has to be Lomond." Chapter 12. When it became apparent Ricky was leaving, Donna and Ross both turned their backs on him. Experience had told them it was better to avoid eye contact with Ricky if he was on the warpath. As he walked past, Donna and Ross stood up, each saying a modest, "Sir." Ricky stared the pair up and down. He pointed at Donna's back. "Your shirt's sticking out, constable," he said, marching off. Once he was gone, Donna muttered, "It's Detective Constable, arsehole." Before Ross could say anything, Linda appeared at her door just long enough to bellow, "Ross, up here now!" "Good luck," Donna said. Ross reminded himself to stay calm as he went up the stairs to the mezzanine, where Linda stalked in her office all day long, overseeing everything like a sniper in a watchtower, ready to take someone out whenever they were in her sights. She was leaning over her desk, head bowed down. "Sit down, Ross," she said, without looking up. "Mom?" Ross said, wondering if she could tell his stomach was churning. "Bit of a problem with the press conference this morning," she said. She finally made eye contact. "Willie can't do it and John is stuck in traffic." Ross could already see the pieces falling into place. "Mom, I can't—" "It'll be dead easy, Ross. Honestly, a bloody monkey could do it. Don't tell HR I said that, but it's true." She held up a piece of paper. "CSU Ricky has prepared a statement giving an update on the Peter Jenkins case and refuting some of the allegations being made in the press about the Boland Castle abuse network. This is restoring public confidence and demonstrating our commitment to justice and transparency. It's basically, there's nothing to see here, leave it to us to investigate. I need you to read this." She handed the statement to him as if that was the end of the matter. "Then handle a couple of basic questions." Ross's eyes widened. "Mom, I'm not fully briefed to answer questions." "Sure you are. You're a sergeant on the major investigations team. You know everything that's going on inside out." "That's sort of the problem, Mom. I've not done a press conference before." "You were sat right next to John the other week doing one." Ross paused, wondering if she was joking. "That was in February. It's August." Linda brushed it off. "A couple of months, then. Look, this is a great opportunity for you. It'll impress John no end if you can handle things in his absence. I'm talking about your future here, Ross. Progression, like you've been asking." He nodded rapidly. Sure. I mean, that's great. I'm just not prepared. I'm not saying never. I'm saying not today." Linda shook her head. "Sorry, Ross. No can do. Willie's not here and neither is John. I'd asked Donna, but she looks like she woke up about 15 minutes ago. And I'm worried I'd have to pull in someone from traffic to breathalyse her first. But that's a bollocking to come between me and her. In any case, if she gets asked a tough question, she's likely to bolt over the table and lamp a member of the press." Ross couldn't deny it was a possibility. Linda went on. "This is about managing public expectation and combating misinformation. Colin Mowat has been banging on about conspiracy theories and cover-ups about Boland Castle and Peter Jenkins for months now. You know, it's bad when the public knows more about a hashtag than the actual facts. Have you seen that? The whole hashtag name them thing. Yeah. It's time for us to exert a bit of authority over this. It's not a story. It's a case. I want to remind people of that today. Sensing he was running out of time to avoid the task, Ross tried a different tack. He stared at the statement as if he was seriously considering it. I mean, this looks solid, but wouldn't it have a little more oomph coming from you? It's my understanding that the press are, how should I put it, scared of you. Linda grinned. I'm sure they are. The thing is, I can't send a junior detective constable like Donna to field a briefing on a major murder inquiry because it looks like we're not taking it seriously. And I can't do it because that makes it look more important than we want it to look. We're trying to play down these conspiracy theories, not juice them up. As soon as you put an SU, worse a CSU in front of this, it turns it into a bigger story. These press guys are idiots, but they're not idiots, if you get me. Ross paused, trying to mask his confusion. Not exactly. Think of it this way. Do this thing for me, and you'll be in my good books for a while. The thought was tempting. At a time when Ross was starting to think of ways to get out of MIT, keeping Linda on side would be crucial to securing a potential transfer elsewhere. Also, there was something about the intense way Linda could hold your gaze, like a tractor beam, and once you were locked in, it was impossible to escape. She had a way of talking that made you act in ways that were completely counterintuitive to what you wanted. It was one of the things that made her a great superintendent. And you're not worried about questions afterwards? Asked Ross. Linda's mood lightened. The question told her Ross was close to caving to her demands. Just stick to what's already out there. Trust me, the other papers need us more than we need them right now, so the only one to keep an eye on is Colin Mowat. The Trongate Tintin. He requested a press pass and we couldn't deny him one. As much as the Express have been busting our balls, we can't afford to piss them off with Peter Jenkins' trial coming up. So whatever the little ginger Power Ranger has to ask, just deflect, deflect, deflect. He's been banging the same drum for a long time now. Stick to the notes in there, and you'll be fine. Ross noticed that Riki had provided a table of stock phrases and sound bites when confronted with certain questions. They didn't really answer anything or even mean much, but that was the point. Like any good politician, if confronted with a difficult question, just answer with a bunch of word salad and hope no one notices you never actually answered the question. In the circumstances, there was only one thing Ross could say. Okay, I'll do it, he answered. It's a prepared statement. I've got everything I need here for questions. How much could go wrong, eh? Chapter 13. If the 7 missed calls from Linda had already raised Lomond's stress levels, then his sat-nav only made matters worse. The plan had seemed perfectly feasible the night before. It only took about 25 minutes, even at rush hour, to get from Lamb Hill to Govan. If he arrived at the station with only a few minutes to spare, that was fine. Linda had said herself it was a nothing press conference, and Willie was handling it. But now Willie was out of the picture and wasn't answering his phone. Neither was Linda. None of this would have been a problem if it hadn't been for the Clyde Tunnel. It was easy to take the tunnel for granted until it was shut down, forcing him to get to the south side of the river in a hurry. Sure, there was the Squinty Bridge, or as no Glaswegian actually said, the Clyde Arc. But that meant Finniston, and the gridlock that always surrounded the area off the expressway in the morning. That left only the Kingston Bridge. A last resort and no mistake. It was only marginally quicker than walking. Of course, the one morning Lomond really needed the Clyde Tunnel to be quietly functional was the same morning that some Ned still piled up from a house party the night before decided to take his electric scooter into the tunnel. He crashed at the north side exit, causing a multi-car pile-up. The result? The entire tunnel, both sides, had been closed. From Belshagry Avenue all the way through Jordan Hill, it was gridlock. It was so much more than gridlock. It made a car park look like a motorway. Total stagnation for miles around. Lomond's regular route on his sat-nav showed a big red line where the Clyde Tunnel was, along with a redirect route. "Oh, Christ," Lomond muttered. He wished he'd never tried to squeeze in the cemetery visit. There was only one way to get to Helen Street now, the Kingston Bridge. And that meant not only the M8, but the M8 via Charing Cross. Describing the nightmare of that section of motorway during rush hour required the language of tortured 19th century Russian novelists. The roadworks on the M8 at Charing Cross had been going on for so long that few Glaswegians could even remember when they had started. It had become an immutable feature of Glasgow life, as constant as rain, destined to outlast multiple governments, wars overseas, with no end in sight. Rush hour had transformed the motorway into an extended, multi-lane therapy session. The last few years had seen traffic so stagnant that drivers had formed support groups on Facebook and written poetry about its futility. In a few more years, people would give up on their journeys and simply start new lives in their cars, raising children on the hard shoulder and having their mail delivered there. 8:32. It was just gone 8:30, and the press conference was scheduled for 9. Surely, Lomond thought, it would never take that long to get to Helen Street. He kept tapping on the sat-nav screen, pinching and zooming out to see the bigger picture. There were no other options. Along his new route, the sat-nav showed the increase in his delay. When he had first left Lamb Hill, the delay was just +4 minutes. By the time he reached Charing Cross, it had ballooned to +8 minutes. He wasn't going to make it. Everyone and their auntie had been rerouted that way to avoid the tunnel closure. It was bad, no question. But he at least trusted that Linda would find someone to get through the press conference. Ross would be a safe pair of hands, he thought. But things were about to, somehow, get much worse, thanks to a single Google alert. A white bell icon lit up on Lomond's phone from the Google app with a bold blue title. Google alert. One search result shows a new article mentioning Colin Mowat. After Mowat's antics secured Walter Murdoch as a source for an expose on Murdoch's father, Bruce, Lomond had set up an alert for everything Mowat published online. As far as Lomond was concerned, Mowat was the human equivalent of a wasp at a picnic, and he wanted to know Mowat's every move before he stung. With nothing else to do, Lomond tapped on the notification. "What's the little ginger meerkat written now?" he muttered to himself. He didn't have to look beyond the headline to know it was bad news. Boland Castle abuse ring. Senior cop accused. Underneath was a subtitle. A bombshell has been dropped on Police Scotland, as shocking allegations have emerged outlining a conspiracy involving High Court judges, senior legal figures, and a top cop who allegedly protected a depraved child abuse network. Lomond scanned the article, looking for a name. When he found it, he immediately saw Mowat's angle. He quickly called Linda, but she didn't answer. Back in Helen Street, she could hear his call coming through, but she was too upset at him to answer. It was a petty side of herself that she wasn't proud of, and it wouldn't go away. Lomond's silence on her earlier had all but ended their relationship. Shite, he thought. In desperation, he tried Donna, but she was in the toilets throwing up. She had left her phone on her desk, and Liam kept calling. Then Lomond tried Ross, but he was too busy rehearsing lines from Ricky's statement in the bathroom mirror. Lomond cursed loudly, stabbing the red phone icon on his dashboard. Of all the things he detested, the inability to take action was one of them. Stuck in traffic, he knew Linda and major investigations were about to get hit badly, and there was nothing he could do about it. With traffic still mostly static, he scrolled down his phone screen, reading the article. The irony that he had to pay a subscription to keep tabs on Maud was not lost on him. The article only got worse. Behind him, a driver leaned on their horn, blasting it until Lomond set off again. Miraculously, traffic had started moving again, and the worst of the traffic was trying to go left at the Hilton before the Kingston Bridge, unaware that the tunnel was closed. Once Lomond passed, the delay ticked down. First, it was plus 7 minutes, then barely a minute later, it had come down to plus 4 minutes. I can make it yet, he thought. I have to make it. 8:56. Lomond bombed it along the first expanse of open motorway, cherishing every spare second. To gain mere meters on the car in front, he attempted to get onto the slip road at Ibrox ahead of an upcoming lorry. But he had either overestimated his speed or underestimated the lorries. Only an evasive manoeuvre that threw him hard left avoided a side-on collision. Sustained horn blasts on either side of him only added to the chaos. He was driving like a maniac, but he simply didn't care. He couldn't afford to. At the security barrier outside the Helen Street staff car park, Lomond bounced in his seat, urging the barrier to lift. Once it did, it was only just high enough to clear the roof of his white Vauxhall insignia, such was the ferocity and prematurity of his acceleration. Lomond didn't even park the car. Abandon was a soft word for what he did. The car had barely stopped moving when he launched himself out, dashing towards the staff entrance. He held out his ID card attached to a lanyard towards the RFID reader. He hopped from foot to foot while it loaded his information, accepted his credentials, and then the double glass doors opened as if a directive had been issued to control the flow of air in and out of the building. He squeezed through and set about his next task, finding Linda. Due to its status as the country's most secure police station and the highly public nature of the suspects and cases that passed through its doors, Helen Street had a dedicated media centre for press briefings. It was situated far away from the holding cells where high-profile suspects were taken, near the front half of the public entrance. This proximity to the glass front ensured that when the doors to the media centre opened, daylight would shine in. It was by design. Police Scotland didn't want journalists getting any deeper into the station than absolutely necessary. Journalists were already milling around in the media centre, being funneled through the open door of the main room by a communications director from Mordor, Lomond's not-so-well-kept secret nickname for Police Scotland's administrative headquarters in Dalmarnock. Lomond looked around frantically, his eyes wide, his face deep lobster, sweat dripping down his sides under his shirt. Where was Linda? Where was Ross? Where was anyone that could help? The main room had filled up, and the communications director was closing the door. Lomond wasn't just running out of time. Time was up. 2 double doors away, he saw Linda giving some final words of encouragement to Ross, who looked scared out of his mind. "Linda!" Lomond yelled, waving his hands in the air, but they couldn't hear him. He burst through the first set of doors just as Ross left Linda to begin the briefing. "No, wait!" Lomond cried out. By the time Linda spotted his tall frame barrelling towards her, Ross had already walked out to the assembled media. Linda froze. She knew Lomond well enough to know when something was truly amiss. Her first words to him were, "What do I need to know?" "You have to stop him," Lomond puffed, straightening out his suit jacket. "Stop who?" "Stop Ross. Moat's setting us up." Lomond took out his phone and showed her the Express story. "Bloody hell," she said. Lomond looked on helplessly as Ross took a seat behind a huge desk that made him look tiny and inconsequential. "We have to pull him," Lomond said. "We can't pull him. He's already out there." He took a step towards the briefing room, but Linda grabbed onto his jacket sleeve. "You can't go in there, John," she said. She wasn't letting go of him. "We can talk about it after, but Ricky doesn't want you in there." "Then you have to go out there," Lomond exclaimed. "Ross is a sitting duck out there. A sitting duck is about to get run over by an articulated lorry." Linda sighed. "If Moat's going to do what we think, then me going out there will make it 10 times worse." She folded her arms. "It's up to Ross now." Chapter 14. Ross didn't exactly get off to an auspicious start, taking 3 attempts to navigate his opening sentence. "Good morning, ladies and everyone. I'm Detective Constable, Sergeant Ross McNair." Looking on from the wings were Linda and Lomond. "So I'd say barely 5 out of 10 on getting his own name right," said Lomond. Linda said nothing. She could already tell it was going to be a train wreck. Ross began his statement, holding the paper cup up for a moment, then realized it was shaking in his hand. He placed the paper down on the table instead. He continued. "I'm here to provide an update on our investigation into the murders of Leanne Gribben and Tricia Dunn, and potentially further as yet unknown victims. As you may know, 3 months ago, Peter Jenkins was apprehended during an attempted abduction of another woman. Our subsequent investigation has definitively linked him to the murders of Leanne Gribben, whose remains were discovered at the Govan-Partick Bridge construction site, and Tricia Dunn, who was found deceased 6 years ago behind an advertising hoarding in Trongate. In both these tragic cases, there was a link to sex work, the Copeland House Hotel, and the former hospital Bowland Castle." In his notes for the statement, Ricky had emphasised to make no mention of horse bridles or reins being found on the women. The details would come out in Peter Jenkins' trial, but until then, Ricky wanted a lid kept on it. As Lomond had remarked in private to his team, it was the first sensible and non-self-serving move Ricky had made in his career. Ross went on. "I want to take this opportunity to address some of the speculation that's been circulating in the media and online." In his seat in the front row, Colin Moat bristled, knowing it was a dig at himself. "Suggestions," Ross continued, "of a far-reaching conspiracy and cover-ups connected to a wider network of sexual abuse are unfounded. Our ongoing, thorough investigation has found no credible evidence to support such claims that high-ranking police officials or members of the legal establishment were involved in or covered up these horrific crimes. While we appreciate the public's understandable concern and interest in such allegations, it is vital that we rely on facts and verified evidence, not unsubstantiated rumours, theories, or sensationalist gossip." Ross could feel the atmosphere in the room turning sour. Almost every journalist was staring at him with contempt, as if Ross personally had written this public reprimand to the media en masse. When everyone in the room knew that it was really Colin Moat that Ross was talking about. The whole thing appeared to amuse Moat, who sat with an immovable smirk on his face. As long as he was the centre of the story, he was happy. Ross concluded. "We remain committed to justice and transparency in all cases. We would like to remind everyone that we have lost one of our own dedicated officers during the process of this investigation." Ross surprised himself getting a lump in his throat when his eyes landed on Pardeep's name on the statement. Detective Constable Pardeep Varma. While his colleague, Detective Constable Jason Yang, was left hospitalized and in a coma following a brutal attack. We will continue to dedicate our resources and teams to ensure that the guilty are held accountable for their actions in the Scottish legal system. Before Ross could give his final words, arms shot up around the room in anticipation of questions, one of whom was Colin Mowat. His arm was raised without undue urgency, knowing that he couldn't be ignored in a room full of journalists, or that alone would become a story in itself. In the wings, Linda and Lomond braced themselves. The hard bit was only just beginning. Ross considered going to Mowat first for questions, but given Lomond's contentious history with Mowat, he went with another reporter instead, someone from the Post that he recognised.
"Yes, McNair,"
said the reporter.
"Since Peter Jenkins' arrest, there's been speculation of other murders he may be responsible for. Has there been any progress with those?"
Linda whispered to herself. "Don't take the bait, Ross." Ross remained steadfast, finding some confidence in treating the media the way he would treat unruly Neds on a Friday night when he was a rookie constable. Shut things down by being firm but not rude. In the case of both Neds and journalists, weakness was always pounced on. "It would be inappropriate of me to comment on any ongoing investigations at this time." Prior to the briefing, word had got round that this was Ross's first briefing, which had given the hackiest of the journalists present a little spring in their step, believing they could bully Ross into a good quote. The reporter retorted.
"Would you consider reopening previously closed investigations, even in cases where someone has already been convicted?"
Lomond puffed. It was a smart question, leaving the door open to speculate that not only were there many more victims of Peter Jenkins out there, but that the police had prosecuted the wrong people over it. Ross didn't flinch. He fired back. "We are investigating the deaths of innocent young women who are preyed upon by a savage and evil killer. There is nothing we are not considering." Linda and Lomond exchanged a look, impressed. "Tell me you could have answered that better," Lomond said, almost beaming with pride. "Not even with a week's prep," Linda replied. "Let's not start spanking each other's arses just yet. He's not called up Mowat yet." Fearing that calling on the most famous and infamous journalist in the room any later might look strange, Ross pointed at Mowat. "Yes, Colin." Mowat could barely contain his grin, knowing that Ross would be at least ill-prepared, or likely completely surprised by what he had to ask. "Detective Sergeant," he said languidly, revelling in taking his own sweet time, as well as enjoying the sound of his own voice. He had a reedy, grating voice, dripping with pomposity, under the illusion that the entire world was desperate to have his thoughts on any given topic. "Colin Mowat, Glasgow Express. This morning we have published allegations that a senior police official was directly involved in suppressing a report by retired DCI Bob Torrance, which detailed concerns about obstruction of justice and the involvement of high-ranking legal and police figures in the collapsed Angela Devlin child abuse trial back in 1998. Her abuse was linked to Boland Castle Hospital, which DCI Torrance had highlighted as potentially connected to the disappearance, as it was then, of Leanne Gribben and the murder of Tricia Dunn. In light of the Express's revelations this morning, was that report suppressed in order to protect that senior police official?" Lomond said to Linda. "Mowat's just building up to it." Linda nodded. Ross glanced towards Linda, but no one could help advise him. He looked down at his statement, hoping to find some inspiration in Riki's stock answers, but they were so bland as to mean nothing. He said, "I think that we are continuing to search for the truth, and—" Mowat interrupted. "Would it surprise you to learn that the senior official is named by me in the Glasgow Express as none other than Assistant Chief Constable Brendan Niven?" As Mowat hoped, Ross didn't know what to say. Mowat ploughed on before Ross could speak. "I can see from your reaction that it does surprise you, D.S. McNair. In which case, my questions would simply be, will Brendan Niven be suspended pending an investigation into these serious and credible allegations directly linking him to a widespread child abuse and grooming network? Did he use his position within the police to protect his fellow abusers? And who else in the police knew about it?" Ross could feel the eyes of the entire room flick from Mowat back to him, like tennis fans watching the ball fly from one side of the court to another. "I think that—" Ross paused, trying to think fast on his feet. "I'm not in a position to comment on that currently," Mowat steamrolled on. "Because if it is the case that Leanne Gribben and Tricia Dunn's murders were part of a network of high-ranking abusers, is it still your position that Peter Jenkins and Barry Jenkins acted alone?" With one sentence, it felt like all the oxygen had left the room. "There it is," Lomond said to Linda. Mowat concluded, his voice now a deliberate hammer-blow cadence. "Is it your position, D.S. McNair, that Assistant Chief Constable Brendan Niven is part of an elite network of abusers, that he helped cover up or was party to the murders of Leanne Gribben and Tricia Dunn, and that others in that network remain at large?" Ross could sense the room's collective eyebrows raising, awaiting a rebuttal to any of these extraordinary allegations. That surely it couldn't be true. Ross glanced down at his sheet of paper, praying for some inspiration. He was on his own. "Look," Ross stammered, pulling himself together with visible effort. "This is an ongoing investigation, but clearly this is something we need to look into." He rose from his chair, which prompted an avalanche of further questions from all around the room. When Ross looked off towards Linda, he saw Lomond making a "come here" gesture with grave seriousness. Ross closed by leaning down to the microphone. "That's all I have for today." Mowat stood up, shouting now, his voice raw with indignation. "Are you sure that Peter Jenkins is the only man responsible for the murders of these innocent women?" Looking on, Lomond was surprised. It was the first time he'd ever seen Mowat display an emotion other than self-pity or pride, or a character trait other than selfishness or greed. It appeared to be quite genuine. When the door shut behind Ross, the voices of the clamouring journalists vanished. Ross looked to the ceiling. Lomond patted him on the arm and pursed his lips. In the circumstances, there wasn't much he could say. Linda shook her head. "I'm sorry, Ross. We didn't find out about Mowat's story until it was too late." Ross wasn't even sure what had happened. He looked like he'd been in a boxing ring for 10 rounds without a headguard. "How bad was that? Because that felt pretty bad out there." "Yeah, it was bad," Lomond agreed. "But you did all right in the circumstances, son. Mowat knew what he was doing. They published that story minutes before you went out. Mowat wanted to take the piss out of us. Don't worry, Ross. He'll get his. I'll make sure of it," Linda said. "It wasn't your fault, Ross. You walked into a toilet reeking of shite. You threw the window open and tried to fan it with a towel. That's all I could ask of anyone. Chin up, son." It came as little consolation to Ross, whose mind was on other things, namely the questions that Mowat had raised. "The thing is," Ross said, "what if Mowat's right, and the Assistant Chief Constable of the force is involved in this abuse network are covering it up. Linda, whose phone had been lighting up with messages since Ross ended the briefing, said, "It means we're going to be investigating one of our own." She broke off to answer her phone. Lomond added, "I've only seen it happen a few times before." "What's it like?" asked Ross. Lomond kept half an eye on Linda, who appeared troubled by something on the phone. "What you'd expect," he said. "Messy, ugly. It'll get a lot worse before it gets better, I can promise you that." Linda hung up, then huffed. "It never rains, but it pours." That was dispatch. "Jack Beattie has been found murdered. I need you two over there pronto." Chapter 15. Donna and Ross had piled into Lomond's car to set off for Dumbarton at breakneck speed. It wasn't just how fast he was driving. His handling was uncharacteristically off, under and oversteering leading to rapid corrections with jerks of the steering wheel, which, at down a busy M8 towards Paisley and Glasgow Airport, felt more than a little hairy to Ross in the passenger seat, and especially to Donna, who was being thrown around in the back seat. But neither of them was going to call Lomond out on his driving. Donna was too hungover, and Ross was still reeling from the press conference. "It couldn't have been that bad," Donna said, trying to find a silver lining. "You weren't there," Lomond replied. "It was bad," Ross agreed, keeping his eyes fixed on the rapidly passing roadside. Keen to change the topic, Ross asked, "Who did you say called this in?" "One of the Drumchapel lads," Lomond said. "Grado, I think Linda said his name was." "Jamie Grado?" It was hard to tell if Ross was impressed or disgusted. "You know him?" "Bits and pieces." "Good?" "Not exactly." Ross was distracted by something knocking his foot under the seat. "What is that?" he asked, reaching down. Lomond glanced down, then remembered. "Oh, it's nothing," he said quickly, hoping Ross wouldn't reach down. He did. He lifted up an empty whiskey bottle. Before Ross could comment, Lomond explained. "It's not what you think." "What am I thinking?" It was the testiest tone Ross had yet used to Lomond, but the events of the morning had left him more fraught than normal. Lomond offered. "That you got into a car with a man treating the M8 like his own personal racetrack, having downed a bottle of whiskey for breakfast." Ross's eyes widened, waiting for a denial. "I was at the cemetery this morning," Lomond explained. "That's why I was late and got stuck in traffic. It's my dad's anniversary today." Donna and Ross's eyes met briefly, each thinking, how worried should we be? "Sorry," Lomond went on. "I realise that doesn't sound any better. I haven't had a drop. Every year I take a bottle to my dad's grave and pour it onto it." "Why?" asked Ross, baffled. "Are you toasting him?" Donna asked. Lomond replied. "The prick chose a bottle over me enough times when he was still here. If a bottle is what he wants, then I'll keep giving it to him." "When did he die?" "About 20 years ago, something like that. Time flies." Donna felt awkward in the back seat. She wanted to reach forward and lay a comforting hand on his shoulder at least, but she was genuinely worried about causing a crash. Ross felt the same, but there was zero chance of him making physical contact with Lomond. Even when he'd been laid up in hospital after Ali Corrigan stabbed him last year, the best Lomond had offered him was a pat on the leg. If Ross had offered Lomond a hug, he might have opened the car door and shoved him out onto the airport flyover. If by some miracle Lomond did give out a hug to another man, it was always followed by several hard pats on the back to make it sufficiently masculine. Lomond added, "We can exhume my personal life later,
For now, we need to stay focused on the more recently dead.
When they pulled into the grounds of the Scottish Broadcasting Corporation studios, Lomond was expecting to find a couple of patrol cars and semi-hazy scene management. Instead, he found a well-established initial cordoned area at the entrance to the warehouses where Lomond and the car's occupants were logged by a constable. Then, in the car park, there was a further scene entry point, a sterile corridor that created a single, controlled route into the crime scene itself.
"Someone's beating us to it,"
Lomond said, parking the car. His eyes were everywhere, assessing the scene management structure. It all seemed flawless. Donna and Ross looked around, similarly impressed. A plainclothes officer in his early 30s strode out from the warehouse entrance, which had the iconic logo of Baxter above the door. Donna and Ross could almost hear the synth-led retro theme tune playing overhead. The officer was clean-cut, with an almost boyish face, defined by a sharp jawline and close-set pale blue eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. The serious expression of Lomond and his colleagues, where they had come from, wondering what their attitude would be. His short, bleached hair was a striking contrast to his dark eyebrows. The hair stylishly faded at the sides and textured on top. A very in-fashion cut that Ross was envious of as he couldn't quite pull it off. The officer's overall look was one of meticulous, modern style, but there weren't many other examples of it to be found in CID offices across Glasgow. In fact, he was the first plainclothes officer Ross had encountered that looked similar to him in age and dress. But where Ross was like an older brother to Donna, Jamie Grado was exactly her type. In short, trouble. Just like every other guy she had been involved with. It was the hair, the cheeky grin. Good-looking and knew it. They were always the worst. The kind of guy a girlfriend tells her boyfriend not to worry about, then a month later runs off with him.
"DC Jamie Grado," the officer announced. "But everyone just calls me Grado."
He extended a hand to Lomond. Lomond shook it. Grado almost winced at how strong his grip was.
"Why's that?"
asked Lomond.
"I just prefer Grado, sir," Lomond said. "All right. Well, don't worry, son. I'll get him for you."
Grado looked confused.
"Who?" "The bastard that done that to your hair."
Donna and Ross smiled. So did Grado, trying to join in.
"I wish my hair was the worst thing we had to deal with here, but sadly that's not the case."
Lomond had to admire the balls it took to have a sense of humour and also give a little back. As first impressions go, it was as good as anyone could hope for with John Lomond. First impressions with him were like a round of golf. You can't win the tournament on the first hole, but you can certainly lose it. Lomond looked around.
"Where's your SIO, Jamie?"
"I suppose you're it, sir." Lomond paused, gesturing at the surroundings, the cordoned areas, the scene entry point with logs being taken.
"You did this?"
Grado nodded. "Sir?" Lomond pushed out his lips, impressed. Just then another car entered the area, driven by Jason with Willie in the passenger seat.
"Here comes the cavalry,"
said Ross. Jason called out as soon as he was out of the car.
"We got here as soon as we could, boss."
All attention was on Willie's black eye. He chuckled.
"You should see the other guy." "The hell have you been doing to yourself?"
Lomond asked.
"I walked into the kitchen door," Willie replied. "I had my head down reading the paper and walked straight into it."
"Walked? Looks like you ran into it." Lomond took a closer look.
"Jeez."
Willie said nothing. Lomond turned to Grado.
"What have we got then? Where's the locus?"
In legal parlance, it was Latin for place, the term for where a crime has taken place. Deceased male at the locus inside Studio 2. Gunshot to the stomach. Also a wounded male with a gunshot to the thigh who's been taken to the QE. Stable? Grado confirmed. Conscious, stable. You'll be fine. He rattled off a list as if he was being tested and didn't want to forget anything, nodding deliberately with each item. I've got one witness statement already taken, a cleaner who found the body. Shall we talk on the move? Lomond nodded affirmatively. Donna, holding back with Ross, whispered, "This guy's a DC." He was a detective sergeant. Was? I don't know what happened. He seems by the book to me. Sensing competition, Ross replied, "Couple of scene logs and a cordon at the locus don't make a detective, Donna." Lomond beckoned Willie to the front along with him, while Grado led the way. Jason stopped with a constable to give her everyone's names and ranks for the logbook. As they went into the Baxter building, Grado said, "The cleaner called emergency services, but I was actually first on the scene." "You?" said Lomond in surprise. "The wounded male is Andy McLeod, a cast member. He plays D.I. Cameron what's it on Baxter." "Aye," said Lomond. "He's the show's Ross, poor sod," he told Willie, "except with a promotion. Have you seen Baxter recently?" "Not for a while," Willie replied. Speaking up at the back, Donna said, "They brought in the Cameron character last year as a DS after they killed off the other DI. Then Cameron was given a promotion to fill the slot." Lomond turned around. "If only it was that easy, eh, Ross?" Grado smiled again and met Ross's eyes. Ross didn't smile back. "If only, boss," Grado went on. "McLean and I are mates from a few years ago. I was on my way into Drumchapel where I'm posted these days when McLean texted me. It just said help along with his location." Lomond stopped walking, which meant so did everyone else. Help? That was it. Grado showed him the message on his phone. Willie asked, "Why didn't he just call 999? He says he couldn't speak. He was coughing up blood and was struggling for air. I called him back straight away, but he never answered. He'd passed out." "Not a bad time to have a cop in your contacts," remarked Lomond. Ross added, "Bit of a strange time to use it, though. Or doesn't he watch his own TV show? Call 999 and just stay on the line. The call would have been traced. How could he not know that?" Grado asked. "What's your point? Sorry, Ross, was it?" Ross felt reasonably sure that Grado was pretending to have forgotten his name. "My point," Ross explained, "is why, having been shot, the victim texts a police officer who could have his phone on silent, or be on his day off or on the golf course instead of calling 999. Grado did a mock theatrical look to the sky, as if thinking. "It's almost like I've been over this already." He couldn't talk. Lomond had heard enough. Stepping between the two, he pointed towards Studio 2. "Why don't you walk us through it, Jamie?" Relieved to be moving on, Grado confirmed and led Lomond and Willie along the dim corridor towards the crew office. Jason, who had been hanging at the back since arriving, jogged a few steps to catch up with Ross and Donna. "This must be like Disneyland for you, Donna." "What do you mean?" asked Ross. Jason replied, "Do you want to tell him what you told me the other night?" Making a desperate shushing gesture, Donna said, "Shut up. If the gaffer finds out, I'll never hear the end of it." "The end of what?" Ross begged. Jason, grinning at his insider knowledge, said, "Donna told me the reason she joined the police is because of Lorna Duffy." Donna sighed and closed her eyes, hoping that the ground would somehow swallow her up. "I can't believe you told him. He's totally going to tell the gaffer that." Ross looked puzzled. "Who the hell is Lorna Duffy?" Donna's despair turned to outrage. "What? How can you not know who Lorna Duffy is? DS Lorna Duffy. She basically ran the office we're about to walk into. She was Baxter's number 2 for like 7 series. And yes, I call them series, not this stupid notion of calling them seasons. I used to watch the show when I was wee. DS Duffy was the hardest bastard on that show.
What a shock that a hard bastard ends up your favourite character, Jason jibed.
Ross motioned for them to lower the volume. Let's pipe down, guys. There's nothing fictional about this bit. His shift in tone marked the end of their banter. Just off the corridor was an open door to Studio 2, taped off and guarded by a constable who was intrigued by the Major Investigations Team delegation. They would get to it soon, but not yet. At the far end of the fictional office was what could clearly be seen as the all-too-real dead body of Jack Beattie. Chapter 16. Grado walked them into the crew office. There was still a puddle of blood on the floor where Andy McLone had been gunned down. Papers and snack wrappers and coffee cups that had been on the table before were now strewn on the floor by the paramedics frantically tending to McLone. Grado explained. This is sort of an unofficial crew office. All the mail gets posted here into these wee ducats. Andy said Jack Beattie was faffing with some kind of letter, and when he realised Andy had seen it, he stuffed it into a pocket. What was on the letter? Asked Lomond. I don't know yet, Grado replied. I don't even know if it's still there. What happened next? Andy said that Beattie tried to leave quickly, but the way we've come was shut off for continuity setup. All the other cast and crew were on the other side of the studio by this point, which meant that Beattie had to go that way. Grado pointed towards a door behind Lomond and Willie. Beattie went into the corridor. That's when Andy says he saw a figure walking towards the office. Before he could say much, the man shot him. Was he able to describe the shooter? Only in the most general way. Short, dark hair, dark clothes, maybe jeans and boots. The man shot Andy in the leg, then he went after Beattie down the back corridor over there. Andy tried to warn Beattie, but there was nothing he could do. Lomond paused, taking it all in. Okay, we'd better. He trailed off, opting instead to merely point towards the back corridor. When they reached Studio 2, Lomond walked slowly around, then stood over Beattie's body, hands on hips. It was hard to believe that such a legendary officer was lying dead right by his feet. The strangest aspect to Lomond was how small and fragile Beattie appeared. Helpless. A man that had been larger than life reduced to a motionless body. It reminded Lomond, not that he needed another example, how quickly it can all get taken away from you. Grado mimicked Lomond's stance, standing on the other side of the body. Then he turned to Ross. How about we look into next of kin? It's almost like there's not an SIO in the room, Ross remarked. It wasn't just that Grado had glossed over Lomond's authority. It was the presumption that Grado was in a position to be directing Ross about too. Grado, panicking, said to Lomond, I didn't mean to talk out of turn, sir. I was just trying to keep things moving. Lomond waited for Ross to respond. Ross said, I'm all for keeping things moving too, DC Grado. But aren't we running past some basics first? Grado paused. What like? Like, are we certain that this man is Jack Beattie? Grado chuckled nervously, then stopped as soon as he realised no one else was laughing. What? Ross didn't waver. How do you know? Did you know Jack Beattie personally? Have you ever met him? Well, no, Lomond, Willie, Jason and Donna were all surprised by how confrontational Ross was being. It was a side to him they hadn't seen before, bordering on aggressive. Ross clarified. Our only witness was in the other room. All he saw was Beattie running down a corridor. He has no idea who was shot in this studio. Grado let the facts sink in. Ross continued. Did the cleaner identify Beattie? No. So no one has identified this man as Jack Beattie? Lomond said. Not until now. He nodded at the body. That's Jack Beattie, all right. But I take D.S. McNair's point, DC Grado. I don't know how things are done in Drumchapel, but we follow Helen Street MIT standards. They might be a little different from what you're used to. Jason, Grado nodded along. Sir? We'll get Moira at the crime campus to run prints to deal with formalities. Willie asked, What about next of kin? Lomond replied. Last I heard, the wife had run off to the Costa del Sol to run an Irish pub with the 2 kids. That was a while ago. He told Ross. Let's at least rule out that they're all accounted for and have alibis. Ross made a note of it. Grado stood back, giving Lomond and Willie space to inspect what he had already seen. Andy said that whatever was in that envelope really spooked Beattie. He also said that Beattie was in a hurry to get rid of it. Lomond's eyes were everywhere. Until he knew otherwise, everything mattered. Tell me what happens after McGlone is shot. The shooter goes after Beattie, right? Grado replied. It appears so. The cleaner found Beattie in here. He pointed to the door leading to the back corridor. That was locked from the inside. It can only be opened from in here once it's locked. It's to stop closed sets being interrupted, apparently. Lomond paced around the office set, playing it out in his mind. That stomach wound isn't enough if you're a shooter looking to put someone down for good. There should have been a follow-up. Willie suggested. Maybe the shooter couldn't get to him. Lomond nodded, liking the sound of it. Shot somewhere in the corridor, but managed to make it in here. He gets the door locked. The shooter can't get in. And he can't go herring about the place with a gun to try and finish him off. Standing back a little from the trio of Lomond, Willie and Grado, Ross said, CCTV should give us what we need. The shooter had to leave the building at some point, and the only way out was along that back corridor. Grado said, It's my understanding that there were a lot of people leaving at the same time. It might be hard to pinpoint someone. Donna added, The shooter also had to come in, though. There's a lot of cast and crew, sure. But it shouldn't be that hard to account for anyone who's not a member of cast or crew. Grado said quickly, I've isolated the security suite. All the video files are protected, but there's nothing covering inside the crew office or here. I've checked. There's plenty of external, though. The shooter is on CCTV somewhere. I'm certain of that. Lomond remarked. Certainty doesn't indicate truth, DC Grado. People are certain of all sorts of things that aren't true. Grado knew better than to argue the point. Lomond said, Jason and Donna, I need you two up in that security suite. Bag up the hard drives and get them back to Helen Street. You two are going to be watching a lot of telly the rest of today. Boss, they each said. In 6 months to a year, what you find in those video files could make or break this inquiry. We don't know what we're dealing with yet, so I want your full attention. Donna and Jason nodded firmly. Before setting off, Grado and Donna shared a look and a smile, which was noted, disapprovingly, by Ross. He crouched over the body, clicking his tongue as he took in each element of the crime. It's a peculiar choice, isn't it? Why do it here? If they want him dead, why not just hit him outside his house? And as for this, he indicated the writing in blood next to Beattie. The shooter couldn't have done it. If he'd been in this room, he would have run a few more bullets into him anyway. He turned to Grado. And there's no way of locking that door from the corridor side? Nope, Grado replied. Which means Beattie wrote this. Lomond stood up for another angle. It says, Beattie, right? Willie and Ross came closer. Both were in agreement.
"Looks like it,"
said Willie. "But why write his own name?" asked Ross. "What's the point? He was locked in here, so he couldn't have been worried about being shot in the face to the extent that it would make identification a struggle." Grado, now standing back on his own, said,
"Weird things go through people's heads when they're dying. He would have been bleeding out. Not in a normal frame of mind, it's fair to say. Could have been dying psychosis. That's a thing."
Ross couldn't have sounded more disbelieving. "Dying psychosis?" Unfazed, Grado went on.
"I saw in a victim of a house fire minutes before they died. They got out of bed and walked around bashing themselves in the head. It was mental. Then they got back into bed and conked out."
Lomond interjected.
"It's actually called terminal lucidity. It's caused by severe brain injuries. In a case of catastrophic trauma like your burn victim, the body is already shutting down, while the brain enters a state of heightened activity. Doctors still don't really understand how or why it happens. I've only ever read about it. I don't think that's what we're looking at here, though. What's with this T here?"
Lomond pointed.
"How did that end up getting wiped?"
"Was it the cleaner?" Willie asked Grado.
"It's possible,"
Grado replied, who tried not to react as Lomond lifted up Beatty's shoe.
"Blood,"
Lomond said, almost to himself.
But no blood at his feet.
"Maybe he wrote Beatty on the ground, then scuffed the letter with his foot on the way down."
"Yeah,"
Lomond replied distantly.
"Maybe."
He felt around Beatty's pockets. When he thought he had something, he put on a blue medical glove, then took the letter out of Beatty's trouser pocket.
"Ferryman,"
he said, then showed it to the others.
"What does that mean?"
Willie shook his head.
"Means nothing to me."
Ross said, "Yeah, nothing." Lomond's eyes were all over the floor while he thought it over.
Was this a warning to Beatty? A threat from the ferryman, whoever that's supposed to be, or to the ferryman?
"Must have meant something to Beatty," said Willie. Lomond agreed. He held the letter up to Ross, who already had an evidence bag ready.
"Find out where this came from. I want to know everything about it within 24 hours.
He returned to Beatty's body, then turned his head slightly, a new thought appearing.
"What if it's beastie?"
Grado froze. He said nothing. Lomond continued.
"There aren't any other words it could be, right?"
Ross and Willie stared at each other, clueless. Lomond said,
"You two would be a right waste of time and countdown. All you have to do is go through the alphabet one letter at a bloody time. There are only two options, Beatty or Beastie. Which is it?"
Willie said.
"That's never an S. That's a T all day long,"
Ross ventured.
"Is someone calling Beatty a paedophile? Like, beast equals beastie?"
Lomond sighed, considering the word.
"Why do I get the feeling that this message is the key to the whole thing? It's too deliberate. It was by Beatty's hand, anyway. His hand's covered in blood."
"Maybe someone else used his hand."
"The room was locked from the inside. In any case, why use Beatty's hand to write a word and then score a letter out? But look, Moira and her forensic squad will be here soon, I'm sure. I'll never hear the end of it if we contaminate anything."
He broke off as his phone rang, heading off the set into the empty space where cameras and lighting were normally set up.
"Linda," Lomond answered.
"How's it looking?" she asked.
"Beatty's been shot once. Then it looks like he managed to lock himself in one of the studio sets. I've sent Donna and Jason to secure CCTV because I'm pretty certain our killer is on there somewhere. We need to find him, quickly."
You think he's got other targets in mind?
We don't know what this is yet, or what the killer wants.
Imagining the headlines, Linda said. Decorated ex-cop gunned down on TV set. Hard to know if it will be ACC Niven or that on the front pages tomorrow.
Lomond was adamant. It's going to be Niven, no question.
No, of course. But look, I was calling about Jamie Grado.
Oh, aye.
Lomond refrained from adding, "Here we go," at the end. What are you up to now?
We need to go talk to a key witness. See if we can get a description of the shooter.
Take Grado with you.
Lomond's eyes widened. Grado? Why?
You could do with some help getting ducks in a row until the end of today, no?
True.
I gather he was first on the scene. Did he secure the locus all right?
Aye. Pretty impressive, actually. Seems decent. Seems to have rubbed Ross up the wrong way for some reason. Maybe they could start a boy band together or something.
Oh, aye. Is Grado like that? Lomond lowered his voice and turned away from the others.
Aye. He's got bleached hair and a flash suit.
Christ. Well, at least he's got DS experience, so you don't need to babysit. Getting him and Ross, that's like buy one get one free.
Lomond replied, more like a Tesco meal deal. Grado would be one of those artisan bagels filled with smoked salmon and creme fraiche, a side of quinoa and a tiny bottle of fruit juice. As in, he might look impressive and healthy on the shelf, but he's actually full of shite and little substance, and is £3 dearer than a chicken and bacon roll with ready salt crisps and a can of iron brew. That meal deal in this analogy is Ross, incidentally. Solid, dependable, might be full of shite, but at least he's upfront about it. And he's not going to make a bloody awful mess.
Linda said. I quite like a salmon bagel, to be honest.
Lomond paused, letting out a strained sigh. Fine, I'll take him. Look, I better go.
Who's the key witness?
The one person we know saw the shooter.
Go. Keep me updated.
Will do, Linda.
When he'd hung up, Lomond strode back to the others.
Right. Where's this Andy McGlone?
Chapter 17. Lomond drove them swiftly back over the Erskine Bridge, then along the M8. Willie sat in the front next to him, with Grado and Ross in the back, their bodies turned slightly away from each other. Grado stared listlessly out the window, while Ross tapped and scrolled around his phone screen. How did you say you know this guy? Ross asked.
Andy McGlone, replied Grado. We went to the same school together for a bit until he moved away. We were on the football team together.
Eyeing him in the rear-view mirror, Lomond said,
You stayed in touch all these years?
No, not for the longest time. We hadn't seen each other in years. Then a few months ago, we bumped into each other at the Five-A-Sides down by Scotland Street and West Street. Kept in touch for a bit, went for a few drinks, that was it. I forgot I still had his number until he messaged this morning, to be honest. Lomond and Willie exchanged a brief look. Willie said, After months without any contact, he's shot by some mystery attacker and he's lying there bleeding. He doesn't call 999. He texts you. Grado replied, I've got just as many questions about it as you do, to be honest. Ross was still scrolling on his phone. McGlone's social media posts are totally crazy.
What kind of crazy? Asked Lomond. Relentlessly documenting every meal, or suggesting that Hitler was bad, but not that bad.
Ross shook his head in wonder. Total tinfoil hat stuff. Conspiracy theory stuff about 5G signals infecting our brains, stuff about vaccines, the moon landings. He held the phone up, showing a picture of a totally flat Earth. Apparently this is what Earth really looks like. We've all just been brainwashed by NASA. Grado trilled his lips. Bloody hell. I didn't know he was one of them. It's like footballers, Ross went on. Sitting around all day with nothing else to do but go deeper and deeper down these rabbit holes." "I keep saying it," said Willie. "We're living in a mental health crisis because of social media," Lomond added. "Did you know the average person spends 2.5 hours a day on social media? 2.5 hours? Imagine if you spent that amount of time every day reading books or practicing chess. After a year you'd be so good at chess, wouldn't you? But instead folk are sitting hunched over their phones, scrolling through videos of folk doing wee dances in their bedrooms or endless nonsense about the right or the left trying to destroy you. It's all bollocks. Folk making out like their lives are perfect. They all live in immaculately tidy houses and they always look great. Videos of folk taking their bloody shopping out of the box. Have you ever heard so much bollocks in your life?" Ross and Grado shared a look, each as embarrassed as the other, an admission that they both regularly consumed such content on their phones. Lomond concluded, "It's a bloody waste of time." Ross replied, "Whatever it is, it's totally consumed Annie McGlone's life outside of acting. There are about 100 posts of his on here, and it barely goes back a week." Ross demonstrated how much of it there was scrolling through McClone's timeline. "This stuff's been going on for months, maybe years, and—" He paused. "What is it?" Lomond demanded. "It's McGlone," Ross said with an astonished chuckle. "He's just posted again." "What? He's just been shot?" Ross held up his phone. "He's just posted this a few seconds ago. 'Wake up,' he writes in all caps. 'The so-called leaders of this world aren't just corrupt, they're predators. From boardrooms to palaces, there's a secret network trading children like currency. Mainstream media won't touch it. Politicians won't touch it because they're complicit. The truth is right in front of us, but you're too distracted by their circus. Hashtag do your research, hashtag truth exposed, hashtag wake up sheeple.'" Ross lowered the phone in disbelief. Willie wondered aloud. "Sheeple?" Grado answered. "Sheep and people." "Well, that's just daft." Lomond was less concerned about the syntax and content than he was about the timing. "A man is shot a few hours ago, and instead of posting about how lucky he is to be alive, he posts about that instead." Lomond indicated left to take the Clyde Tunnel exit for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Ross hesitated. "He's posted again." He'd gone from sounding mildly entertained to something far graver. "What's wrong?" asked Lomond. "He's just posted a link to Colin Mowat's story about Assistant Chief Constable Niven." Grado replied. "What story?" "When you get 5 minutes to check the news, you'll understand," Ross answered. Lomond asked, "Has he said anything about it?" "Aye," Ross replied, then quoted McGlone's post. "Yet another reminder that the country's biggest criminals are actually the police." Lomond snorted. "Well, this is a first. Taking a statement from a witness who might end up interrogating us." Chapter 18. The 4 police officers made their way into the main building of the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, known locally simply as the QE. As someone who had visited the hospital several times for relatives in recent years, Ross was only too glad not to have to go through the debacle of finding a parking space behind the accident and emergency building, impossible before 10 o'clock at night, or the multi-storey around the corner, almost impossible at any time of day. The men waited for a patient in bedclothes dragging along an IV to clear the main carousel doors before going in. The patient was barely 10 feet from the doors before they lit a cigarette. It was easy to sneer at smokers these days, but Lomond still remembered the words of his father, who had been a dedicated smoker since the age of 14. "The poor like us don't have a lot to enjoy. At least let us have a smoke, for Christ's sake." Upon walking into the hospital, a wave of general murmuring and chatter filled the area. Hundreds of conversations were going on all around, filling the cavernous surroundings. The height of the space reminded Lomond of a church, those ceilings that seemed to go on all the way up to heaven. But it mostly reminded him of Glasgow Airport's main terminal. It was a cathedral of clinical modernity, a giant glass-roofed cavern. He half expected to see flight information boards hanging from the ceiling, listing departments to destinations like orthopedics and cardiology. The whole place felt sick. From the stuffy second-hand air and dozens of people shuffling around in their bedclothes looking haggard, thin and pale. Visiting relatives clutched carrier bags from the newsagent or the M&S Simply Food. Although there was no drone of jet engines or the smell of duty-free perfume, there was a loud whirring outside of a helicopter ambulance lowering onto the helipad on the roof. Lomond strode towards the Butte lift, having had to find his way to major trauma to interview a witness there in the past. Willie looked around, bewildered by the bank of automated lifts and the touchscreen panel on the wall. He frowned at it, as if he was scared the technology might fight back if he tried pressing anything. How the hell does this work? Lomond tapped on the panel, then a little ping notified him that one of the 12 lifts in operation was on its way to them. You just put in the ward number and it tells you which lift to get in. Grado stood behind Lomond, Willie and Ross, wondering what would be expected from him. Willie's bewilderment continued in the lift. It was a far cry from the cramped, chaotic wards of the old Southern General he remembered from his childhood. How do you want to handle this one, John? Lomond turned towards Grado. Young Jamie here can start us off. McGlowan might hate the police, but apparently he likes you, so we might need to use you as cover. Grado stared back intensely, then realised that Lomond was joking. Grado chuckled nervously as the lift beeped. A panel by the door lit up which read, Major Trauma. Lomond stepped out first. Sounds like us. Upon entering the ward, there was none of the gregarious Glaswegian humour that normally marked hospital wards, with banter exchanged across rooms between tests and probes and bed changes. Major Trauma was a quiet place, of beeping machines, consistent bleeps of heart rate monitors, and the slow exhalations of oxygen pumps. The nursing staff were a little more battle-ready in Major Trauma. They didn't get to enjoy much in the way of banter in a shift, not with the patients anyway. It was all too severe there, too on a knife edge whether someone was going to make it or not. Andy McGlowan was no exception. Sitting up in his bed in a room shared with 3 other patients who were all unconscious or asleep. Victims of road traffic accidents, falls and burns. There would have been another 2 patients a few hours ago, victims of separate stabbing incidents. But they had both since died from their injuries. The beds wouldn't stay empty long. Looking around, it appeared to Lomond that not much actual treatment was going on, just a lot of monitoring, a lot of charts being noted. Again, McGlowan was an exception. He currently had 2 doctors at his bedside. A nurse was attempting to coax his phone from his hand. You need to lie down and rest, she tried to tell him. McGlowan sat up further when he noticed the 4 detectives entering. Oh, aye, here comes the cavalry. Andrew McGlowan, said Lomond, though it wasn't much of a question, more an accusation. Christ, it's like I'm back in school, said McGlowan. Andy, please. Lomond held a hand out to the doctor who appeared to be in charge, a disarmingly young Scots-Asian with a thick Glasgow accent. I'm Detective Chief Inspector John Lomond. Dr. Rohan, he replied. Lomond was impressed by the doctor's grip, despite his skin being almost eerily soft. Lomond asked, Can we ask Mr. McGlowan a few questions? As long as it's brief, the doctor replied. Mr. McGlowan is stable. but his central nervous system has suffered a significant trauma this morning. The actual gunshot wound is relatively minor," he said to McGlone. "He's a lucky man, aren't you, Andrew?" "So you tell me," he replied, wincing as he tried to sit up more. Lomond turned to let DC Grado through. "How you feeling, Andy?" he asked. "A bit like somebody shot me in the leg." Everyone chuckled gently, except for Dr. Rohan. "He needs rest and fluids," he said. Lomond couldn't help but feel like the doctor was making a point of something that was yet to be explained. Willie and Ross stood back, not wanting to get in the way. It was up to Grado to play the role of confidant as agreed. "I was telling DCI Lomond and his colleagues here," Grado pointed them out, D.I. Snedden and D.S. McNair, about how we knew each other. McGlone appeared sceptical. "Is that right? Look, am I being interviewed here or—" "Oh no," Grado replied quickly. "It's just, in the heat of the moment, when emotions are running high, it's easy to make a wee mistake when you're trying to remember things. So we've come through just to make sure you're happy with giving us a statement about what happened this morning. I should tell you, Andy, that we haven't found the shooter yet, so anything you can remember might be vital in finding them." Lomond didn't react, but he was pleased to hear Grado at least acting like a detective sergeant rather than Andy McGlone's mate. Trying to lighten the tone before Grado got into questions, Ross said, "I've never met a famous actor before." "When this is over, you'll still be able to say that," McGlone replied. "What are you talking about? You're on Baxter, for God's sake. You're on the telly." "What does actual telly mean anymore? Everybody's streaming limited series these days. Baxter is just a job. It's not going to last forever. I don't even know if I'll be able to work after this." Dr. Rohan interjected. "I would say your outlook is still positive, Andrew. You just need to look after yourself once you are released, yes?" McGlone pursed his lips like a child who had already absorbed a telling off before the others got there. Lomond looked down at McGlone's hands and noticed them trembling slightly. Side effect of the shooting? Adrenaline still in his body. Nervous talking to the police. "I suppose I can't complain, really," McGlone continued. "A lot of people would be grateful for something like Baxter. When you're working on a play or a film, you've no idea what's coming down the line. There's a lot of uncertainty about money. You need to make hay while the sun shines, because your current job can always be your last. That's why a steady gig like Baxter is pretty decent for a guy like me." "What do you mean, a guy like you?" asked Grado. McGlone shrugged modestly. "I showed a bit of promise when I was in my teens, but I kept losing big roles early on to better actors. I was a bit unlucky. Came up during a competitive time at the conservatoire. Christ. Feel like a pillock haven't even used that word. It was RSAMD in my day, Royal Scottish Academy of Music and Drama. Guys like James McAvoy and Richard Madden had all gone through there just before me. It was so hard just to stand out. The truth is, I just wasn't as talented as them. My tutors knew it back then. If I could find decent work like Baxter and maybe some theatre and pay the bills, I'd have done all right for a wee guy from Motherwell." His eyes glazed over. The enormity of what had happened earlier, and confronting his own mortality, now hit him. "Sort of sad when you realise you're not going to be the next Pacino. You're not going to play Hamlet." Uncomfortable with the introspection, Dr. Rohan retreated. "I'll leave you gentlemen to talk, but please, DCI Lomond, 5 minutes, no more." Lomond nodded. "Doctor." Chapter 19. Trying to move things along, Grado pulled up a seat next to McGlone's bedside, acting like a mate. "Because we're a bit short on time, Andy. Can you talk DCI Lomond and his colleagues through what you told me earlier?" Willie corrected him.
Just tell us what you remember. They didn't want McLoone simply repeating what he'd said earlier if it was wrong in some way. Yes, they were taking a statement, but they were also there to apply a little pressure on his version of events. McLoone puffed, trying to organise his memories. He broke off. I was in a wee bit of a state, right? State about what? Asked Ross. The early interruption visibly irritated Grado. McLoone explained. I was telling Jack about all these comments I'd had on my socials about Flat Earth. Lomond tutted. Christ. Flat Earth, eh? Bunch of crazies. Ross suppressed a grin, knowing Lomond knew full well what he was doing. The other patients may well have been unconscious, but McLoone erupted almost loud enough to wake them. I'm a flat earther, he pointed aggressively to himself. I don't expect sheeple like you to understand. Grado gestured to him to calm down. Andy, McLoone charged on. You've just been brainwashed like all the rest of them, believing the NASA propaganda, and all those so-called scientists bought and paid for by Davos and the fascist governments that fund them. Ordinarily, Lomond would have loved nothing more than to stand there and wind McLoone up all day. Lomond had heard the term troll, but barely understood what it meant. Ironically, for someone so removed from online life, Lomond would have made an excellent online troll. The more wound up people got, the funnier he found them. But there was a job to do. McLoone was still riding a wave of momentum. All I advocate is for people to think for themselves and question authority. Given some of the news this morning about one of your lot, I'd suggest that's handy advice. The last thing Lomond wanted to get into with McLoone in his current state was the topic of ACC Niven and the Boland Castle abuse allegations. Trying to defuse the bomb in front of him, Lomond spoke calmly. I don't actually disagree with any of that, Andy, to be honest. Maybe we can have a chat about it sometime. But you were saying, you were all het up about these online folks. McLoone took a beat to calm himself down. Anyways, I was a little het up about all that, but Jack was trying to get out of there. He had this wee note in his hand, kind of like he didn't want to see it. When I appeared, he put it into his pocket real quick. So I told Jack he couldn't get out the usual way. It was locked down for continuity checks on set. Jack set off down the back corridor. That's when I saw him. The shooter? Asked Grado. Willie laid a hand on his shoulder to stop him asking any further leading questions. It was another example of Grado still being rough around the edges. Lomond had long since pounded it into Ross to let witnesses speak for themselves. McLoone said, All I saw was this figure walking towards the office once Jack was gone. I could barely get a look at him. The hallway out there was dark. All I could make out was he had short dark hair, dark clothes. Maybe jeans, I don't know, boots. All I really remember is what I felt. This shot just blasting into me. He took a sharp intake of breath. I've been shot a couple of times in smaller parts. I tell you, you can't imagine how much it knocks you off your feet. It's like being hit by a truck. It was crazy. The pain, so sharp, man. So intense. It's like, take the worst pain you've ever felt in your life, then double it. That might give you an idea of a fraction of what it's like. Grado asked. What happened after the shot, Andy? McLoone shook his head. That was it. The shooter ran right past me. I tried to stop him, but I could barely move, you know. I could barely get an arm out. I got to the doorway and told Jack to run. McLoone paused. The gaps between his sentences grew longer. He looked so fucking terrified. Like his eyes. He was pretty far away and it was dark back there. I could still see his eyes. They were so wide and white. I'd never seen him scared before, you know. It was kind of shocking to me. He trailed off. That was it. I collapsed down, then tried to get help. He paused again. Did he suffer? I mean, did they say if it was slow or not? I don't think he would have lasted long, Grado replied. McGlone nodded. I tried to get help, but I just couldn't, Lomond said. About that, Andy. After you were shot, you texted Jamie here instead of calling 999. Can you tell me why you did that? I tried calling out for help, said McGlone. To try and get help for Jack because I knew there was only one way out of that corridor, and the guy could have shot him from a distance away. But my voice wasn't working. Have you ever had a nightmare when you're screaming and nothing's coming out? Lomond thought. All the time, son. It was like that, McGlone said. I was coughing up blood and spluttering. Could barely breathe. I didn't even know if I had time to make a call. I don't know, If I couldn't talk, then all I could do was write to someone. That's when I thought of texting Jamie. That's all I remember. Passed out after that, Willie said a little too sternly. You know you can communicate with emergency services if you can't talk. If you call and don't respond, it prompts you to hit your keypad. It's called the silent solution. McGlone squinted. The Motherwell in him was coming out now. And how the fuck was I meant to know that? I'm not police, and I doubt anyone on the street knows about that. There was a shooter in the building, so I did the first thing that came to mind. He turned to Grado. I thought this was a statement, not an interview. Because if it's going to be like this, I'll keep stewing until I can talk to a lawyer. Typical police. Always treating victims like criminals. Lomond and the others were surprised at the level of vitriol in McGlone's voice. Trying to calm things down, Grado held out a hand. We're just trying to be clear, Andy. If we catch this guy and it goes to court, we need to make sure that you're protected, so some posh defence lawyer doesn't rip the case apart over something tiny. Lomond noted that McGlone's hand was properly shaking now. I'll be back in a sec, he said, then retreated to the corridor. Dr. Rohan was milling around with some nurses consulting charts. When he noticed Lomond, he broke away. DCI Lomond? Andy McGlone, Lomond began. I can see his hands shaking quite a bit. Is that related to the shooting? Adrenaline or something? Dr. Rohan looked around, then led Lomond away from the nurse's station. He lowered his voice. When Mr. McGlone was brought in, I was certain I could smell alcohol on his breath. You sure? Positive. I noted that he's shown signs already of mild withdrawal. That's no more than a few hours. A sure sign of someone who's a heavy drinker. Are you saying he may have been drunk when the shooting took place? Yes. So he might be mistaken about some small things. Small things, big things, it's impossible to say. What I will tell you is that a defence lawyer would have a field day with a witness like him if it comes to identifying a suspect. Adrenaline, or as we refer to it medically, epinephrine, is a hormone released by the body as part of the fight-or-flight response. It increases heart rate, blood pressure, and mental alertness. But if someone has been drinking to excess, as I believe Mr. McGlone has, the stimulant effect of the epinephrine can give the appearance of alertness, but at the brain level, it is still impaired by the alcohol. There's no way the adrenaline helped sober him up. The liver metabolizes alcohol at the same rate. Adrenaline cannot speed up this process. If Mr. McGlone had been drinking heavily, it might explain his rather dubious claim about passing out. Dubious? The paramedics that attended to him noted a pupillary response to light. When a light was flashed at it, the pupils constricted. It's an involuntary reflex and cannot be faked. Explain it to me like I'm a child, Doc. If Andrew had passed out because of the gunshot, there would have been no pupillary response. But there was. Which means what?
I think he was just drunk. He smelled strongly of booze when he was brought in.
Basically, you're saying he was actually erect.
Dr. Rohan gave a deep nod as he considered his words carefully. I'm saying if you want to identify who the shooter is, you're going to need CCTV, because Andrew McLone's version of events would have been impaired. And between you and me, if a defence lawyer asked me to testify, I would be telling the jury that his testimony is unreliable. Lomond let out a long exhalation.
I appreciate your honesty, Doctor.
Willie and Ross both noticed Lomond hanging back in the corridor, then motioned for one of them to join him. Ross stepped forward, but Willie put a hand out to stop him.
I'll go,
Willie insisted. When Willie reached him, Lomond shook his head.
We need Don and Jason to get something on CCTV, or we're screwed.
Chapter 20. Donna and Jason were holed up in the tiny media room just off the main office of Major Investigations. A bank of monitors lined the wall, allowing officers to check the feeds of several cameras at once to follow someone's movements. There were plenty of cameras operating around the Scottish Broadcasting Corporation studios. Almost too many. Donna had lined up 5 feeds from the best sources to stop someone entering the building. There are so many people coming and going, she said, with a heavy sigh. With modern technology, it wasn't uncommon now to have camera sources in high-definition 4K. But sometimes camera footage looked like it had been recorded via a potato. Hazy, heavily pixelated, blurry, and the angles were often not great. Officers like Donna and Jason could be looking for movement in one tiny corner of a screen for hours. In those little glimpses, they might not even get a view of people's faces. With such constraints, it was easy to end up with a list of 50 possible sightings in one video. That meant a lot of time to go through all of the footage. An officer could have days or even weeks of footage to trawl through, but it was imperative not to rush the playback speed, because a breakthrough in a case might last only a second or two on screen. As laborious as it was, that snippet could be the difference between securing a conviction or not, as Lomond often reminded the team. It was the difference between proving that someone who claimed to be elsewhere at the time was lying. It could mean catching a killer or allowing one to go free.
You all right?
Jason asked. She clutched her temples. Hungover, mate. Got to be honest. And this job is too important to fuck up because I can't concentrate. Jason was wide awake and alert.
I've got you, mate. I'm 2 coffees in for the day. Right where I need to be.
Donna sent yet another long swig of coffee down. It was still too hot, but she didn't care. She needed the boost, urgently. They were in the process of identifying what Lomond called provisional suspects, highlighting anyone who looked suspicious and warranted further tracking across other cameras. But with such vague descriptions from Andy McLone, every other male of even modest build and somewhat dark clothing had to be noted on a timeline. They were barely 10 minutes into checking the morning camera feeds, and already had a dozen that were provi sus, and would need checking out. No one could be ruled out until it was proven they had left the premises. Still focused on her monitors, Donna asked, "How are you doing?"
All right,
Jason said, similarly focused.
Messed up my shoulder this morning.
Again? You need to take it easy.
No pain, no gain.
You're big enough as it is, Jace. Get any bigger and women are going to think you're trying to make up for something else that's lacking. Know what I mean? Jason grinned. A year ago he might have risen to the bait. He knew better now.
You're gonna have to do better than that, he said.
Whatever, Donna said, grinning as well. I had a bit of a mad one last night.
It's hard to tell what constitutes mad to you these days.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, you've been hitting the booze pretty hard recently.
It was a Friday night, Jace. Give me a break.
And a few days ago it was a Wednesday night, and Sunday night before that.
Christ, don't you start. I get enough of that from Liam.
It was me thinking wedding bells weren't far off.
Donna scoffed. That depends which Liam I'm going to get. I never know anymore. Jason paused, hoping Donna would drop it. He didn't have a problem with Donna talking about her personal life. He just never knew what to say to her. Pardeep had always been the one who knew what to tell her. Donna pressed stop on the recordings. All the monitors stopped. She closed her eyes and blurted out, I cheated on Liam last night. She exhaled. There. I said it. Jason didn't know what to say.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it?
Sorry. I had to tell someone. It's been eating me up.
If you need advice, I'm probably not your best bet. I haven't had a relationship longer than 6 weeks.
I just felt suffocated, you know. He's always asking where I am, where I'm going, who I'm talking to.
Tell him to piss off, then.
It's not his fault, really. He's been cheated on before. It's hard for him, and we're both really serious about making this work. In Jason's world of Tinder dates and lack of commitment, the solution was simple.
You shagged someone else for a reason, Donna. If you're not happy, then leave him.
Donna looked down at her hands, picking at her fingernails, a great big ball of worry. I think sometimes I need to talk to someone. Maybe at occupational health. They helped you, right?
Yeah, I guess,
Jason replied. It's just, I feel so terrible talking about this because I wasn't even there when it happened. Can't even imagine what it must have been like for you. Jason shrugged casually.
I talked it over at occupational health. Felt rough for a while, but I'm fine now.
As a long-term survivor of trauma going back to childhood, Donna could see the cracks in Jason's veneer as plain as day. Damaged people recognize damage better than anyone. It's not weak to feel broken, you know, Jason. Feel what you need to feel. Jason looked up at the ceiling with a petulant sigh.
I thought I was done with bloody therapy. I deadlifted over 100 kilos this morning. Can you give me a break?
Donna wasn't having his attempt to disarm her with humour. Real strength, she said, is asking for help.
I'm so tired of being told by people what I'm supposed to be feeling. That it's,
he gestured with ironic air quotes,
okay to not be okay. What if it's not okay to not be okay? Why does nobody see any value in trying to be fine? To get up every day without complaining and get on with it. It's like I told that occupational health woman. I'm not holding anything in.
I think maybe you are, Donna retorted. You keep getting injured at the gym, telling us all how sore you are. You never used to be like that. When your body is telling you to stop, you should listen. Your body is keeping score, Jason. That's why you're in pain. Your body is telling you to stop. Take a break. Why didn't you ask for some time? Given everything you've been through, Linda would understand.
What about the inquiry, Donna? We're stretched enough as it is. Look at all those Boland Castle cases we've got to get through. Are all those victims not worth a bit of sacrifice? A little bit of pain compared to what they went through? Those victims went through unimaginable things. I saw my best friend die. Was it horrible? You bet your arse it was. Can I deal with it? Absolutely.
Using the best form of defence as attack, Jason fired back.
And as long as we're pointing things out to each other, you've got a problem of your own, Donna.
Donna did a double take. Oh, yeah? And what's that?
You're in love with your own victimhood. It's part of your identity and you don't want to drop it. Because dropping it would mean having to take responsibility for your own shit. You've got no idea the capacity we have to get over tough shit.
Do go on, Jace, 'cause I don't have a fucking clue about getting over tough shit. I saw my mum getting chained to a radiator by my dad and we both had the living piss beaten out of us. We would have been killed if it wasn't for the police being called by the neighbours. But I don't have a clue about getting over tough shit. His heart rate was still up, and he wanted to keep going on the offensive, but Jason realised his fight wasn't with Donna. It was with whatever was eating him up inside. In the brief moment before he spoke again, it allowed the temperature to drop. Jason lowered the volume of his voice.
Fantastic. Now can I say something?
What? Donna retorted, expecting an insult. Jason took a deep breath. His voice returned to normal levels again.
I'm sorry.
He didn't know what else to say, or how else to say it.
I'm sorry. Tried talking about it before and it didn't work.
Only partially mollified by the apology and the sincerity of his tone, Donna said, I have been there, Jason, and I understand how this shit manifests itself physically. And if you don't deal with it, it will find a way to deal with you. There's no escaping it.
Jason shook his head. I'm sorry.
It's fine, Donna replied, sounding like things were anything but fine.
I didn't mean to make my shit about.
It's fine, she repeated. Jason took a long pause, glancing downwards first.
The truth is, Donna, I'm not.
There was a knock at the door. It couldn't have been Ross, Willie, or Lomond. They would have walked straight in. Donna answered, Yeah. A sudden rush of light broke in from the main office behind a constable in the doorway. The constable said, Hey, I've got a Roger Thorne downstairs. He wants to talk to somebody about Jack Beattie. He turned his palms up to show he wasn't familiar with the name and wasn't sure if he should be. Donna stood up. I'll go. Jason didn't argue. They each knew the best thing for their friendship was for them to be in different rooms for a while. Donna asked, What were you saying?
About what?
Said Jason. Just now. You said the truth is, I'm not. Then you stopped talking. Finally, thought Jason. A chance to relieve himself of the great weight he'd been carrying for so many months since Pardeep's murder. To say out loud, I'm not okay and I need help.
I'm not,
he began, but something about Donna's impatient demeanour told him it wasn't the right time. He concluded,
Looking forward to the overtime we're going to need on these videos.
Donna stared at him in such a way that Jason felt like his entire soul was on display with a big spotlight shining on it. She could see right through him. Before she left, she told him, When you're ready to talk, Jason, really talk. I'll be there. Chapter 21. Downstairs in an interview room, Roger Thorne was pacing around, despite his exhaustion following the marathon filming session. Early morning to afternoon was his time to crash out, regroup and recuperate. Instead, he'd been informed by the studio property manager that one of his crew had been killed on set. Distressed didn't even come close to what Roger Thorne was feeling. The moment Donna walked in, his frantic state was obvious. I'm DC Donna Higgins, Mr. Thorne, she said. He ran his hands roughly through his hair, which was thick and long for his age, pushing 70. At every stage of life he'd been an example of handsome for that age. His skin, now deeply wrinkled from decades of stress on film and TV sets, and leathery from multiple holidays a year in hot climates, Thorne had the look of a senior model, with small blue eyes that knew exactly what they wanted to see.
"Is it true, then?" he said. "Tell me it's not true."
"Are you referring to Jack Beattie?" asked Donna.
"Of course I am. Is he dead?"
"Yes. I'm sorry, Mr. Thorne."
Thorne pulled out a chair from the table and slumped down into it. "Then we're fucked."
Donna took out the seat across from him. "We?"
"The show. Baxter, it's all fucked. This will be the last straw."
"I'm not sure I understand."
"Bad enough we've got Andy McGlone banging on about flat Earth and whatever else every night on social media. If I were him, I'd probably drink heavily too."
"He's a drinker?"
Thorne said. "The show's a dead end for someone like him. No one will ever hire him after this. There are two kinds of jobs in this industry, ladders and anchors. A ladder job is a spot in a franchise, or something recognizable that gets you noticed, something that doesn't pigeonhole you too much. A long-time slot in a show like Baxter is all a casting director will ever see. And Andy's been around long enough to know that. If anyone was invested in this story, it was him. When I first wrote it, he thought it was a mistake. He was worried about the show getting cancelled over it. The truth is, Andy is just a bit of a buffoon with too much spare time filled up by browsing the internet and drinking. When this job's over for him, it's only going to be in one direction." Thorne makes a diving gesture. "You might find some other TV parts, but they'll all be smaller than this. Once you're typecast, your career is over. When you throw in the personal issues..."
"Personal issues?"
"I've seen it a lot, especially on this show. A lot of downtime, little to do. It's the retired footballer's dilemma. That's why so many of those guys are so heavily into online conspiracy theories. Too much free time. Andy thought Jack was right about the storyline. I wish I'd listened. Now our official police advisor has been killed. On our set, no less."
Donna couldn't help but quip. "I'm sure Jack Beattie would be touched by your concern for the future of the show."
"You saw this coming, you know."
Thorne reached into the pocket of his shirt, taking out a pack of Marlboro Red cigarettes.
"Do you mind if I—"
He trailed off, assuming it would be allowed. "You can't smoke in here, Mr. Thorne," Donna said. "I'm sorry for your loss, but there can be no exceptions." Having grown up in a household where adults regularly smoked around the children, even Donna found herself surprised when she saw someone taking out an actual pack of cigarettes these days. It was all about vapes that smelled like strawberry ice cream now. But Roger Thorne was definitely a Marlboro man. He certainly sounded like it. His voice was shot from yelling all night, but his voice had been shot since about 1973. He'd been fired during pre-production on the set of Carry On Up the Kilt, an ill-fated attempt to shoot a Scottish-themed entry in the farcical series. "What do you mean he saw this coming?" asked Donna.
"Jack saw it coming. Trouble."
Donna gestured with a roll of her hands. "Walk me through it, Mr. Thorne."
Thorne pocketed his cigarettes. "I've been trying to freshen up the show recently. Get it away from the stale old format it's been doing for decades. The producers wouldn't have it. I've been working on a plot for the series finale that was going to be about a network of high-profile police officers who conspired to protect their friends who had been accused of sexual abuse. Jack told me I should drop it, that it was too close to home. His exact words. He also said that plans might be in motion to shut the storyline down. So naturally, when I heard that Jack had been shot, I came here straight away."
Donna waited for an explanation. "I'm not sure I follow."
"For protection, of course. Can't you see? The series finale has already been written. Jack was pushing me to rewrite it, but we start filming in 3 days. Jack told me himself that they would use any means necessary to shut production down to stop the story getting out. And now he's dead."
Thorne threw his hands up as if it was all explained, and now all Donna had to do was alert the relevant officer to declare the murder solved. Donna shook her head slowly, trying to get up to speed. "Who is they?"
"The people that want to shut down my production and stop my story getting to air. They had Jack shot to shut down production, and now it's only a matter of time before they get to me, which is why I came here."
"For protection?"
Relieved that she finally understood, Thorne said, "Exactly. His last words to me were, 'Be careful.'"
"Be careful? What do you think he meant by that?"
"The fact that he's dead now. I think he meant that I should take his warning seriously."
"Were you aware of Jack Beattie being threatened at all? Were there any phone calls or notes or letters to him that you saw?"
"You crazy? Everyone loved Jack."
"Except for you." Donna took out her phone, referring to notes she'd made on it earlier. "A staffer on the crew gave a statement to a colleague earlier. She said there had been some tension on the set this morning between you and Georgia Haywood, and one of the causes of that tension was Jack."
Thorne blustered. "I don't know what you mean." Years of directing actors didn't mean that Thorne could so much as act his way out of a paper bag.
"The staffer described a conversation where Georgia Haywood said that, quote, 'if he makes enough noise, he, Jack Beattie, could shut you down.' Do you remember that conversation?"
Thorne shook his head in disbelief. "Wait, that's not... I came here to ask for protection, and now you're accusing me of... I don't know what."
"I'm not accusing you of anything, Mr. Thorne. But I've got Georgia Haywood on record telling you to, quote, 'get it in the can. Whatever it takes,' the staffer said."
"She never said that," Thorne claimed.
Donna's eyes widened in surprise. "The staffer got the pair of you on her phone. I've watched the video."
He sighed. "I told Georgia we should ban phones from the set."
"The staffer also has Georgia on record telling you that your job is to shut Beattie up and keep the actual police on site."
"And you think that she was directing me to murder the show's police advisor? Right there in the middle of the studio? And I did what next? Ran out and got a gun and blew Jack Beattie away on our own set?"
"My job is a lot like a plumber, Mr. Thorne. Keep making connections until the leaks stop."
She held up her phone, showing Colin Mowatt's story on ACC Brendan Niven.
"This story broke earlier today. An assistant chief constable accused of being involved in a child abuse and grooming network, and possibly murder. Your Baxter storyline involves a chief constable involved in a ring of prostitution, sexual exploitation and murder involving some of the most powerful people in the country. Seem familiar?"
Staring at the floor, Thorne admitted. "It was Jack's idea."
"What?"
He snorted. "The whole thing. The whole storyline. We were up late one night after a script meeting, and we'd reached a creative impasse. One by one, cast and crew members left until it was just Jack and me in my office in the studio. We opened a few bottles of wine, and talk shifted from fiction to real life. We were looking for some inspiration to get things moving. I'd said this thing about wanting to tackle a storyline about police corruption, to which Jack kind of laughed. He'd drunk a hell of a lot more than me at this point, and he told me, 'You know something, Roger? You'll be amazed at what goes on behind the scenes.' I think he was trying to impress me with his inside knowledge, to ingratiate himself to me by being indiscreet. He didn't name names, but it left precious little to the imagination. He told me about a senior cop, very senior, who was still serving, who'd been in bed, so to speak, with some powerful criminals, and had personally intervened to stop investigations into a network of abuse that targeted vulnerable young men and women. Sometimes boys and girls." Thorne gulped. "I mean, it was pretty obvious that Jack had been present during some of those events. So, I'll bet the last thing he expected me to do was write a series finale based on it all. You should have seen his face when I showed him the script."
"He must have been raging,"
Donna suggested. To call it raging would be to do it great disservice to the word. He was on the bloody ceiling. "You can't do this to me," he yelled at me. His eyes were all bloodshot. I mean, it wasn't just anger.
He was terrified that this story was going to be out there, despite the name changes he knew. Are you suggesting he was killed in retribution for revealing the story to you? I hope I'm doing a great deal more than suggesting, Thorne said. Anyone who was involved in that abuse who read my script will have known that it could have only come from one source. Jack Beattie. Though I suppose now that he's dead, you're in the clear. Your episode can be filmed and no one can stop it.
If you're insinuating that I had anything to do with Jack's death, you're out of your mind.
Naturally, you have an alibi for the time he was shot.
I wasn't alone all morning, Thorne answered. My PA has my digital diary. It's all in there. Everyone I spoke to after filming was complete. She took notes on each conversation, all logged and timed.
Donna stood up. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Thorne. I'll pass on your concerns to my superiors. And if you think of anything else, she trailed off, remembering the note Lomond had told her and Jason about on the phone earlier. Does the phrase ferryman mean anything to you?
Ferryman?
Thorne said blankly, then repeated it as if trying to remember.
Ferryman. No, I don't know who that is.
Thought not, she said. Anyway, thank you for coming in. And if anything else occurs to you, don't hesitate to let us know. As Thorne walked back along the corridor towards the main doors, Donna took out her phone and called Jason upstairs. While it rang, she said softly to herself, You're a bad liar, Roger. The moment Jason answered, Donna started running towards the stairs. Jace, we need to talk to the gaffer. Chapter 22. On the way back to the car, Lomond stayed behind the others, talking to Dawn on the phone about our conversation with Roger Thorne and the various theories that had since emerged from it. Lomond wrapped up the call by giving a quick summary of the Andy McGlone interview. Once the four men were back at Lomond's fleet insignia, Grado asked, What the deep-fried McFuck was that? Lomond suppressed a chuckle. Personally, I learned a little bit about Andy McGlone. Ross and Grado looked perplexed. When they were all in the car, Ross asked, What did you learn? Lomond replied, He's a buffoon conspiracy theorist. That much we already knew. His head's so empty if you shoved an alternator up his arse he'd generate power when it was windy. But the doctor said something interesting. He reckons McGlone was dead drunk this morning. Even if he did see anything or remembers any kind of physical description of the shooter, we can't rely on him as a witness. He asked Grado, Did you see the paramedics working on him, Jamie? Yeah, he answered. He looked sort of out of it, which tracks. That's why he texted me instead of calling 999. He told me after he couldn't get any words out. Eyeing him in the rearview mirror, Lomond replied, He wasn't passed out from the gunshot wound. He was drunk. The doc said he stank of booze and the paramedic said his pupils responded to light. Ross wondered aloud. He wasn't unconscious, he was asleep. Something like that, said Lomond. What did we all get from Andy McGlone in there? Come on, the floor's open. Willie offered. Conspiracy nut. Obviously, said Lomond. Ross added. Not just any old conspiracies, though, is it? We know what he thinks of Colin Mowatt's story about Boland Castle and ACC Niven. Grado said. But what does that have to do with Jack Beattie? Quite a bit, as it turns out, said Lomond. Donna's just out of a wee chat with Roger Thorne, director of Baxter. He told her that Beattie had warned Thorne not to film the series finale, which featured a storyline almost identical to Colin Mowatt's story about Assistant Chief Constable Niven. He said that powerful people would make sure it never happened. That doesn't make sense, though, said Willie. Why not kill Roger Thorne instead of Jack Beattie? Young Donna has got a theory about that. Apparently Thorne and Beattie had a heavy sesh one night,
and Beattie told Thorne chapter and verse about a senior cop who covers up crimes committed by a powerful elite, including the abuse of vulnerable young people.
Like Boland Castle?
Ross suggested. Lomond paused. Possibly.
Grado closed his eyes, trying to make sense of it all.
Wait a minute. Say Beattie handed this story to Roger Thorne, and let's assume that any of it is true. What does it have to do with Andy McLoone?
Lomond replied.
He said himself he's a mid-level actor. Maybe he sees this series finale as a way out of Baxter to something better. Jack Beattie was going to do everything in his power to kill the story. But to kill over that, some hack actor from Motherwell turns into a bloodthirsty killer to save his career. I don't buy that. But Willie did. You saw how aggressive he got when the topic of the Niven story came up. That was genuine anger. That's great, said Grado. Except Andy was a victim of the shooter as well. Ross was already on board with Lomond's reasoning.
McLoone could have paid a shooter for the hit. Don't tell me a guy who's still got that rough edge in his voice couldn't find someone from the old scheme to do a wee job for him.
Willie added.
Plus, getting shot is a great alibi.
Great alibi, Lomond agreed with deep nods.
Grado, exasperated by the line of questioning, retorted,
Except killing Beattie would be the worst career move someone like Andy McLoone could make.
It shuts production down and threatens the show's whole future.
He's a bit of an idiot, fine. But a killer? Or someone who hires a hitman?
Lomond said.
If we agree that McLoone was so drunk as to have crashed out after the gunshot, he certainly couldn't have made the shot that killed Beattie, and then, say, shot himself in the leg to cover it up or give himself an alibi.
Silence. Willie asked,
How the hell did you jump to that so quickly? Oh, come on, Willie. Have you never seen Death on the Nile?
Ross asked.
Is that Netflix or Prime? Lomond grumbled. Christ, give me strength. The Agatha Christie adaptation, Bawheat. See, there are these things called books, and in the olden days, folk used to take those books and turn them into films.
Ross replied.
I am aware of the concept, boss. Peter Ustinov played Poirot in the one I like. Albert Finney's the best Poirot, hands down, but he only played him once in Murder on the Orient Express. All right, Barry Norman, said Willie. Can we cut to the chase? Lomond said. In the film, the killer fakes getting shot so he can run off and kill someone. Then when he comes back, he has to shoot himself for real, so it looks above board.
Ross chuckled to himself, shaking his head.
Grado asked.
And you think McLoone did that?
Lomond paused. Nah, that wound on Beattie was from 10 to 20 feet away, I reckon. And I checked the back corridor. There was no gunshot residue on the corridor floor, which means it dissipated in the air, and the entry wound was pretty clean. That was a shot from a moderate distance in the dark. You need to be an army sniper to make that shot as drunk as Andy McLoone was.
Grado puffed in exasperation.
So, what are you actually saying? I think he paid someone to do it. We don't know why yet. Let's hope there's something in Beattie's house that explains it, because all we've got so far is a gunman who's invisible to cameras, this ferryman note in Beattie's pocket, and a questionable motive.
Things didn't get any clearer at Beattie's house. It was a majestic sandstone villa on a leafy street off Drimmen Road in the middle of Bear's Den. Exactly the sort of gaff that Lomond dreamed of owning one day come his own retirement.
Not bad, said Ross, as they pulled up outside.
Fuck me, Willie said, mouth hanging open.
I'm clearly in the wrong game, Lomond remarked, as he got out of the car. Hey, Willie, how about we get into official police advising for a TV show?
Willie snorted.
So this is what a DCI's pension gets you?
Not quite, Lomond replied.
I think old Jumpin' Jack Flash made a few sound investments over the years. Well, there was something else going on. What is this? A 4-bedroom? 5? Ross added. A man in his 60s with no wife or kids around? Lomond pointed out the garage. That's new as well. That's an extension. Willie peeked around the side. That's more extended out the back. Looks new too, I'd say. Despite the questions hanging over Beatty's ability to pay for such a property, as well as the recent extensions, there were no obvious red flags inside the house. Using Beatty's keys to get in, the house looked like any other where someone had rushed off to work that morning. Some breakfast crockery sat out in the kitchen, along with a few dishes from the previous night's dinner. Other than that, the house was clean and tidy, kitted out with all the latest technology, including home cinema gear and tower speakers. Ross couldn't resist taking a photo of them, then searched the image with Google Lens. Hey, boss! Ross called out to Lomond, then showed him his phone. That's how much those speakers cost. Lomond's neutral expression turned to horror when he saw the price. 50,000 on a pair of speakers! Playing devil's advocate, Ross said, Maybe because the kids aren't around, he's throwing away their inheritance money. Could be totally innocent. Yeah, said Lomond, seeing pound signs flashing everywhere he looked. Or Beatty had unattributed income. Willie. He called back from the hall. Yeah? Went into Beatty's bank accounts by the end of the day. Let's see where all this was coming from. Willie walked in and made a whistling noise. Wow! He held up a small stack of mail that he'd opened. Nothing suspect here, just life admin. No red flags. Grado lingered in the hall, taking in the opulent surroundings. In a decade's time, he could see himself living out there alongside the lawyers and business people. Lomond divvied out who was to search where, purposely keeping Grado close by. They rifled through drawers and cupboards, under beds, behind books for any sign of anything questionable. The hard copies of Beatty's financial records were in an office found by Willie and Ross, the contents of which would be taken straight back to Helen Street. Elsewhere they looked for any hidden bank statements, evidence of multiple credit cards, unexplained cash deposits. Then there was evidence of expensive watches, more high-end electronics, receipts for artwork and collectibles. What they were really after was bundles of cash hidden away somewhere. Rather than search in awkward silence, Lomond tried to make conversation. You're out in Drumchapel, right? Aye, Grado replied. It's not bad, actually. I get some valuable experience, work some inquiries that you might not get in quieter areas. I want to get kind of all-round experience. You know what Drumchapel's like. You need to be a wee bit resilient to make it there. Take the pressure where you maybe don't get that much help from the public. Folk don't really want to talk to you out there. Lomond chuckled. I never thought I'd hear a positive spin on working in Drumchapel. Every day's a school day. You don't worry about going unnoticed out there. It's busy, under-resourced, and full of thankless inquiries like stabbings with no witnesses and no weapon. It's all part of the job, Grado replied breezily. If it's going to make me a better cop in the long run, then I'm happy to do it. Folk in Drumchapel pay their council tax like everywhere else. They deserve a police force that's going to look out for them. Lomond nodded. I suppose so. He had to admit, if it had been his first encounter with Jamie Grado, Lomond would have been impressed. But still, something about that text message from Andy McClone that morning was leaving doubts in his mind. Lomond said, We'll need to get up on his phone and email if we can't track down anything of interest here. I didn't expect to find anything, not a man of Beatty's experience. I get that it's a nice house with nice things in it, said Grado. But what are you seeing that makes you question Beatty's background? The nature of the shooting, Lomond replied. This was highly targeted. Either he was a threat to someone, or someone wanted revenge. If so, for what? But it being highly targeted is also contradictory. Hitting Beatty in the studio is a lousy, risky location. There are elements of it that are quite professional. The execution was pretty sound, but the choices to do it there are strange. Grado paused as soon as he opened a drawer. Did someone say no red flags earlier? He took a step back to allow Lomond to get a look. Lomond pushed his bottom lip out and nodded. Good job, young man, he called out downstairs. Willie, give me an evidence bag. After having a rifle through the drawer, he added, A big one. Inside the drawers were 10 different mobile phones of varying sizes and models. Grado asked, What's a retired detective doing with a drawer full of burners? Lomond held his hand out, waiting for the evidence bag. A man with more than a thing or two to hide. Chapter 23. On the way into Helen Street Station, Grado grabbed Lomond quickly. Excuse me, DCI Lomond. I was wondering when I can get back to Drumchapel. SIO has messaged me and I don't know what to tell him. Lomond pursed his lips. Let's just get this debrief done first, son. Then you can get back to sunny Drumchapel. Sir, Grado replied. There wasn't much downtime as a detective in major investigations. Most workplaces allow a little time to make small talk to catch up. Not so much in MIT. There was too much due process going on. Taking statements, questioning, listening, watching, observing. All the little moments between travelling places, walking from car to building and vice versa, became quite important. Fetching evidence from a car with a colleague was like a holiday, a chance to actually talk. And so it was with Ross and Willie, who had gone from one thing to another all morning. Finally, Ross was able to ask about Willie's face. Willie answered. Didn't you hear me say earlier? I did, Ross replied. It's bollocks though, isn't it? Willie didn't know what to say. He hadn't answered Ross because he genuinely couldn't remember his lie about what had happened. Something about walking into a wall? Or maybe the kitchen door. He couldn't be sure, and he couldn't guess now. If he got it wrong, then Ross would know he was lying earlier, because how could he have forgotten or got wrong what had happened? But apparently Ross was already wise to something being amiss. You don't have to tell me, Ross elaborated. But you don't have to lie to us either. Willie stammered and stumbled over some half-hearted denials. Ross asked, Were you drinking? A fight down the pub? Willie nodded, trying to look sheepish, as if the truth had been dragged out of him. Aye. But don't tell John. You know how he is. I don't want him to worry. The only thing the boss will be worried about is whether you got a few cracks in yourself. Oh, aye, Willie blustered. He was a big lad, but I got a few cracks in myself. Ross threw his arm around Willie's shoulders, cackling away, enjoying being a couple of lads together. Willie tried to smile along, but inside, all he could picture was Jean back at home, and the snarling expression on her face whenever she belted him on the face. He was so ashamed, he couldn't even contemplate the phrase, battered husband. The humiliation. But what was he going to do? Hit her back? Leave? Of course not. It was Jean, his wife. What he didn't like was lying to the team about it, which he knew he had to do. The fear of the truth being found out was far greater than getting caught in a lie. Donna and Jason had emerged from their dark media office, eyes squinting in the bright light of the major investigation's main office floor. Lomond had put the call out for a debrief, but there was an extra passenger they weren't expecting. Jason asked, "What's he doing here?" "Beats me," Donna replied, realizing for the last few seconds she had just been staring at Grado.
and liking what she saw. While Lomond grabbed a cup of water from the dispenser, Ross went over as well, though he wasn't thirsty. Staring at Grado, Ross said, "Is he going to be here long?"
"Depends,"
Lomond answered, distracted.
"He's a conduit for what happened at the studio this morning, Ross. We need to do a proper handover and debrief before he goes back to Drumchapel. You're not a fan, I take it?"
Still staring at Grado, who was revelling in Donna's attention and overly flirtatious laughter at his average jokes, Ross said, "I don't like how he looks at Donna." Not one for gossip, especially among the junior detectives on the team, Lomond asked,
"Why would it be a problem for a married man like you?"
"It's not like that for us, boss. Donna's like a little sister to me. And big brothers are meant to look after their little sisters. In any case, she's got enough to worry about with that bloody broccoli head at home."
"Broccoli head?"
"Yeah, Liam,"
Ross reminded him.
Lomond tried to figure out the reason for the name on his own, but he couldn't get there.
"And why are you calling him a broccoli head?"
"Because of his hair. It's that trendy haircut young guys have got. You see them down the gym. They've all got the same bloody style. Short around the back and sides and this big curly wavy tuft on top."
"I think the less I know about Donna's personal life, the better for all of us."
"What I'm trying to say is, I think Grado's trouble. Do you buy all this texting thing with McGlone this morning?" Lomond paused. Then he cleared his throat and nodded for Ross to come further away from the others in a conspiratorial huddle. He spoke quietly.
"I'm going to tell you this because I think you can be trusted with it. Not a word to the others, you hear? And certainly not to Donna."
Ross tried not to let his excitement show too much. "Of course," Lomond said.
"I think Andy McGlone texted Grado for a reason. The two of them might have been pals a while back, but they go months without talking. Yet when McGlone gets shot by an unknown person this morning, he suddenly remembers he has Jamie Grado's phone number."
"It's sus for sure," Ross replied.
"Something strange was going on at that studio this morning. I don't know why yet, but I think Andy McGlone wanted Grado there. Until we know why, I wouldn't trust him with a Greg's order. He'll be out from under our hair in a few hours. Then we can do a deep dive on everywhere he's been this morning and everyone he's talked to. Something doesn't add up about this guy."
Chapter 24. It had been one of those mornings so far where a series of calamities had been escalating. Linda hadn't even thought about what to get from Greg's for lunch, and already it felt like water was lapping up around her mouth and was about to submerge the rest of her any second. She had missed calls from Riki demanding updates. Her inbox was filling rapidly. It wasn't even treading water. For every email she managed to reply to, another 3 arrived. Her phone rang yet again. She thought about not checking who it was, but in the circumstances of the day, that would have been foolish. Unknown number. As she feared. After letting it ring out, the way she had all the other calls in recent days and weeks, she waited with bated breath for the ping of a message that would inevitably follow. A message notification pinged. She opened it with half-averted eyes. "Dear Miss Boyle, despite repeated attempts to resolve your outstanding balance, we have been unable to reach you. Your outstanding balance of £3,479 will now be passed to our legal department. To avoid further escalation—" She'd seen enough, and closed the message. The cold, hollow feeling in the pit of her stomach spread all around her body. Other than failing health, there was little worse than facing a financial calamity you had no way out of. Every ping or ring of her phone elicited a Pavlovian response in her of fear, of being squeezed from the inside. Her breath kept hitching, held captive in her throat. It was dread. Her body was full of dread. All the time. And the only thing that would shift it was money. money that she didn't have and had no way of getting. The only solution available was to keep working. Lomond knocked on her door. Linda was relieved to find that he'd waited before entering. She quickly hustled the paperwork detailing the disaster of her financial affairs into the top drawer of her desk before Lomond could see it. "I got your message," Lomond said, clutching his phone. "You wanted to see me before the debrief on this morning." "Why don't you sit down?" said Linda. He did so. "As you know," she began, "I take the well-being of this team as seriously as my own." "You think you take your well-being seriously?" Lomond chuckled, then realised by the severe expression on Linda's face that it wasn't going to be that kind of meeting. "It's now been 3 months since Pardeep's death, and although I'm really encouraged by how well you and the team are knuckling down, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have some concerns about recent behaviour." "Whose? Mine?" He pointed at himself in incredulity. "I've been made aware of some recent episodes." Lomond rolled his eyes. "Linda, that bathroom door was already coming off at the hinges. Did I give it a bit of a helping hand? Sure." Linda leaned forward, her expression still deadly serious. "John, in the aftermath of Pardeep's death, I referred Jason to trauma management." She took a beat. "And now I'm doing it for you too." "This is crazy," Lomond protested. "Why?" "John, come on now. You know you've not been yourself lately. You've been aggressive, impatient. I had 3 separate complaints from constables in the last month. I can't bury my head in the sand any longer." "I've got standards, Linda, and those constables didn't have standards, not MIT standards. That's why they were kicked out, nothing else." Linda stared back, eyes narrowing. "Why were you late this morning, John?" Panic. He didn't have an answer. He knew if he didn't answer within a second or two, Linda would sniff out whatever lie he came up with. But it had already been too long before he spoke, so he told the truth. "It was my old man's anniversary, so I went to the cemetery to pay my respects. Ordinarily I would have been fined for time before the press conference, but the Clyde Tunnel was shut because of that scooter accident." "You shouldn't have gone there if you thought there was a chance you'd be late." "You're right," he admitted. "It's just, I didn't want to miss the anniversary. I'm the same age as he was when he died, so there's that." "The fact you didn't feel like you could tell me tells me there are bigger issues going on here." "Is this Riki's idea?" "What makes you say that?" "I heard he was in here this morning." Linda shook her head. "He was here, yes, John. But I've got to tell you I agree with him on this one." "You know it's just a play to get me referred to occupational health, and then make out that I can't do my job and then ease me out of the area, maybe even strike me off altogether." "There's nothing like that going on here, John. You're paranoid. Have you considered that this might actually be a good thing for you and Katrina?" "What's Katrina got to do with this?" "I'm talking about your future, John, and the future of the team. Because I'm looking out this window most days and I don't like what I see." "What do you see?" he asked. "I see a team running on empty, with an absent leader too blind to see what's going on." "There's nothing going on. We're working our arses off like we always do." Linda pointed towards the window. "You've got Willie stoating about with a black eye so bad he couldn't even handle this morning's press conference. God only knows what he's been getting up to. Donna looks like she's lost about a stone since Pardeep died. And that's not exactly a girl with a stone to lose. And let's not forget Ross."
"Ross has been fine."
"Has he? So fine he's looking for work elsewhere?"
Lomond looked horrified. "What are you talking about?"
Realising she'd been indiscreet, she said, "I've heard he's sniffing around about a transfer out of MIT."
"But why? It's MIT. It's the Champions League. You don't ask for a transfer out of the Champions League."
"Maybe he doesn't want it anymore, John. People change. Case in point is Jason. The one guy who's excelling, who's actually been dealing with his grief. He went through Trim in the weeks after losing Pardeep. You should have seen his notes, glowing. He called Jason the very model of a trauma management success story.
I read his notes, Lomond said.
The point is, your team is falling apart. I think it's because you haven't properly dealt with yourself yet. I mean, isn't a selling point in this that you could actually sit down and talk to someone about Ailey and losing her and the baby?
We're back to that again.
They say home is where the heart is, John. And I think Ailey is just the tip of the iceberg.
She paused.
How long have we known each other?
Lomond shook his head. You'd probably say too long.
It's bloody years, man. She pointed at him. You know, you've never once talked to me about your dad. What was he like?
There's nothing to say, believe me.
Then what about Katrina? Does she know what you're going through?
I'm not going to scare her off with all of that stuff. He hadn't actually considered before that he could do with someone to confide in about Katrina.
He'd wanted to talk to Willie about her and what she meant to him, but he wasn't sure how. Willie might have been a mate and a work colleague, but that didn't make them friends in Lomond's eyes. He could go for a pint with Willie and they could chat, but that was it. Lomond had always had mates, but never a real friend. Ailey had been a friend, his best friend. That had always been enough for him. He didn't even need friends. One of Lomond's favourite singers, Frank Zappa, never had any friends. He had his family and his work. He didn't need anything else because he loved both those things the most. So if it was good enough for Frank, then Lomond figured it was good enough for him too. After all, for the longest time he had been known in police circles as Lurch, Bigyan, the Long Dark. It was a persona of solitude that he had cultivated and welcomed because it allowed him to keep others at a distance. Being the Long Dark wasn't just a nickname for being tall, brooding, and sometimes cynical and morose. It had come to define a chapter of Lomond's life and the way he saw himself. A chapter that he had waited to end for a long time, but it had kept going and going. He was now starting to realize that if the long, dark phase of his life was going to end, he would have to be the one to end it. Linda explained. The one thing I may be not communicating is that this isn't voluntary.
And if I refuse? Asked Lomond.
Then you'll be suspended. And that doesn't exactly help the case. Not Jack Beattie or the outstanding Boland Castle murders.
Let's jump straight to the last page on this. What will Reiki do?
It would be misconduct. Certainly a suspension. For how long, I've no idea.
Lomond turned his face towards the ceiling and let out a long puff. I can't have that, Linda. This will cripple the inquiry into Peter Jenkins and the other murders. The inquiry can't afford to lose me right now.
I would say that your determination to see those inquiries through is the only thing keeping them going. Because those detectives out there are on their knees. She waited to let that message settle before adding, That's why I'm giving you Jamie Grado.
What?
Linda pursed her lips. Another stipulation from Reiki, which, if you think about it, actually makes a lot of sense.
How'd you figure that?
Things are only going to get worse around here without proper reinforcements. Donna and Jason have got 14 unsolved murders out there relating to Boland Castle, and no killer, no suspects. And after that press conference, things are only going to get more charged, more political, because of the Brendan Niven situation. We've got an assistant chief constable running the west of Scotland who's been accused of all kinds of depraved things. Allegations like Mowat's don't go away overnight.
It can't be us that investigates Niven, said Lomond. We can't investigate our own ACC. Who do you think it will be?
I've no idea, she replied. But it will need to happen soon, put it that way. But the best way of insulating ourselves from any blowback on this Niven stuff is to wrap up this inquiry on Peter Jenkins and get him convicted. along with whoever is responsible for these other murders. Lomond took a moment to think of a counter-argument, but he couldn't think of one.
Why does it matter so much to Riki to have Grado on MIT?
He's somewhat damaged goods after some recent disciplinary issues, so he's an easy piece to move around the board. Riki is taking care of Drumchapel CID. God knows they have officers coming in and out like airline crew at a hotel. And to be honest, compared to some of the idiots we've had through here in recent months, Grado seems to be a solid DS. He's been kicked back down to DC for a while, but I'm not concerned about that. It will fill Pardeep's boots for a while, and also give Ross a bit more support.
Lomond laughed sarcastically. I really doubt Ross will see it that way.
Let's announce it for the next 3 months, then we can reevaluate.
Linda added the kicker.
Alternatively, if you think your inquiries will be better served by you being suspended, then by all means walk out the door and go home. Otherwise, you've got a trim session tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. She stood up. Now get back downstairs and introduce the team to its newest recruit, DC Jamie Grado.
On his way out, Lomond held back by Linda's door, something troubling him. Hey, Linda.
Yeah, she said.
As serious as he had ever sounded, he assured her. No one will ever fill Pardeep's boots. She pursed her lips.
Understood.
Chapter 25.
When Lomond descended the stairs, he called Grado over with a shout and beckoned him to a quiet corner of the office. Grado seemed confused, thinking he was about to get a telling off for something. Ross was watching closely.
What do you think that's about? He asked, approaching Donna and Jason's desks.
Jason didn't look up from his work, reading intensely through a Boland Castle file while he had a spare few minutes. Donna replied, Hard to tell with the gaffer these days. I don't know if he's going to rip my head off or tell me well done.
Same, Ross agreed.
He trailed off, wondering why Grado was now shaking Lomond's hand and looking so happy. What the hell? Lomond kept a hand on Grado's shoulder as he pointed him back towards the whiteboard at the head of the room. The board was still covered in materials relating to Peter Jenkins. Grado couldn't contain his smile. The smile was so wide his ears were about to lodge a complaint. Above on the mezzanine, Linda watched over proceedings. Before he started his announcement, Lomond glanced up at Linda with an aggrieved look, the look of a man whose hand had been forced. Making announcements like Jamie Grado's recruitment into major investigations was the reason why Lomond would never have lasted in senior management in the police. He wasn't a good salesman, and he certainly wasn't a politician. He couldn't take someone else's demand or idea and get others on board with it, but this time he didn't have a choice. He had to find a way to sell Grado to the rest of the team. He held his arms aloft for quiet.
Folks, we've got a lot on, so let's try and fire through this.
The only one not ready was Willie, who was trying to end a phone call to his wife, Jean. He waved an apology to Lomond. There was something about his black eye that made him look even sadder than normal. Any man with a black eye looks sad, even if he won the fight. Noticing Grado standing at the front next to Lomond, Ross whispered to Donna. What's he doing up there? Jason, standing behind them, whispered.
I think we're about to have a +1. As you know, Lomond began, it's been a very busy day on top of a very busy month in a very busy year. It's not slowing down any time soon, and our team has tragically been shrunk by 1. I don't need to tell you guys how hard you're having to work. So, a rare opportunity for reinforcements has come up with young Jamie here. DC Jamie Grado.
Grado leaned in to interrupt.
That's temporary, by the way. I'll be back to DS once the wee administrative error is cleared up.
The rest of the team, not to mention Lomond himself, were taken aback that Grado had not only interrupted, but interrupted to point out that he'd recently been demoted, which wasn't exactly confidence-inspiring. Lomond continued. Anyway, yes, he brings a lot of solid experience to major investigations. He held out his hand for Grado to shake. Welcome to MIT, son. Donna was first to applaud, and let out a moderate whoop noise, then quickly realised her enthusiasm wasn't being matched by her colleagues. Ross was clearly the least impressed, equal parts baffled and horrified, which Lomond could see and was trying to silently mollify. Lomond said, There's an adage I always point out to MIT recruits, that boiling water will soften a potato but harden an egg. So, are you a potato or an egg, DC Grado? Grado mulled it over. That depends. What's the boiling water a metaphor for? Lomond paused, wondering if Grado was joking, but the DC was stony-faced. Well, it's MIT, obviously. And you're asking me if I'm a potato? I'm confused. Which am I? I mean, if you have to ask, said Lomond. Never mind. I've got my answer. He directed him to the others. On his way over, Donna mouthed, Potato? Grado whipped around and said, Potato. I'm a potato, sir. Good. He nodded firmly. Because at MIT we don't have time for officers to toughen up. Grado stood next to Donna. He tapped her on the hand with his, then mumbled, Thanks. She smiled. Lomond said, I'm sure you're going to fit right in with your fellow spuds. First of all is Ross here. It's easy to not appreciate Ross until you're stuck with something inferior. Like a kettle that's slow to boil. Ross is one of those numbers that builds in a minute. Yeah, he costs 70 quid from Curry's, but he's worth it. Thanks, boss, Ross replied. I think. Jason here, Lomond went on. He's so tidy he cleans the cutlery drawer in the staff room even though he never uses any of it. And at the opposite end of the scale is Donna. And if you don't believe me, have a peek inside her car. A few laughs broke out. And finally, Willie. Lomond found himself unsure what to say. Willie to me is like John Deacon from Queen. Freddie and Brian get all the spotlight, and you maybe don't hear much from him. Sometimes you forget he's there, until you realise the band falls apart without him. Feeling awkward about the emotional undertones, Willie added, He might not have had a Bohemian Rhapsody in him, but he wrote Queen's biggest worldwide single and their only #1 in America. He looked around. Anyone? Jason answered. Another one bites the dust. Lomond pointed at him. Correct that, man. Put it another way, Jamie. Find a way to make yourself essential and we'll all get along. He clapped his hands. Right. Ross, can you catch us up on where we are with Jack Beattie? Ross was still getting his head around the Grado news, wondering what had prompted Lomond to go from, I don't like that guy, to, let's hire that guy. Ross extended an arm towards Grado. Guess welcome to the team, Jamie. We've just got back from Jack Beattie's house in Bear's Den, which we reckon is sizable and full of expensive items. It's also had considerable work done on it recently, which suggests either some kind of windfall or possibly unexplained income. Jamie here also found a pile of burner phones in a drawer. We've bagged them up, and I'm going to drive them over to the Scottish Crime Campus. I've also spoken to Moira McTaggart over there, and she thinks we could have some NABIS results earlier than expected. Ross turned specifically to Grado to inform him. That's the National Ballistics Intelligence Service, Jamie. Grado didn't even try to hide how offended he was. Thanks, but I know what NABIS is. Great, Ross replied dryly. Apparently it's been a slow week for shootings, so the usual 24 hours is down to about 8. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the shooter used something exotic or traceable, Lomond said.
And you spoke to next of kin on the way over, didn't you? Yeah, next of kin have been notified. From the sounds of it, they are shocked by the nature of what's happened. I think their expectation was very much that Jack Beattie wouldn't be in danger in retirement. It also seems like Beattie was estranged from the family unit a long time ago. I got a sense of some animosity there. Willie asked, "What relatives are we talking about here? And do they have alibis?" "2 adult kids and an ex-wife. They live together in Torremolinos running a family pub. They've been there for years. Bunch of social media posts place them there, and their passports are all static too. But in my opinion, the nature of this shooting does not tally with a family member as a suspect. This feels more like a professional vendetta, or he was deemed a threat in some capacity." "I agree with that," Lomond said. Jason raised his hand before speaking. "Yes, mate," Ross said. Jason said, "I don't disagree about motive because of how this was executed, so to speak. But if it's the work of a professional, why choose the studio for the location of a hit? It's risky. The exit choices are poor, and there's a ton of cameras covering the exterior. It's only a matter of time before we find a suspect among those faces." Grado suggested, "What about someone who knew the inner workings of the studio? Someone familiar with the back corridor system and where cameras were inside?" Latching on to that, Don added, "I know from talking to Roger Thorne, the director, that there's been a lot of tension recently between himself, a producer Georgia Haywood, and Beattie. Thorne had been working on a storyline for the series finale, and Beattie took exception to it. But it bears a striking resemblance to the allegations that came out this morning against ACC Niven." Jason said, "Wouldn't be the first time a TV show has dealt with a plotline like that." "No," Don accepted. "But Beattie warned Roger Thorne that certain people, he didn't elaborate on who, would make sure that the story never made it to air." Willie asked, "But if the threat was against Thorne, why is Beattie the one who's ended up dead?" "What if," Grado suggested, "Jack Beattie's failure to control the story resulted in his murder?" Lomond began to pace in front of the whiteboard. "If the story or Roger Thorne had been killed first, I would have agreed with you, Jamie. But if someone's concern is to stop the story getting to air for whatever reason, then they would go after that or Thorne first, not Beattie." He shook his head. "There's something else we're not seeing yet, and this whole conspiracy storyline on Baxter could be sending us down a dead end. I want to talk about these burners. What's a retired detective doing with burners?" "Someone who's not quite retired," said Ross. "He doesn't need them for working at the studio. This is an area of Beattie's life we don't understand yet. As is this ferryman note found in his pocket. That was delivered to the set, right?" he asked Grado. "Yeah," Grado replied. "It was a local courier. I'm going to follow it up." "What does it mean, though?" Willie asked. "The ferryman?" Jason wondered. "Is it someone accusing Beattie of being the ferryman? Or a veiled threat from the ferryman to Beattie?" "It's a lead," Lomond concluded. "But we can't do anything with it until we figure out what ferryman actually means or who they are. Right now, we need to focus on practicalities. As for the locus itself at the studio, Donna and Jason, where are we with camera footage?" Donna and Jason looked at each other. There was no way of sugar-coating it. Donna answered, "Nothing so far. Based on statements taken from cast and crew members this morning, no one saw anyone suspicious hanging around. When shooting finishes, there's a swell of people coming out of the building, but no one reports anyone trying to blend in with that crowd." Jason added, "And there's nothing from the studio entrance. No one coming in that matches even remotely the description that Andy McLoan gave us." "Maybe McLoan's description is our problem," said Lomond. "The doctor at QE says he was drunk when he came in, and that he can't be relied on. So let's assume for a moment that someone on that camera footage is the shooter." How many people would be in the frame?
Donna checked her notes assembled from the various witness statements taken earlier. There was a cleaner who heard shots fired, 2 quick shots, then 1 later on. Now there's only 1 entrance-exit and no fire doors were tripped all morning. So, based on the timing of the shooting and when people left the set, the crowd of cast and crew leaving the building was slightly before the shooting.
Willie asked. Then why don't we have the shooter on camera leaving the building? Grado replied. I think we're looking at a member of cast or crew.
Jason said to Donna.
We do actually have Georgia Haywood and Roger Thorne leaving together later than the rest of the crew.
Lomond wrote up Haywood and Thorne's names on the whiteboard and circled them.
They're not out of the picture yet. Let's wait and see if these burners of Beatties or forensics throw up anything, because so far we've got a murder with an invisible shooter.
Unless... He then wrote something further, separated from the other names, and circled it as well, twice. He had written, unidentified shooter.
Motive is everything here. If we find motive,
Lomond pointed to the board,
we'll find the shooter.
Chapter 26. Lomond continued.
Those burners indicate that there were levels to Jack Beattie's life we don't understand yet. As far as motive goes, Jack Beattie might have been the Police Scotland golden boy and serious crime squad hero. But trust me when I say this. I know a bit about the real Jack Beattie. And trust me, he was no angel.
Lomond went back over to the whiteboard and tapped on the far side where all the Boland Castle notes had been made.
But unfortunately, we've got more on our plate today than only Jack Beattie, as Ross here can attest to.
He had been dreading this part, but there was no escaping what had happened. To make matters worse, Linda was descending the stairs from her office to join in.
In Willie's absence, Ross began, I was asked to field the press conference this morning, which was, in part, to refute some of the conspiracy theories circulating on social media in recent weeks. Specifically refuting that there has been any conspiracy or cover-up connected to the murders committed by Peter Jenkins. The hope was that we would restore some public confidence.
He trailed off, wondering how best to phrase it.
Unfortunately, Colin Mowat shifted our narrative, Linda cut in.
That's another way of saying Tora's a new arsehole. Ross wasn't sure whether to agree or not.
Yeah, a little bit, he elaborated. Few minutes before the briefing, Colin Mowat published a story online for the Express. The story alleges that Assistant Chief Constable Brendan Niven, along with judges and other senior legal figures, protected a network of high-profile sexual predators who targeted young and vulnerable patients at Boland Castle Hospital. Mowat claims that part of this network is responsible for multiple murders of the sort that Don and Jason have been combing through recently.
He turned to Linda.
Is that a fair summary?
Linda replied. It's accurate, but I don't think we're capturing how serious these allegations are, and how deep they go. Apart from the obvious damage in having our area's Assistant Chief Constable accused of such things, it also strikes at the heart of our case against Peter Jenkins. What Colin Mowat is suggesting is that the murders committed by Peter Jenkins and his brother Barry might just be the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Boland Castle. There's no question of Peter and Barry's guilt in several murders. Don and Jason, would either of you care to speak about what you've been finding, at least for Jamie's benefit? Jason offered the floor to Donna. She went to her desk and fetched a handful of the case files she and Jason had been working on. These are just some of the additional unsolved murders we believe are connected to abuse within Boland Castle, and that we also believe Peter Jenkins and his brother didn't commit.
That's a hefty-looking stack, Donna, said Grado. How many have you got there?
She said gravely. We're now up to 14. 14 murders that we think are connected.
Linda asked.
Are you sure that there's no link to the Jenkins brothers? All the murders we attribute to the Jenkins involve some kind of horse-related items found on the victims. There was some kind of fetish going on there. Donna put down the files and gestured for Jason to hand her something. There are also alibi consistencies. Jason passed over the makeshift calendar they'd been making notes on, a whiteboard covered in dates and locations. "Cheers, mate," she said, then held up the whiteboard. "These dates here correspond to known murders committed by the Jenkins. The victims were all found with horse fetish items wrapped around their heads, but these dates here," she pointed to the other side of the board, "these correspond to murders we believe were committed by persons unknown. All former Boland Castle patients as young people, ages range from 15 to 25, and several of them occur at times when we know the Jenkins were out of the country."
Where were they?
asked Lomond. "Working on a horse farm in Devon. Both Peter and Barry Jenkins were hundreds of miles away when some of these murders took place. I'm sure in time we'll find alibis for them at the times of these other murders. But so far, we have 14 murders we know the Jenkins brothers didn't commit. All of them tied to Boland Castle."
Grado gulped so hard Linda could almost hear it across the room. This was a far cry from gang stabbings and pub fights and drum chapel domestics that he was used to. This was the hard stuff, as some detectives called it. Jason added,
Boland Castle was essentially a glorified prison for children that had slipped through the net of social work. There were a lot of drugs and prostitution issues. It made it easy for them to be forgotten about or written off as drug-related deaths. Linda asked, "Are there any common factors among the murders other than Boland Castle?" "They all died from strangulation," said Jason, clearly affected by the nature of the killings, having been living intensely with them in recent weeks. "Someone was up close and personal, either using their bare hands or using a rope. Whoever did it got away with it for far too long. We have to find this person. We can't allow all of these innocent people to go without justice, even in death." For someone as guarded and stoic as Jason usually was, it was as effusive as any of the team had heard him. Wanting to acknowledge the obvious emotional toll the inquiries were taking on him, and knowing that Jason didn't use such language lightly, Lomond said, "Couldn't have put it better myself, Jason. But right now, the best thing we can do for those victims is to pursue the Jack Beattie case." Linda looked surprised at the decision, but she said nothing, for the moment. Jason pleaded, "Sir, with respect, I think that's a mistake. Donna and I are needed elsewhere," Lomond interrupted. He gestured at their surroundings. "We don't have the resources to do a deep dive on 14 cold cases at the same time, Jason. Do you understand how hard it is to get a break in a single cold case, let alone 14? "But we can't just walk away." "We're not walking away. We're turning our attention to someone that's died today, instead of 14 that died many years ago. This murder today could be the key to solving those other 14. Ross, stern and arms folded, asked, "How?" Lomond turned to Donna. "Roger Thorne said it himself. He believes Jack Beattie was killed as retribution for revealing his knowledge of a senior cop involved in an abuse network. It's got to be related to Assistant Chief Constable Niven." Linda looked shaken by the prospect. Wait, John. We cannot investigate ACC Niven. We cannot talk to him." "I don't want to talk to him," Lomond replied. "Can't think of a bigger waste of our time right now." "Then who do you want to talk to?" "The one person who knows more about Boland Castle than anyone else. The one person who might actually be in a position to point the finger at who is responsible for these other murders." The rest of the team started to twig. Willie said, "You can't possibly mean," Lomond confirmed. "I want to talk to Peter Jenkins, and I want to do it today.
No one else said anything. All eyes turned to Linda. She kept staring at Lomond. "Give us the room," she said. Ross hesitated. "As in—" "Outside," Linda snapped. "All of you. Apart from you," she told Lomond. The others couldn't wait to get out. Once they were gone, the office seemed much bigger with just 2 people in it. There was a rare calm about the place. "You can't be serious about this," Linda said. "Why not?" replied Lomond. "Even if Peter Jenkins can tell you anything, what do you think a man in his position is going to give away for free?" "Nothing," Lomond agreed openly. "Do you really think you can convince anyone to get a deal with a serial killer?" "Of course not. He's not as damaged as Barry. Peter knows he's going down for a long time regardless, and he's never getting out again." "So what can you possibly offer him?" "It's not going to be pretty, but it might be necessary." The others milled around outside the office. Ross, on his own, leaned against the wall, staring up at the ceiling tiles where a patch of damp had broken through. Willie asked him, "You all right?" "Yeah," he answered distractedly. He pointed at the damp stain. "Has it always been there?" Donna came over. "What is it?" Willie replied. "Ross is asking if that damp bit has always been there." "Dunno," she said. "Never noticed. What does it matter?" "I just thought I would have noticed before now," Ross said. Grado put an ear up to the door. "Can you guys keep it down?" he whispered. "I'm trying to hear." Ross rolled his eyes, then tapped on the door with his knuckles. "You won't be able to hear anything, Columbo. They're fire doors." Grado retreated, prompting a laugh from Donna. "No wonder they demoted you." Almost as soon as she said it, she froze, instantly wanting her words back. "I'm sorry. I was trying—" Grado waved it off. "It's fine. Look, while we're on the subject and all you guys are here, I want to say something. I didn't ask for this job at MIT, and I certainly didn't expect it. But I want you to know I'm not going to try and be some replacement for Pardeep." "Good," said Jason, "'cause you can't." Willie flashed him a warning look. "Jason." Surprised at the hostility, Grado had to regroup. "Well, aye, of course. I wanted to let you know that, anyway," Willie said. "We appreciate that, Jamie," then added pointedly. "Don't we, Jason?" Jason gave a reluctant "Aye." Ross just pursed his lips. While Ross took Willie aside, Donna said to Grado, "It's hard to tell, but Jason's actually a really nice guy." Grado replied, "I can't even imagine what he's been through. He was there when it happened, right?" "He took a knife himself," Donna said. "He was in a coma for a bit. Him and Ross are just a bit— I don't actually know what's wrong with him, to be honest." Grado snorted. "You guys can't even see it, can you?" "See what?" "You're all hurting in a million different ways right now. I've been around trauma, trust me. I know. You're all in your own wee private heart lockers. Can't get out and can't let anyone else in either. Sometimes it takes someone on the outside to be able to see that." Donna nodded, slowly. Now that someone had pointed it out, it made sense to her. "Anyway, that was a nice thing you said." Ross happened to look over just as Donna's smile was at its warmest. Even though Willie was talking to him, he wasn't really listening. It hadn't gone unnoticed. "Did you hear me?" Willie asked. "Aye," Ross replied, distantly. "Aye, clearly. What's your problem with the new guy?" "Don't trust him, mate. I've got a problem with that text message he got from Andy McGlone this morning, and I don't want Donna getting sucked into his orbit." "He's been here 5 minutes, Ross." Ross shook his head. "Doesn't matter. I've met plenty of guys like him. I know how they think, and what they want." The office doors flew open, and Linda appeared. "Right, back in," she announced. Once everyone was around the whiteboard again, Lomond said, "Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to that wee ginger Ned masquerading as a journalist, Colin Moat. Then I'm going to meet up with Jamie and Donna. You two are going to talk to Peter Jenkins. Linda's setting it up now." There wasn't even time for Ross to protest. As DS, he would normally have been given such a job. Not only had Lomond brought Grado into the team, but he was treating him as if Grado was still a detective sergeant. But Ross wasn't going to take Lomond to task over it, especially in front of the team. Lomond barreled on. "Well then, Ross, I want you over to the crime campus for forensics confirmation. Jason, I need those burner phones of BT's checked out. Then get back on CCTV. Shooter is on those video files. We need him." Jason said. "I want to be in with Jenkins." Linda stepped in. "I don't think that's the best idea." Jason pleaded his case to Lomond. "What's the point in passing trauma management if you're going to bench me?" "You're not being benched," Lomond said. "You're being allocated. I don't want you worrying about how the engine works. All I care about is where the car's going." Addressing the others, he said, "That's it. Let's get going." Ross cornered Lomond quickly, trying to appear breezy. "Hey, boss. Quick word." Lomond knew what was coming and led Ross to the side of the whiteboard. "Believe me when I tell you it was not my decision." Struggling to keep his voice down, Ross said, "If you don't trust him, then why are you pairing him with Donna? Stick Grado with me." "I need someone with experience at detective sergeant level spread across the team, Ross. That's the whole point of taking him." Noticing Grado and Donna waiting for him, Lomond concluded with a wink. "Keep your friends close and enemies closer and all that, Ross." Chapter 27. Assistant Chief Constable Brendan Niven's house was big enough to deserve a name, not just a house number. That was when he knew he'd made it. There were certainly no names on properties in the Drum where he grew up. That Drum Chapel scheme was a world away from where wee Brendan had ended up, on a densely tree-lined street in the heart of Pollock Shields. For the press who had assembled at the foot of his long driveway, those dense trees were the only thing stopping them from getting a good photo of Niven hiding out in his huge detached villa. After the first few rings of the bell, requesting an official comment from him, Niven had closed all the curtains as a precaution. He had set up camp in the living room, where he monitored all social media commentary on Colin Moat's story on his phone. He flitted back and forth from Facebook to X. The comments were all the same. He was guilty as sin and was destined for jail. His wife Pamela sat on a couch across the room, staring into space. Their daughter Sonia sat next to Pamela, her legs crossed up on the seat. A pile of tear-soaked tissues lay in her lap. She had come back from university at St Andrews for what was meant to have been a nice quiet few days with family. Instead, she found her entire family unravelling. Sonia had been scrolling through social media posts for an hour now. She sobbed to her dad. "The things they're saying you did." "I told you, Sonia," said Niven. "Turn your phone off. It's not going to help." She held her phone up, which was on Moat's story. "Kids, Dad. It says kids were abused as part of some network." She shook her head. "I feel sick." Niven had worn out all his denials hours ago. It was all a vicious conspiracy, he claimed. No truth to any of the allegations. Someone had an agenda. It must have been something political. Someone wanted him out of the way. But he would never quit. Quitting would be an admission of guilt. But deep down, Niven knew the truth. The landline started ringing again. Niven, who wasn't long off the phone to the Chief Constable at Tullyallen, said, "Sorry,
That must have been me. I forgot to turn the ringer off again.
Pamela got up without a word, but she wasn't getting up to fix the phone. She gestured Sonia out to the hall, then whispered, "Pack a bag. We're going." Niven got up when he realised neither Pamela nor Sonia were shutting the phone off. He was about to unhook the phone when he recognised the caller ID. He looked upstairs, satisfied that he could take the call without the details being heard. He quickly grabbed the phone and shut the living room door before answering.
"You took your bloody time,"
Niven said. Riki at the other end replied,
"I've had my hands full all morning, Brendan."
Niven took a tiny peek out from the curtains, looking down his driveway. His voice cracked from stress and fear.
"So have I," he said. "I've got about a dozen rats standing outside my gate. The phone's been going like Helen Street Dispatch on a Friday night."
"MIT had a press conference this morning when the story broke," said Riki. "I did my best to contain it, but Colin Mott blindsided us. We uploaded the story right before we started."
Niven let the curtains fall shut again, cradling the phone between cheek and shoulder. He filled a glass with whiskey, his third of the morning.
"It's not true, Alistair. It's a wicked lie, I swear."
"I'm sure it is,"
Riki replied, sounding unconvinced.
"I never abused any of those kids, or did anything wrong. I never did anything."
"The Chief Constable will have to make a statement."
"I spoke to him earlier."
"And?"
"And nothing. Mott's cobbled together a bunch of rubbish from someone with an axe to grind."
"You know who Mott's source is?"
"Of course not. But it's obvious what's going on," Niven exclaimed. "The Chief Constable's assured me I don't have anything to worry about, and we'll all be whitewashed. No one can afford for me to go down."
"What about the Procurator Fiscal?"
Niven chuckled. "What about them? They know who they take their orders from. On something this big, it will come down to the Lord Advocate. Let's just say we have a long-standing friendship. The Chief Constable will have to bench me for a while, for appearances, but I'll come back into the fold as soon as a busy news cycle hits again, and no one will even notice."
"That might be harder than you expect, Brendan,"
said Riki. "Why?"
"Did you hear about the shooting this morning on the set of Baxter?"
"Just that."
"The man that was shot was Jack Beattie."
There was a long pause. So long that Riki lowered his phone to check he was still connected. He said,
"So you understand the problem we have?"
Niven's voice somehow turned graver than it had already been.
"Tell me you've got the shooter."
"Still at large and unidentified."
"But if they came after Beattie, then I could be next."
"Any of us could be next, Brendan. And that's not the really scary part."
Riki paused.
"MIT found a note on Beattie. It said, 'The ferryman.'"
"Oh, Jesus Christ!"
Niven put a hand to his head, then removed it, then raised it again.
"I know what you're thinking. I've got a guy at MIT trying to clean it all up."
"Clean it up? It's not going to take John Lomond long to put all the pieces together of you, me and Beattie. And Colin Mott can't be far behind either."
"Like I said, Brendan, I've got a guy to clean it up. He's on the inside."
"Who?"
"Jamie Grado. He was out at Drumchapel."
"Grado?"
Niven couldn't have sounded more appalled.
"Jamie Grado?"
"We're not exactly overflowing with assets these days."
"Grado's not going to be able to control Lomond."
"Don't worry about him. I've taken steps already."
"What steps?"
"I've sidelined him, with a view to getting him removed longer term. I've put him on a trauma management referral."
"Trim won't stop the rest of his team investigating."
"The bigger threat right now isn't major investigations. It's whoever Colin Mott's source is. They're the ones fueling this."
"You have any idea who it is?"
"I have my suspicions."
Niven could hear footsteps coming down the stairs. He lowered his voice.
I can't have anything else come out, Alistair, you understand? We're in this together. I'm your only route out of Dalmarnock, and in return I need protection right now. I can't do anything for your career or mine as long as this is hanging over me.
Riki paused. What do you suggest?
The footsteps were getting closer to the living room now. Niven knew he had to wrap up the call. Find Moat's source and shut them up. For good. Chapter 28. Buoyed by their task of interviewing Peter Jenkins, there was a spring in Grado and Donna's step as they paced through the busy corridors of Helen Street.
Why Grado instead of Jamie, then? Asked Donna. Do people keep calling you James and you don't like it? The mere mention of his birth certificate name clearly irked him.
Did you ever hear a song at a bad time in your life, and now any time you hear the song it sends you back to that place?
Sure,
Donna replied. That's what hearing my first name is like to me.
As they reached an open expanse of hallway with 3 corridors branching off,
Grado examined the long list of signs on the wall.
It's worse than a hospital, this, he said.
Donna checked her phone with a frown while pointing the way. We need to go right. The pool's at the end.
Police Scotland detectives never used their own private vehicles for official duties. Helen Street had a large pool of unmarked fleet cars for use by officers in CID as well as MIT.
While Donna rapidly tapped out a message with a flurry of thumbs,
Grado asked, "Everything all right? You seem worried."
No, it's nothing,
she stammered, unsure how much to reveal.
It's my boyfriend, Liam. Hasn't messaged me for a few hours. It's not like him.
A few hours?
He normally messages me to let me know he's all right.
Why wouldn't he be all right? Is he sick?
No.
Working? Donna paused.
He's between things right now.
It was only now that she was being questioned on it that she realised it wasn't normal.
It's something he's always done.
Grado made an expression that suggested he was surprised she would be okay with such an arrangement. Fair enough.
What is it?
No, Grado insisted. It's nothing. All good.
Donna frowned, deeper this time, as she put her phone away.
When they reached the pool reception, Grado tried to get a look at what vehicles were left. Most of the decent ones have already been taken, I suppose.
Donna gave an upwards nod of acknowledgement to the officer behind the desk and started filling out the paperwork she'd filled in 1,000,000 times before. Potluck, which car you get in between shifts like this?
Grado, noticing a bank of computers across the room, pointed towards them. If you don't mind grabbing the car, I've got a wee update I should send my SIO before we leave.
Still thinking about their Liam chat in the paperwork, Donna said. Whatever.
Grado explained. I've got an existing inquiry I need to hand over, and things have kind of moved fast here this morning.
Donna couldn't have been less interested as she took the keys for a Nissan Qashqai from the officer. Whatever, she repeated to him. Grado kept a close eye on Donna as she marched out to the fleet car park, which was behind the tall brick wall that lined the perimeter of the station, keeping the vehicles out of public view. He did a few shoulder checks to make sure no one was behind them. Then he logged into Holmes. Home Office Large Major Inquiry System, the sophisticated computer system that Police Scotland used to manage and administrate criminal investigations. User, Gemma Maguire. Then he entered the password. The profile page for the officer showed their details along with their official identification photograph. But it wasn't Grado's photo on the screen. It was a blonde woman in her early 20s, attractive, somewhat on the glam side for a typical officer. She was listed as PC Gemma Maguire,
family liaison officer, based in Drumchapel. Grado did another few shoulder checks, still clear, and took a lingering look at Donna outside. He knew he didn't have much time, and given the task that Lomond had set them, he might not get another chance for several hours. He had to work quickly. One of the most powerful features of Holmes, though technically the current version was now called Holmes 2, was the free text retrieval tool. It allowed seamless searching through witness statements, interview transcripts, and messages entered into the system, all of which could be opened and explored. Searching for a single word could capture all documents within an inquiry, and all linked inquiries, essential when dealing with cases of potential serial offences. This ability to search in cases other than their own had revolutionised modern policing, giving officers the ability to share and link information across different inquiries, and even between different police forces across the whole UK. It was widely believed that if Holmes had been around at the time of the catastrophic communication failures in the Yorkshire Ripper case, Peter Sutcliffe could have been caught in a matter of months rather than years, saving multiple lives in the process. It wasn't just single words or phrases that could be searched. The system could even incorporate conceptual searching like running might also find ran or run, and could link phrases with similar meanings. Even if witnesses used slightly different phrases or terminology, similarities could still be established by the investigation team. Grado was now hoping that such technology might help his own, very non-official inquiries. It had been going on for a while now, over 6 months in fact. His search history was in a box in the sidebar, showing his most recent searches in the last few weeks. Beastie, Beastie House, Beastie Space House. Grado felt sure he now had the vital piece of information that had been missing from his previous searches. Variations of Beastie were nothing new to him. That had been his first major piece of information when all of this started. But finding Jack Beattie that morning had changed everything. Now, he had one new, vital piece of information to add into the mix. He typed into the search bar, Beastie and Ferryman. The moment he hit search, he knew that something had changed. He was no longer seeing the same old files and records he had looked through dozens of times already that had proved irrelevant or unconnected. From the first records that Holmes found, Grado knew that he was finally on the right path. They were records of murder inquiries and missing young men and women, some only in their teens. They had histories and names and faces that were so often forgotten by the system. People from rough backgrounds with histories of drugs and prostitution and violence. People who fell through the cracks. The stories were all as unique as the victims that spawned them. But as Grado clicked through each file, each missing person, there was one constant that emerged. Boland Castle, Grado said softly to himself. He scrolled and jumped rapidly through hundreds of pages of documents, freezing as soon as he saw the bright fluorescent highlight over the word ferryman. One instance of its usage was in a witness statement, where someone gave an account of a prostitute called Leona Brady being bundled into the back of a car against a will and was never seen again. When asked if she knew the name of the person who had taken Leona, the witness replied, "They call him the ferryman." She went on to describe him as the most dangerous and terrifying man she had ever met. Boland Castle was one constant. Another was that the murdered and the missing were all vulnerable. The sort of people that society expected to disappear, and whose faces rarely ended up on the pages of newspapers, or whose cause was taken up by politicians or well-known lawyers. There was another constant, though. At first, Grado didn't pay it much attention as the name was bound to appear at some stage, given the nature of the inquiries. But it appeared too regularly to be a coincidence. The statements were invariably taken by Detective Sergeant Jack Beattie, and in later years, Detective Inspector and Detective Chief Inspector Jack Beattie. Before Beattie himself was Senior Investigating Officer in an inquiry, Beattie's own SIO had to sign off his paperwork. The SIO was Brendan Niven. That wasn't all. In almost every case, a secondary witness gave an account that called the other statement into question. When that didn't happen, the original witness retracted their statement, claiming their memory wasn't what it used to be, or they had been drunk or high at the time. Grado leaned back in his seat, seeing a terrifying deck of cards being laid out before him. His gaze drifted towards the car park. Shite, he thought. He couldn't see Donna, but he assumed she would come back the way she came. That was when she appeared over his shoulder, announcing her presence with a scuff of her shoes on the floor and a question. "Since when are you looking at Boland Castle?" Grado just about jumped out of his seat, but he couldn't let on that he was looking at something he shouldn't be. "You're back quick," he said, telling himself with great urgency to stay calm. He jolted the cursor from one side of the screen to the other and closed the window. It was too late. Donna had seen enough. "That was Leona Brady?" Grado gulped so hard he was certain that Donna heard it. Yeah. Just checking in on a connected inquiry." "Since when is Drumchapel checking in on murders connected to Boland Castle? Is there something I should know?" Grado's innocence was genuine. "Leona Brady is one of yours. It's about as cold cases get." "Jason and me are revisiting a number of unsolved murder inquiries connected to Boland Castle. One of them is Leona Brady." "Hang on. Do major investigations think Peter Jenkins is innocent now? Did you arrest the wrong guy?" "Of course not," Donna replied, almost insulted. "Jenkins and his brother committed multiple murders. They sourced their victims from all over, mostly prostitutes and pickups off the street in deprived areas. Some of them had history with Boland Castle Hospital. But we found a number of murders linked to an abuse network that sourced their victims exclusively from Boland Castle." "And you're sure about that?" 100%. That's why we're talking to Jenkins today. If anyone knows what went on at the hospital years back, it's him." She nodded at the screen. "You know you're signed in with someone else's profile, Jamie? Or is it Gemma?" Grado turned in horror to the screen. He'd forgotten the username was still visible. He brushed it off. "Oh, that. We worked together at Drumchapel for a bit. She let me borrow hers once, and mine wasn't working today. I figured it would be all right. You're not going to grass me to Lomond, are you?" Donna paused, considering her options. Grado urged her. "I really need this MIT place, Donna. I've only just got in. Can you do me a favour?" When he leaned closer to her, Donna got a whiff of his aftershave. It wasn't unpleasant. Grado continued. "You don't strike me as the sort who runs to superiors whenever a box doesn't get ticked. God knows Lomond isn't that sort of SIO. I've heard plenty of stories about him. As for old Jenny Don't Be Hasty up on the mezzanine..." "Don't call her that," Donna snapped. "I'm serious. Heather's work banter. But you don't talk about Linda Boyle like that." Grado raised his hands in surrender. Okay. Sorry." There were a number of jokes that Grado could have made about Linda and got away with, but referencing a Paolo Nutini song about a young lad having an affair with an older woman wasn't one of them, especially not to someone like Donna, who had been backed considerably by Linda in recent times. Donna emphasised. "You don't even want to know what the gaffer would do to you if he heard you talking about Linda that way." She could have told him stories of her own rule-breaking that he wouldn't have believed. but she knew what it was like to have someone look the other way when you really needed it. People like Lomond and Linda. The streets and schemes had their own rules, and Donna could tell that Grado was from one. It took one to know one, and in those places, there are rules about not talking to the police. But the police themselves weren't immune to such unwritten rules. They were officers themselves. That didn't mean that you ran to management as soon as you saw or heard something you didn't like. Donna checked the time on her phone, then exhaled. Come on and log out. We need to go. Chapter 29. Once in the car park, Grado relaxed again, at least on the outside. Jeez, he said, checking out the car next to their fleet issue. Imagine what poor bastard has to drive that shit heap around. As soon as Donna stopped walking, he knew what he'd done. No, he began. Donna winced. No, he said louder. That's yours. Fuck me, the gaffer wasn't joking. Look at the state of this thing. It was a battered white Vauxhall Corsa with a large sticker in the back window in the style of Little Princess on board in pink curly handwriting font that said, Shitbox. Can't even imagine what your bedroom looks like, Grado said. Donna grinned as she opened the door of the Nissan next to her Corsa. Wouldn't you love to know? With a moment to himself while they got into the car, Grado smiled to himself. He knew the signs, and that he was getting somewhere with her. Let me guess, he said, as Donna reversed out of the parking space. If that's what you're willing to drive in public, think I can imagine. You got the floor drobe going on? A what? A floor drobe. Constant piles of clothes on the bedroom floor, a mix of clean and unclean. Donna admitted. Sounds about right, to be honest. When I get done for the day, the last thing I care about is tidying up at home. Your boyfriend doesn't clean up after you? Chance would be a fine thing. Oh, aye, Donna said, noticing a handful of press still sticking around outside the station. Detritus from the press conference earlier. It was a reminder that, although they were in the cocoon of inquiries, there was a whole world of public opinion going on in the background, and that the issue of Brendan Niven wasn't going away any time soon. And no one knew that more than Grado, given what he'd just discovered in the Boland Castle files. Once they were on the motorway bound for Barlinnie, Grado felt a little braver, ready to push some buttons. He'd been silent since leaving Helen Street. Let me guess, he began. He'll frequently dismiss your feelings, and when he doesn't, he criticises them. Donna pushed her lips out to an O shape, not ready to commit to an answer yet. Grado went on. He denies things you remember him saying or doing. He waited for a response this time. Yeah, Donna said carefully, wondering where this was going. At the start, I'll bet he love-bombed the fuck out of you. Hundreds of messages, and they'd always end with 1,000,000 X's and kiss emojis. Yeah? So? Then a few weeks in, he takes against some of your friends, then your family. Then a month goes by and you realise you don't talk to them on the phone in front of him anymore. You're calling them in private. Then it becomes secret. Then you just stop calling them altogether. He tells you that they're toxic and bad for you, and he's just looking out for you. Donna stared back. How the hell It was as if he had rattled off intimate personal history that no one else knew. Still, the impulse to defend Liam kicked in quickly. I know what it looks like, right? But you don't know him like I do. He's complicated, misunderstood. I wasn't going to say that, she lied. That's what good gaslighters do, Grado claimed. They build loyalty and dependency. That's what the love bombing is for at the start. Makes it easier to minimise their behaviour.
Oh, he's just stressed. Oh, we were both in the wrong. In less than a minute, Donna had gone from confusion and self-doubt to shame and embarrassment. Hadn't really thought of it that way before, she admitted. And you know all this stuff, how? Grado paused, choosing his words carefully. I've seen some stuff. Keen to change the subject, Donna said. You won't have seen anything like Peter Jenkins, I promise you that. Scary. Cold. Ice cold. I interviewed him not long after we lost Pardeep. Looked him right in the eyes for nearly an hour. There was nothing there. Just empty. I've met men like him before, Grado said. Donna snorted in disbelief. No, not like this you haven't. Grado took a long look out his window. If you think hard men are dangerous, wait until you see what weak men are capable of. Donna knew that Grado was too smart to compare Liam directly to a serial killer. But even she had to admit that he had a point. She also knew that there was no earthly reason for Grado to be looking up inquiries connected to Boland Castle under someone else's profile on Holmes. There was panic in his eyes when she'd confronted him, an involuntary reaction of fear. What she didn't know was the danger she had just put herself in by catching Grado with those files, and the lengths Grado would go to in order to keep his secrets. Chapter 30. Lomond stormed out of the Glasgow Express building at Anderston Quay, next to the River Clyde where it passes under the Kingston Bridge. He took out his phone and stabbed at his contact for Linda. While it rang, he muttered to himself, "Bloody arseholes." Linda answered in confusion. "John?" Sorry, Linda. I'm down at the Express and the bastards won't tell me where Moat is." "He's not there." "So they say. What do we do here? Get a warrant?" While Linda went through the options, which Lomond declined one by one for taking too long, a young woman approached from the main entrance. She was dressed in smart work attire and had a phone to her ear but was neither talking nor appeared to be listening to anything. Lomond kept a close eye as she was on track to brush closely past him. Given that they were standing in the middle of an otherwise empty, wide courtyard, there seemed little reason for her close proximity, until she spoke. "Moat's at SBC," she said, continuing to pretend to be on the phone. "Giving an interview." After a quick check that no one was paying any attention, she added, "If you get a chance, give the wee runt a kicking, would you? He's a slimy rodent, that one." Lomond remained cool, not wanting to give her away in case anyone was watching from the hundreds of windows above them. "Cheers," he said, and gave a fraternal wink. Still on the other end of the phone, Linda asked, "Did you say something?" "Aye," Lomond replied. "I found out where he is. Give me an hour, I reckon." It said a lot about getting round by car in the city that Lomond considered whether walking might actually be faster. In the later part of the afternoon, getting through Lansfield Quay to the other side of the river could take an age, as the backlog of traffic from all the lights ground everything to a halt. In the end, he decided to take the car as he wasn't sure if, when he was done with Moat, he would be bringing him back to the station or not. Lomond pulled up at the drop-off point outside the Scottish Broadcasting Corporation studio complex at Pacific Quay. Glasgow Science Centre was a stone's throw away, another in the run of similar metallic and oddly shaped buildings along the riverfront. The SBC building was by far the biggest, an enormous cube of glass and steel that could be seen for miles around. Of course, thought Lomond, when he spotted the metres-high abstract art piece outside the entrance. A piece so devoid of any clear intention, it genuinely looked like a mistake, or a much better sculpture that had been damaged. They looked like oversized jigsaw pieces of random colour. The only emotion it provoked in Lomond was irritation. Inside SBC, Lomond found the place unusually fortified. It would have given most modern airports a run for their money in terms of security. After the reception area, there was a wide, impassable security gate manned at all times, and not the indifferent, bored sort that are so ubiquitous at music festivals and football matches. These were proper security guys. Lomond did a double take as he marched in, looking upwards where a radio broadcast was coming through overhead speakers. An SBC radio live broadcast, and the voice that was currently talking was familiar to Lomond. The reedy, grating quality that he could have identified anywhere. Colin bloody Mowat. Lomond pulled out his ID as he approached the reception, not expecting any hassle. He pointed to the ceiling. Him. Where is he? I need to speak to him. The receptionist turned her head slightly. Sorry, who? Colin Mowat. Ginger. He's got a tiny body and a massive head. Looks like a spoon. You can't miss him. The receptionist stood up. Okay. Are you booked in, sir? Booked in? No, I'm not bloody booked in. I'm here on police business. She raised a defensive hand. Okay, sir. I'm going to need... It's Detective Chief Inspector, actually. Lomond clocked the security guards coming closer. The sheer intensity of his voice was enough to raise alarm bells, police ID or not. The receptionist looked genuinely frightened, which gave Lomond pause. It was the sort of outburst he'd been coming out with more often of late. He took a beat and made a show of taking a calming breath. I apologize for being aggressive, but I'm in a hurry. I need to speak to Colin Mowat, and it has to happen now. The receptionist checked her records. But Mr. Mowat is being interviewed on the Today News programme. If you'd like to take a seat, he'll be out in about 10 minutes. Lomond puffed heavily. Fine. Have it your way. He turned and marched towards the security gate. Him away, boys. He gestured at the barrier. Open that thing now. The security guard kept his hands clasped in front of him. I can't do that, sir. Appointments only. Lomond took out his ID again. See this, son? That's not a fucking bus pass or a nectar card. Open this barrier, or I'm calling a squad car down here to arrest you under Section 41(1)(a) of obstructing an officer in the execution of his duties. I'll turn your life upside down by the 9 o'clock news. You got any illegal TV streams set up at home? What's your internet search history looking like these days? Family friendly? Lomond clocked the guard's wedding ring. Care to share that history with the wife? That was the one that swung it. He looked at his colleague with a withering look and told him to open the barrier. Lomond patted him on the arm on the way past. Smart choice. He turned back to the receptionist. What studio? She didn't answer. She was too busy dialing a number urgently on the landline phone. Never mind, Lomond snapped. I'll just follow the trail of slime you'll have left behind. He followed the signs for various studio numbers, which led to the rear of the ground floor. A series of doors lined a long corridor, some with red, live on air lights on them. Ignoring the rooms that weren't lit up, Lomond pounded along the corridor. In the quiet and on his own now, he had a moment to regulate his breathing and became aware of his racing heart rate. He knew that even by his standards, he had gone over the line. He also knew that before Pardeep died, there was no way he would have had such an outburst. He would have waited patiently at the desk while the receptionist summoned the necessary producer and fetched Mowat in good time. But since Pardeep's death, he had lost that filter, the thing that held him back from saying that thing he shouldn't say, or doing that thing he shouldn't do. In a way, he enjoyed how it made him feel dangerous. But it also made him feel scared of what he might do next, and when he might go too far. In Studio 4, Colin Mowat was in mid-conversation with the interviewer, who was in the SBC studio in Edinburgh. The studio was little more than a soundproof walk-in cupboard. Mowat only had headphones to hear the presenter in Edinburgh, no video feed, and no one else in the room with him. A junior producer would just go studio to studio and tell guests what to do and when to do it. Mowat was on his own.
And these people need to be held accountable,
he was in the middle of saying. Then the door opened behind him, letting in a thick shaft of light. Mowat broke off to see who it was. Lomond stood, imperious, in the doorway. "We need to talk, Colin." For radio listeners all around the country, what followed was both confusing and unexpected. Mowat's voice turned to a high-pitched whine as Lomond beckoned him out.
"I'm doing an interview,"
Mowat protested. Then a much deeper voice spoke. "Interview's over, Colin." There then followed what could only be described as a scrap, as Mowat pushed his chair between himself and Lomond. Mowat let out a yelp as Lomond grabbed him. The studio feed was cut after that. Lomond pulled Mowat, kicking and protesting the whole way to the front of the building. He yelled about police brutality and that he would press charges. Lomond retorted. "Funny they're in a building full of cameras and microphones. Absolutely no one gives a fuck, Colin. What does that say about you, eh?" Security and the receptionists looked on bewildered as Lomond dragged Mowat away. He informed them, "Got what I needed." Chapter 31. To let Mowat cool off and regain his composure so he could give a half-decent account of himself, Lomond led him over to Bell's Bridge. Out of the trio of bridges in close proximity on that section of the Clyde, Bell's always seemed to be the quietest. The Squinty Bridge had a flashier design and could take traffic as well, and there was the Millennium Bridge, which got all the SEC and Science Centre footfall, leaving Bell's Bridge somewhat forgotten. But privacy was what Lomond wanted with Mowat in that moment. Mowat cowered by the bridge parapet, thinking that if Lomond really lost his mind, he could always escape by jumping into the Clyde. "You!" Mowat pointed, spitting with anger. "I've put up with your shit for too long, John." Lomond extended both hands towards him, approaching cautiously. "I just want to talk, Colin. That's all."
"The day I publish a story that reduces your boss to a national disgrace, you just happen to haul me out of a live interview and throw me out of the SBC.
"I never threw you out," Lomond complained. "I just made sure you came with me."
"Brendan Niven is going down, and you will too."
Mowat fumbled with his phone, trying to take it out to record their conversation.
"I am standing with DCI John Lomond after he has—"
Irritated at the childish gesture, Lomond told him, "Turn that off, Colin. Look, I want what you want as well. Just shut that off so we can talk for a minute." Sensing the calmer tone in his voice, Mowat chose to believe him, for now.
"Okay."
"My team has got a stack this high," he mimed a tall pile, "that we suspect are records of victims of Brendan Niven and his cronies. I want to put Niven and all the rest of them away. You know me. You know what MIT does. But this Niven thing is not going to be my inquiry. He's Assistant Chief Constable of the West of Scotland. He'll get handed over to someone else."
"Yeah,"
Mowat replied.
"Someone close to Niven, no doubt."
"Probably, but I can't control that. Not yet. So give me something that takes back a bit of control from Niven and whoever else has been sheltering him all this time."
"He'll get swept away like before. Niven was protected then, and he still is."
"By who?" The two men were closer now. Mowat stepped back from the parapet and put his phone away. He checked in both directions before saying anything further.
"My source is terrified. You've got to understand that. There's been no shortage of statements or witnesses over the years, just a total lack of will from the police to prosecute. These abuse and murder cases never failed because they were too complex or there were no suspects or evidence. There was plenty of all that. The cases were never really investigated at all. The paperwork might have been filled out, all the statements collected and signed for, but the police work was never done.
Surprised and encouraged to actually be getting somewhere with someone he didn't expect to speak, Lomond was transparent in his sincerity.
"Who never did the work, Colin? I want to help, but I need someone to talk to me."
Now that the mood had changed between them, Mowat's posture relaxed. He leaned his back against the parapet.
"And what do I get?"
"Why do you have to get something? It's the right thing to do, to get justice, the truth for all those families out there who don't know where their loved ones are, what happened to them."
"I get justice every time I hit publish on a story."
"Except I'm not talking about stories. I'm talking about people, murder inquiries, people who have been missing and never found."
Mowat shrugged.
"Then I can't help you."
He turned his back on him. Lomond looked to the sky in frustration.
"Fine," he said. "I'll give you the one thing your story this morning was missing."
Mowat snorted.
"What was missing?"
"Scale. We can link at least 14 other cold cases to Boland Castle, most of them murders."
He'd got Mowat's attention. He stood up straight again.
"And none of them were committed by Peter Jenkins?"
"None. Jenkins and his brother had ties to Boland Castle, yes, but they were just the tip of the iceberg. That hospital was like a factory for a network of abusers. It churned out vulnerable people for the amusement of the rich and powerful. Then they were discarded, and I want to know who by."
Lomond pointed at him.
"And I think you know. But if you had enough, you would have published a name by now."
Mowat said nothing.
"I'm right, aren't I?"
Lomond asked. To sweeten the offer, he added,
"I can also give you the inside track on the murder of retired DCI Jack Beattie, because there's a more than murky past there, and I think Beattie is connected to all this somehow."
"How?"
"Beattie retired a while ago. He worked as a police advisor on Baxter. The show's director said that recently he and Beattie were drinking, and Beattie started talking about a very senior cop involved with powerful criminals, and intervened to stop investigations into an abuse network targeting young people."
"Was he murdered for talking?"
asked Mowat. Lomond gave a non-committal shrug.
"Possibly. He showed up dead the same morning your story was published, and the stories you both tell are eerily similar."
"He's not my source, if that's what you're thinking."
"It had crossed my mind."
"I'm not giving you my source, Lomond. But I promise you that Jack Beattie had nothing to do with my story on Brendan Niven."
Worried that he might be about to hit an impasse, Lomond said,
"I know you think you're doing the right thing in protecting your source. God knows the police have failed them enough already. But sometimes, Colin, it's amazing how much being wrong feels the same as being right. Doing nothing here, giving me nothing, isn't protecting your source. It's putting other people in danger. These bastards are out there."
He jabbed a finger outwards, getting away with it.
"And they'll keep getting away with it as long as they're allowed. So, if you can't give me your source, then you need to give me another name. Something I can work with, Colin. There must be something."
Mowat stared at his feet, scuffing them around on the ground.
"There is, actually," he admitted. "There's been a name kicking around for a while between me and Charlie Ferguson, but he wouldn't publish it without further corroboration. Says if we get it wrong, it could bring the entire paper down."
"What's the name?"
asked Lomond. Mowat sighed and began to pace back and forth from the parapet to the centre of the bridge.
"All we know is that in the organised crime world he's called the Ferryman."
Lomond's eyes widened. Another instance of the name. Mowat continued.
"A fixer, a handler for powerful people. Whatever they wanted, he got it done, and he never left a trace."
"Why Ferryman?"
"According to the rumours, he's a cop. A senior one, I'm told. Bought and paid for by organised crime years ago. Working quietly in the background, obstructing or clearing the path, whatever is necessary. Making sure that nothing ever sticks. They do that by working both sides of the river. Police on one side, crime on the other. And the only one who can cross from one side to the other is the ferryman, because the ferryman always works both sides of the river. Lomond knew if he wanted to get Mowat to share anything further, a bit of candidness might go a long way to securing some trust between them. There was a note found in Jack Beattie's pocket this morning. It said, "The ferryman," on it. A threat? Or an accusation? You think Jack Beattie could have been the ferryman? Maybe that's why he was killed. Help me prove who the ferryman is. Help me catch him, Colin. If I catch the ferryman, I can turn them and get them to put Niven away. To do that would mean talking to my source. Lomond paused. Is it Walter Murdoch? Mowat said nothing. Lomond went on. Walter was sent to Boland Castle by his dad, Bruce Murdoch KC. Bruce abused Walter from an early age and handed him over to his cronies. When Walter attacked his dad, he carved 12 names into his dad's chest. Names of victims he had tried to encourage to go to the police. They all ended up dead. But he also carved Brendan Niven's name into Bruce's chest. There are still discussions ongoing about possible charges he'll face. He could yet face attempted murder, abduction, as well as assault to severe injury or disfigurement thanks to his handiwork of carving names into his dad's chest, as well as the word pedo carved into his forehead. If you're sheltering Walter, it will help him to come forward to us now. Mowat shook his head. Walter is a fortunate byproduct of corruption in the Procurator Fiscal's office. They can't risk his case coming to court because of the testimony it would involve. Are you getting it yet, John? These are the most powerful lawmakers in the land, and you want to go after them. Do you think they survived this long through luck? Through no one knowing who they are? Plenty of people know who they are, but they've either been silenced or killed. These people don't go to jail. Don't you realise that? These people walk between the raindrops. They never get anything on them. Until now, Lomond said, if we act. He took a step closer, his eyes steely. I need your source. Mowat knew that Lomond was right. He sighed, then took out his phone to check the time. I won't be able to make it happen tonight. I've got an editorial in half an hour, and they're too far away. Where are they? Mowat was already shaking his head. I can't tell you that. Only myself and Charlie Ferguson know where they are. How about a video call? Mowat mulled it over. I'll ask my source, but no promises. Chapter 32. As Willie and Ross approached Gartcosh, the Scottish crime campus emerged in full view amidst the vast expanse of its industrial park setting. There were cars everywhere, parked askew up on curbs or anywhere that would fit a car. Whoever designed the campus building itself had done a fine job, but they evidently didn't know squat about how many people would actually end up working there at peak times. By the current time of 4 o'clock on a warm August day, the campus was bathed in a full, sharp light. There's something comforting about coming out here, Ross said in the passenger seat. He removed the sunglasses he'd been wearing. How's that? Asked Willie, driving. No matter what the force fucks up elsewhere, it will always have this place. It's so good not even the executive team or Holyrood can mess it up. It's not really my thing, this place, Willie sniffed. You mean clever policing isn't your thing? I like the results. It reminds me of going to Curry's, full of stuff that's dead clever, and I've got no idea what it's for or how any of it works. I'm a chapping on doors kind of officer. That said, we better hope Moira's come up with something, because so far with Jack Beattie we've got sweet fuck all right now. Without Ross's guidance, it would have taken Willie 10 times longer to find Moira McTaggart's lab in forensic services on the 3rd floor. Would you mind taking the lead on this? Willie asked. Sure, Ross replied,
surprised. But why? Moira's a bit weird. She's weird to everyone. Of course she's weird. She cuts up bodies almost every day. You'd be pretty weird too if that was your job. It's not just that. It's the whole thing. It was true that Willie and Moira were very different people. Moira's dry, sarcastic sense of humour didn't chime with Willie's directness. If they were each comedy shows, Willie would be Only Fools and Horses, while Moira would be Monty Python. There was an added element for Willie on this occasion, though. He was terrified that Moira would see through his excuses for what happened to his face. What or how, he had no idea. As far as he was concerned, scientists like Moira were capable of coming to outrageous conclusions based on things anyone else would overlook. For once, Willie hoped that Moira wouldn't be quite so thorough in her work when it came to examining his face. When Ross knocked on the door, Moira exclaimed with disappointment. She said. Her shoulders quickly slumped. No John today. That's the one welcome I've come to expect, Moira, said Ross. Willie stayed back a little. Moira eyed him carefully. Have you come to find out about Jack Beatty or have that black eye looked at? I normally deal with patients who are a tad more horizontal than you, but I'm sure I could make an exception for you, Detective Inspector Snedden. Willie pursed his lips. You're all right, Moira. Thanks anyway. He subtly motioned to Ross to get on with it. Have you got anything for us on Beatty, Moira? She walked over to her examining table, where she'd left her tablet. Cause of death is, drum roll, a gunshot wound to the stomach. It wouldn't have taken more than a few minutes for him to bleed out by my estimation. I got a message from John noting his weapon proximity theory. I must say I was quite impressed. I would concur with John that the shot was fired from a moderate distance, approximately 20 feet away given the cleanliness of the wound and my staff finding an absence of residue at the locus. She paused briefly to take a bite of an apple. Ross smiled. Willie grimaced. There was something about consuming food while there were dead bodies in the room that he found infinitely off-putting. Moira explained. I've now formalised the identification process from Jack's fingerprints. She shook her head, mind wandering. It doesn't seem that long ago he was standing where you are now. I don't expect he ever thought he might end up in here with full room and board, as it were. She held a finger up. But I did come up with one tasty morsel for you. Well, technically it was Nabis, not me. The National Ballistics Intelligence Service was the UK's centralised firearms forensics and intelligence unit. They didn't do any of the actual analysis of ballistics involved in crimes. Nabis was a database for bullet and firearm comparisons, helping to connect shootings that may otherwise seem isolated by comparing bullets, shell casings, and firearms themselves. Moira went over to her desktop computer and waved the two men over. You should pull up chairs for this one, she said. She clicked into the Nabis data that she had found. When we upload the ballistics data, Nabis is able to find similar markings from previous shootings or test fires. I should caution that a firearms expert will need to manually confirm these matches, but that's going to take a while. Why is it going to take a while? Asked Ross. Moira opened up the database entry in question, then stepped back to leave the screen for Ross and Willie. While they were reading the data, Moira took a good look at Willie's face, frowning as she did so. Moira explained. It's going to take a while because the ballistics match is in a case from 23 years ago. I don't know how readily you can find hard copies of files from 23 years ago, but around here it's going to involve walking along an awful lot of corridors and opening a lot of drawers. Willie shook his head increasingly quickly. I don't understand this data, Moira, other than that it's a match with ballistics from Jack Beattie. Ross asked. What's the other instant that the ballistics match with? Moira reached over for her tablet, where she'd set up the Holmes record in advance. A serious crime squad action back in 2002. An unknown SAS asset was lifted from a safe house in Port Glasgow. On the way back, the team were ambushed. Ross took the tablet from Moira and scanned the report as fast as possible. Oh my God! He handed the tablet to Willie. Look who else was there! Willie snorted. John! One officer dead, said Moira. 2 with near-fatal gunshot wounds. DC Tommy Ridley and DCI Jack Beattie. Willie added. The asset was whisked away by persons unknown. He handed Moira the tablet back. As he did so, she took a lingering look at his hands. Not noticing what she was doing, Willie went on with the rest of the story. Ridley retired after making only a partial recovery. Beattie made a full recovery but walked with a limp for the rest of his life. The story only added to his legend. Moira said. We can add another story to the legend now. Jack Beattie was shot twice by the same gun. Chapter 33. Hang on, said Ross. That was 23 years ago. Why use a 23-year-old gun? Willie added. And if Beattie was shot with the same gun this morning, how did it get out of evidence? Only someone on the inside could have done that. These are all good questions, said Moira, and none of them have anything to do with me. Willie asked. Can you forward these to me and John? Already have, Moira answered. Willie checked his watch. Right, thanks, Moira. We should get back to try and beat the traffic. Sorry, just a sec. Ross consulted his phone and found the picture taken at the scene that morning. He held it up to Moira. This note, Ferryman. Can we get anything from that? Is there anything exotic involved there? Moira said. I'll run it past our specialist, of course. At first glance, it doesn't seem to be anything notable from a forensic standpoint. But we'll process it fully. You never know what I might throw up. She turned to Willie and handed him the evidence bag. Nigel is our paper and ink man. He's just down the corridor, room 4. Would you be so kind, dear Snedden? Willie pouted for a moment. He didn't appreciate being given errands, especially when there was a sergeant in the room. Okay, I guess. Once he was gone, Moira turned quickly to Ross. So, about Willie, D.S. McNair. We need to talk. Oh, yeah? I'll get straight to the point. How did Willie get his black eye? You said he walked into the kitchen door this morning. Huh. Moira lodged her tongue behind her lower lip. Interesting. What's interesting about it? Why do I feel like I'm conspiring about something with you right now? Because, D.S. McNair, accidental falls like tripping result in injuries to bony protrusions like the forehead, or the temple, or the cheekbone. A black eye caused by force around the soft tissue around the eye can really only be from a slap or a punch. Ross didn't know what to do with the information at first. He was confused as to what was so significant about the information. So he got into a rammy with someone at the pub last night. He made up a story because he's old school and didn't want to seem like he lost a fight. Except, Moira said, the black eye is hours old. It happened this morning. So unless Willie found an open pub at breakfast and got into a fight, then I'd say we're looking at something much different. Like what? Asked Ross. Based on the old bruising and scratch marks on the extensor surfaces of his wrists and palms, I would suggest they're defensive wounds. Ross rubbed his forehead in confusion. Are you saying... He trailed off. Moira lowered her voice in case Willie was nearly back. I'm saying that I think Willie is a victim of domestic abuse. Willie? Ross paused for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it. He's from Posso, and he's a guy. There's no way Jean's beating him up. Her piece said, Moira gestured that she was done with the topic. What do I know? It's just what I do for a living. Thanks for stopping by, D.S. McNair. Tell John I hope I see him soon, as long as he's upright. Ross met Willie in the corridor, still reeling from what Moira had just told him. You all right? Willie asked him. Ross gulped hard. The black eye on Willie's face now had a completely different meaning behind it. But as smart as Moira was, Ross didn't feel like he could suddenly operate on the assumption that Moira's theory was right. Aye, Ross said, gulping again. Grand. You all right, Willie? He chuckled. Aye, why wouldn't I be? All Ross wanted to do was give him a hug. No reason, he said. They walked back to the car together, mostly in silence. Chapter 34. Despite being the biggest prison in Scotland, Barlinnie was easily missed from the nearby M8. It was not much taller than the trees that lined the motorway. Only during winter, when they shed their leaves, could the old Victorian side be more easily seen. Seems like madness housing all of these prisoners here, said Grado, pointing at the terraced houses right outside the entrance to the jail grounds. These people here can practically see into the cell windows with a good telescope. Donna's posture had stiffened. I hate this place. Creeps me out. From the main entrance of Smithycroft Road, Barlinnie looked fairly modern and innocuous, not much unlike Helen Street Station with its orange brick and blue-grey metal exterior and glass-covered entrance. But once entering the vast main car park and going round the corner to its far side, the entire feel of the place shifted radically. Giving way to Victorian architecture with an out-of-time sensibility, the unmistakable white-barred tiny windows of the main prisoner complex came into view. Without the blue signs on the wall warning of CCTV covering the area, it could have been a scene from the 1800s. Grado did a double take at a silver Bentley parked in the middle of the ocean of cars. Blimey, wonder what they're here for. He noted also the private registration plate, CF1AW. Is that meant to be law? Grado wondered aloud. Donna stopped walking for a moment while she pondered it. Why does that seem familiar? At the main reception, Donna and Grado gave their credentials, sliding their ID through a metal drawer, speaking through holes cut into a thick plastic screen that shielded the entire reception desk. It wasn't clear if it was to stop people getting in or protect the people on the other side. Post office saw plenty of aggression on an average day. At Barlinnie, with loved ones bargaining for access to their loved ones, it wasn't uncommon for a receptionist to hear death threats on a daily basis. After a few weeks on the job, it no longer had any impact. Like policing, the job had a way of wearing you down. Donna raised her voice to be heard through the tiny holes in the screen. We're here to see Peter Jenkins, she explained. The receptionist scanned the daily log. Once, then twice. She checked the name again. Same results. She asked Donna to spell the name. It's Peter Jenkins. How else can it be spelled? She complained. Getting snippy with a receptionist in Barlinnie didn't get you very far. Still, she ploughed on and eventually found their names. Right, got it, she said, her brow furrowing. The appointment is not with Peter Jenkins, though. Losing patience, Grado stepped towards the plastic screen. We're with Major Investigations, love. We're here to interview a prisoner. If you can't see an appointment, then check with a line manager or something. The receptionist raised her hand impotently. I mean that I've got your appointment listed here, but it's not with a Peter Jenkins. It's with Campbell Fotheringham. Donna squinted. She leaned over to see the receptionist's laptop screen. What? The receptionist held up the laptop. The name was on the official call sheet. Hang on, I'll buzz you through. While they waited for the secure alarm door to open, Grado turned Donna away slightly. Who's Campbell Fotheringham? He's Frank Gormley's lawyer, said Donna. Gormley? There's got to be a mistake. Someone at Helen Street must have screwed up. The door opened. Donna said, Apparently not. As they were led through cavernous corridors through a dozen alarm-secure doors, Grado asked, What do you know about him? Not much, except that he runs a boutique operation. I thought almost exclusively for Frank Gormley. Look beyond his shiny teeth smile. The man just hates the police. I don't know what we did to him at some point in his life, but it must have been bad. He's the quintessential bastard versus arsehole. What do you mean? In life, there are some who are arseholes. An arsehole will nip in front of you and take your taxi, then he'll give you the finger out the back window as it drives away. But a bastard will steal your taxi, then rob the driver because he feels like it. Fotheringham is a total bastard. Fotheringham was sitting in the interview room, which had clear walls on all sides and harsh white lights overhead. He had a practiced, composed posture. Getting into his 60s, he was handsome in an immaculate, expensive suit that cost as much as the Nissan Qashqai Donna had parked outside. Surrounded by such brutal, harsh architecture, he looked like the CEO of a major corporation who had taken several wrong turns off the M8. He inspected his fingernails, which had been treated to a manicure an hour earlier. Part of his morning ritual at a high-end health and fitness club in the West End of Glasgow. His legs were crossed and he sat back a little from the table, giving off a demeanour that Donna and Grado were exceedingly lucky to be gifted even a brief moment of his time. When they arrived in the interview room, escorted by a prison guard, Fotheringham stood up, buttoning his suit jacket. A gentlemanly tradition that Fotheringham had noticed in great decline in modern times, much to his disapproval. Ah, Detective Constable Higgins, Fotheringham announced, and extended his hand to Donna and then Grado. Donna looked confused. Sorry, have we met? Sadly, not until now. I've heard and read a lot of good things. He looked Grado up and down. And Detective Sergeant Jamie Grado. Fotheringham held a fixed smile, almost daring Grado to correct him. Grado knew that a man like Fotheringham didn't make such mistakes by accident, but he wasn't going to give him the rise he clearly wanted. You haven't heard or read any good things about me? I'm sure if I had taken the time, said Fotheringham, I would have found multitudes. He gestured at the two plastic seats sitting across from him. Please, Donna said. I don't understand, Mr. Fotheringham. We've got an appointment with Peter Jenkins. Fotheringham nodded away. My client, yes. Donna's eyes turned into dinner plates. Your client? Since when? Not important, but I'm very busy as I imagine you are, so let's get down to it, shall we? He lifted his briefcase onto the table. A £10,000 attaché case from Frank Clegg Leatherworks, handcrafted in seamless polished alligator hide with solid brass hardware. In person, it looked like it was worth every penny.
Grado's mouth hung open a little until Donna drew his attention to it. Fotheringham took out some paperwork with his company letterhead on it. He passed it over to Donna and Grado.
This is an offer from my client, Peter Jenkins. He will plead guilty to the murders he's been charged with, and spare the families and witnesses the ordeal of a trial and sitting through weeks and possibly months of graphic violence. This is contingent on Peter's brother Barry being given lesser charges and with a chance of release.
Donna scoffed.
You don't want much, do you?
Fotheringham continued.
Peter also wants to see his brother one last time. He knows that he won't see him again after sentencing. This is already the longest they've ever been apart since Barry was born, on compassionate grounds.
Now it was Grado's turn to scoff. Donna looked merely disgusted.
It's not unreasonable, and any decent judge will agree. In return for this, Peter says that he and Barry can take you to the location of a body. A murder victim of the abuse network that operated out of Boland Castle Hospital. The deal is contingent on Barry being present as well.
Fotheringham turned his palms up.
That's it. That's the offer. I would remind you of the comfort this might bring to the victim's family.
But not any of the victims' families, whose lives have been destroyed by your client, who you now want to send on a fucking field trip for a day. Grado laid a hand, unseen under the table, on Donna's arm. He gave the faintest shake of his head. Donna took the hint. Fotheringham continued.
I needn't also remind you of the damage it would cause if word got out to, say, the Express, that this offer was on the table and rejected by major investigations. It's an offer to solve a cold case going back over a decade. We both know without my client's cooperation that cold case will remain that way forever.
He rose from his chair and snapped his briefcase shut.
You have 24 hours to confirm, and it's a one-time offer. Take it to DCI Lomond. The clock is ticking.
Donna and Grado sat in stunned silence once Fotheringham had gone.
What do you think?
Asked Grado. Donna took out her phone and stood up. I think we need to talk to the gaffer. Chapter 35. Ross was on the phone to Isla, walking quickly alongside the residential multi-stories in Cowcaddens, staying in the shadows, keeping under trees wherever possible. In hushed tones, Ross said, "Hey, love, look, I'm going to miss Lachlan's bedtime. I'm really sorry. Something's come up." At the other end, Isla asked, "Why are you whispering?" "I'm not," he replied, clearly whispering. "You said you were going to be back. I told Lachlan you would be back. Now he's going to be upset right before bed." "I know. I'm sorry." Isla could hear he was distracted. He was peering somewhere ahead, trying to see something just out of reach, always heading around a corner. "You sound busy," said Isla. "I'll let you go." Before he could say anything, she hung up. He couldn't let it worry him. He heard his own words from that morning echoing back in his head. "Right now, it is more important than my family." Ross had been walking around the multi-stories of the Dundasville estate and the industrial back streets of Cowcaddens and lost his bearings. The sudden appearance of the subway station took him by surprise. He managed to step back just in time before Grado caught sight of him. Grado had his phone out, checking the time and for messages. He had none. He paced around anxiously, his head flicking from one direction to the other. He alternated looking down the underpass that came out in Cowcaddens Road on the other side and around the subway station exit. Then Grado spotted someone at the Cowcaddens Road side of the underpass and set off after them. Ross followed, but had to keep his distance. If Grado turned around, there was nowhere to hide. The underpass was only about 50 feet long. On the other side, waiting for him, was Chief Superintendent Alistair Reiki. It was strange seeing Reiki in his civvies, although he was still pretty smart.
"Let's keep this short. My daughter's got cello practice at the conservatoire," Reiki explained. "Of course she had to pick an instrument the size of a car."
Trying to be charitable, Grado said. "That's good she's got an interest in music."
"Yes, it's just unfortunate it had to be at the bloody Royal Conservatoire. It's full of trained seals. Brilliant, technically gifted, and miserable little trained seals."
Reiki encouraged Grado to start walking again, now in the direction of Cambridge Street towards the multi-storey car park.
"I need to get back. What do you have for me?"
Crossing the road was proving testing, as there were so many roadworks going on to modernise the area. "Peter Jenkins is willing to talk," Grado said. "He's somehow managed to get Frank Gormley's lawyer."
"What?" Reiki exclaimed. "I don't like this."
"I can control it," he assured him. "You can't interfere. It will be a red flag."
"If Jenkins talks, then this will all come crashing down."
"Maybe," Grado hesitated. "Maybe there's an argument at this point for saying let Niven swing." Reiki fired back.
"Are you insane? Niven is our golden ladder out of all this shit. The Niven internal inquiry will be a whitewash. The Chief Constable will see to that. You put Niven into the job in the West personally. If Niven goes down, he goes with him. I mean, everyone knows he's guilty of sin, but try getting someone to actually go on the record about the prick. Everyone's taken favours from him down the years. Nobody's hands are clean."
As they walked down Renfrew Street, Grado took in the sight of the old Marks and Spencer building, which faced onto Sauchiehall Street on the other side. "Christ," he remarked, "they're tearing down M&S." In the middle of the retail units that backed onto Renfrew Street, the guts of what had once been the Marks and Spencer building were in ruins. 3 enormous diggers and a crane were inside, surrounded by piles of rubble. What had once been a stalwart of the city centre, now reduced to a heap. Reiki replied,
"The old making way for the new, whatever the hell that's going to be."
"Life doesn't stop. It just changes."
"Very philosophical of you, Jamie."
Reiki looked all around.
"Seems the more they try to renew everything, the worse it gets. It's not the same city anymore."
"Maybe that's all right," said Grado. "Life moves on whether you want it to or not." "What about Colin Mowat?" asked Grado.
"What about him? He had one shot and it won't be enough to take Niven down. Just you watch. This will be gone within 2 news cycles. Everyone always moves on within a few days, no matter the stench of the scandal. We're all so shameless these days. We can get away with anything."
"But Mowat's source is still out there somewhere."
Reiki paused. "Well, I might need you to do something about that soon."
"Donna Higgins could be a problem too," said Grado.
"How?"
"She's looking into Leona Brady. She's pushing pretty hard on it." The mere mention of the name stopped Reiki in his tracks.
"Donna's been a pain in my arse for too long. What about the rest of the team? What about Lomond?"
"It's Lomond, so he cares. But he seems more concerned about the overall quantity of cases relating to Boland Castle."
"So if something were to happen, Lomond might not miss the Brady case."
"Possibly," Grado elaborated. "But if MIT are looking into the Brady case at all, then they're close to the truth. Closer than they realise." Reiki let out a long, worried puff.
"We need to smother this."
He stared at Grado. "What do you mean, smother?" Grado asked.
"Stamp it out. Call it what you will. Pick your fucking euphemism, Jamie. Put an end to it."
"Hurting Donna or getting rid of her won't make the Brady case go away."
"But she's the most vocal on it, right? You said she's pushing hard on it."
Grado rubbed his face, hard. A poor choice of words was about to have devastating consequences unless he could convince Riki to back up. He took a beat, wondering how far Riki was going to go with this. He wondered if this was how actual murders were arranged. It started with euphemisms, but at some point, someone had to say explicitly, "I want you to kill this person." Grado said, "I can't do that, Alistair."
"Oh, don't tell me,"
Riki moaned.
"She's got your little pecker in her knot already."
"It's not like that." Riki leaned in, seething.
"Listen, you ungrateful shit. I plucked you out of that pissing station in Drumchapel, and I elevated you into the most prestigious investigation team in the west of Scotland. You work for me. And if I say she's got to go, then believe me, Donna Higgins has got to go. This is happening."
As he started to walk away, he added,
"Keep your phone handy."
Unseen, keeping watch through the gap in the wall of the multi-story car park, was Ross, who snapped a final flurry of photos on his phone. Then the three men scattered. Chapter 36. Lomond hated that he still felt awkward when Katrina came over to his flat on Maryhill Road. It was right above the Co-op funeral care at Queen's Cross, beside the Mackintosh Church, the only church Charles Rennie Mackintosh ever designed. The windows of Lomond's flat were single-glazed, which let in an abundance of traffic noise, regardless of the time of day. Not to mention the uncomfortable reality that there were dead bodies being kept in the unit directly below where they slept. Lomond had got used to it, but it still made Katrina feel weird. Lomond was on veg chopping, while Katrina peeled potatoes for a quick mince. "So, how was today?" she asked. There was a weary resignation in her voice, like she knew the answer already. "Yeah, fine," Lomond replied. Though they were a few months into their relationship, they were each struggling with a new aspect. Katrina had never been around during a live case such as Beattie's. Sure, Lomond had been working the whole time, but in old cases like Boland Castle or resolved ones like Peter and Barry Jenkins. She hadn't experienced the daily grind of living around someone in the middle of an inquiry. Lomond didn't want to burden her with his actual thoughts. What good would it do, he thought. Digging for more, Katrina asked, "Is there much in the way of progress? A decent outlook?" Lomond stopped chopping, wondering how best to respond. "I can't really talk about it. I'm sorry. I know I haven't really said how I have to deal with these things, but—" "No, it's fine," she replied, a little short. Her most notable feature, and Lomond's favourite about hers, was her eyes. Piercing and clear blue. She had an intense, intelligent gaze normally. Lomond was saddened to see that usual glow had been dulled. "If you want," she suggested, "I could take a step back, until things settle down." "I don't want that," Lomond said. "Unfortunately, there are going to be a lot of these. I want to find a way of living our lives through it, together, not finding ways to avoid it." She leaned over to kiss him on the cheek. They each went back to chopping, a silence between them dragging on much longer than usual. "Even before this, you haven't seemed your usual self," she said. Lomond tried to keep himself busy, picking up carrot peelings and tossing them into the bin, then peeling some more, even though they had 3 large peeled carrots already. He didn't want to be still. He knew that she was right. "I've kind of been in the middle of something, about my dad. I keep having this nightmare and I can't figure out why." "What happens in the nightmare?" He shook his head. "When he took off, after my mum died. She pursed her lips in sympathy. Any time he talked about loss, she felt guilty. She still had both parents and all 4 grandparents. Grief had simply never visited her before. Lomond knew that when it finally did, it would knock her sideways. That was just the way it went. Grief does its toughest work on the uninitiated. "You know," Katrina began, but trailed off. "Never mind." "What is it?" he insisted. She stopped peeling potatoes and turned around to face him. "You know how you took me to the cemetery for Alien James?" Lomond gulped. He still could barely handle hearing his son's name. Katrina continued. "Well, you've never really said anything about going to see your dad's grave. It's close by, isn't it?" "Just up the road." "Maybe we could." "Soon," he answered sharply. "I just can't right now." Katrina leaned back against the worktop, like she was planting herself for extra emotional support. "I know that you would never let down a child the way your dad let you down. But when you lost Alien James, you were free to just exist in whatever feelings you had. You didn't have to brave-face anything for anyone. You didn't have to make nice over the breakfast table before school, even if you'd been up most of the night crying. You've grieved in your life, more than most, but not the same way your dad had to. I know it was hard for you, but it can't have been easy for him either." Lomond put down the peeler and looked upwards in irritation, suppressing a sigh. The last thing he wanted to hear at that moment was sympathy for the man he was still so angry about, especially from the woman he cared about most in his life. Katrina offered gently. "Maybe it's time to—" "Move on," Lomond snapped. "Been hearing that for a while now, but I can't move on, Katrina. I can't just get over it." He put his head in his hands and looked down. Katrina put her arms around him as he cried. She was taken aback. He hadn't cried in front of her before, but somehow she knew how to hold him the way he needed to be held in that moment. She said, "Maybe this trim referral might be a really positive thing, John." She held his face and turned it upwards so their eyes met. His were still glassy with tears. She said, "The Irish have this story of a man who arrives at the pearly gates and asks to be let in. Sir Peter says, 'Sure, come on in. Just show me your scars first.' The man says, 'But I don't have any scars.' Sir Peter says to him, 'That's odd. Wasn't there anything worth fighting for?'" Lomond gave a hint of a smile. "It won't always feel like this, I promise," she said. Lomond's phone rang. He wiped away the last tears, then hurried to wipe the carrot residue off his hands. "I should get this, I'm sorry." When he looked at the phone screen, he assumed it was a spam call. He certainly didn't recognize the number. "Hello," Lomond answered. "DCI Lomond?" "Yeah. Who's this?" "My name is Donald Rayside. I'm in my car outside your house. Would you mind stepping out for a few minutes?" Lomond paused. "Is this a joke?" "I'm carrying an important document that you need to see. In fact, I've been instructed to let you see it." Katrina mouthed. "What is it?" Lomond motioned to the stockpot where the veg was sweating. "Can you keep an eye a wee minute?" When Lomond got outside, he looked beyond the Macintosh church next to his tenement block, but he couldn't see anything obvious along Garscoob Road. Then he checked down the narrow street behind his building. The headlights on a BMW saloon flashed twice. In the driver's seat was the silhouette of a man. Lomond approached cautiously. He'd left so quickly he still had a tea towel slung over his shoulder. He wiped his hands again as he got closer to the car. The driver opened the door. "Do get in, DCI Lomond." Lomond looked in both directions, wondering what was going on, and whether it was a mistake to get into the car, though the man looked gentle and innocent enough. Whatever the man was up to, Lomond reckoned he could take him in a scrap if it came to it. He opened the door wider and got in. The interior was a considerable step up from what he was used to. "What's all this about?" The man had a briefcase on his lap. "Firstly, I apologise for the cloak and dagger. My name is Donald Rayside, aye. You said that already. What do you want? What are you doing coming to my house? More to the point, why are you calling my personal mobile number?" Rayside smiled politely. "I represent the estate of retired Detective Chief Inspector Jack Beattie." He handed Lomond an envelope. The paper felt thick and expensive. "What is this?" Lomond asked as he opened the envelope. Inside was a single-page letter. "Am I being sued or something?" "Gosh, no," Rayside replied. "This is a rather irregular letter. But once in a while we have clients with very particular wishes, that come their passing they wish certain instructions to be carried out. In Jack's case, that means delivering this letter to you in the event of his death, should his death occur in suspicious circumstances. Sadly, this morning that criteria was met." "I don't understand." Lomond tried reading the small font, but he wanted to concentrate on what Rayside was telling him. "What is this all about?" "Delivering this letter is something that Jack wanted to happen a long time ago, but it simply wasn't safe for him or his family, no matter where in the world they ended up." Rayside gave him a moment to catch up with the actual contents of the letter. When he was finished reading, Lomond held it up. "Is this for real? This isn't a comedy sketch or something Willie or Ross put you up to?" "I assure you," said Rayside, "the letter is genuine. As for its content, I cannot comment. I haven't read it, and Jack never shared its contents with anyone else." Lomond read it again, just to make sure he wasn't imagining it. "I have to go," he told Rayside. The moment he got outside, Lomond took out his phone, clutching the letter. His first call was to Linda. "Hey, it's me. Call everyone in." Linda began. "If this is about Peter Jenkins, I'm still waiting for approval for—" "It's not about Jenkins," Lomond said, running up the stairs. He took 2 steps at a time, then 3, getting faster. "It's about everything." "Everything? What are you talking about?" Before he went back inside his flat, he took a breath. Barely 2 flights of stairs at speed and he was out of breath. "I know who the ferryman is," he said. Chapter 37. Linda had called in the whole team on the promise there would be a briefing and no more. What was coming the next day was too important to have anyone not fully on their toes, but what Lomond had to share demanded their immediate attention. Lomond took up his usual spot in front of the whiteboard, currently adorned with the major points of evidence relating to Jack Beattie's murder. He had the letter in his hand. Willie, Ross, Donna, Grado and Jason stood in front of their respective desks, dressed down in their comfortable non-work clothes, mostly joggies and hoodies, lounging around, splattered on the couch-type clothes. When Detective Superintendent Linda Boyle called you deep into an evening, you answered the call straight away. "About an hour ago," Lomond began, holding the letter aloft. "I was handed this letter by a lawyer acting on behalf of Jack Beattie. The letter was delivered to me in the event of Beattie's death." He handed it to Willie first. "When you read it, I think you'll agree it couldn't wait until morning. Because in that letter, Jack Beattie accuses our own Alistair Reekie of being the figure we've come to know as the ferryman." Linda scanned the faces of the team, looking grim. It was a bad enough day when the Assistant Chief Constable for your area is accused of being a paedophile and possibly complicit in murder. Now to have the division's Chief Superintendent, her own line manager, accused of being a mole for organised crime. It was almost too much. Add in the incessant phone calls and messages and emails reminding her of her crumbling financial situation. Linda felt like she was doing well remaining upright. Donna covered her mouth in shock at the news. Grado didn't know what to do with himself. He wanted to act shocked like the rest of them, but he shouldn't have known Riki that well. Still, he worried that giving no reaction at all would seem suspicious. The one person watching him closely was Ross. Analysing every micro-expression from Grado. Given what he had witnessed at Cowcaddens earlier in the evening, the letter didn't come as such a shock to Ross. "How seriously do you take that?" asked Willie. Lomond replied, "As in, do I believe it?" He thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, I do. It needs corroboration, of course, but I have no reason to believe it's false." Linda stepped forward. She didn't like quarterbacking briefings for Lomond's team, but this was no ordinary briefing. "Myself and John have agreed to leave at a maximum of 72 hours before I have to call someone on the executive team for guidance on this." She checked with Lomond. "It's fair to say this is an unprecedented situation. We've got a major operation taking place tomorrow, and if I inform Tully Allen about this now, the Jenkins inquiry, Jack Beattie," she pointed to the stack on Donna and Jason's desks, "and all those over there will be taken out of our hands immediately. And I can't have that. We're getting close. This letter proves it. We're on the brink. I can feel it." Lomond said, "Well, we're all here. Let's go around the room on what you've got from today." He looked to Jason first. "Jace, what have you got?"
"Nothing on Beattie's burners from his house," Jason replied. "They're not actually burners. They're all genuine, ordinary handsets with regular histories."
"Then what's he doing with 1,000,000 phones?" asked Donna.
"Judging by the call history and messages on each of them, Beattie was trying to evade a stalker. He kept buying used handsets and fresh SIM cards. Somehow the stalker kept finding his new number."
"So it must have been someone he knew," Willie said.
"That's what I thought," said Jason. "But the numbers used by the stalker all went through an app that created a virtual number to hide their identity."
Lomond asked, "Can we get onto the SIM card provider to unpack that data? We can't get visibility of any actual message content, but we might get an IP address on the sender."
"I've already lodged the application," Jason replied.
"Good lad." Lomond turned to Ross and Willie. "What about ballistics?" Willie deferred to Ross, who found the paperwork on his desk. "That's where things get a little spicy." Ross gave Lomond the paperwork. "The gun used to shoot Jack Beattie was used in an attempted murder and ambush 23 years ago." Lomond stared at the forensics paperwork in disbelief. Seeing the dates written down sent him straight back there in his mind. Grado asked, "What happened 23 years ago?" Lomond said, "I was a detective constable, recently bought into Jack Beattie's serious crime squad. You guys won't remember or you weren't around, but they were MIT on steroids. They were superstars, Beattie especially. He was always in the papers. Anyway, one night I got called in for an uplift. That was basically when we had to grab someone, sometimes for their own safety. Other times it was grabbing someone from a house or on the street. We picked up this guy from a house in Port Glasgow. I didn't know who he was. He had a hood on him when Beattie took him out of the house. On the way back, Beattie insisted we go back through small country roads over Old Greenock Road. That was when it happened. We were ambushed. A van appeared ahead and all hell broke loose. One of the officers in the front, DC Tommy Ridley, shot our driver, D.S. Gilmore. The suspect managed to slip his cuffs, then lunged for Beattie. There was a struggle during which Beattie got off a shot at Ridley. The hooded suspect then got hold of Beattie's gun. Beattie took a bullet to the thigh. He was lucky to get out alive."
Ross said, "Who was the suspect?"
"Frank Gormley," Lomond replied.
Gormley! Donna exclaimed. She immediately looked to Grado. That's Gormley again. First his lawyer intervening with Peter Jenkins, now this. A gun used in an ambush.
What happened after? Willie asked. I filed a report blaming Ridley for the ambush. He killed one of his fellow officers in cold blood. He must have set up Gormley's cuffs beforehand so he could get out. Except it wasn't that simple.
How so?
Asked Grado. No charges were ever brought against Ridley.
But how?
Beattie, for some reason, disputed my claims that Ridley fired. He said there was a shooter in the van that Gormley escaped in.
Jason, thinking it through logically as always, said,
The forensics must have backed you up, though. What about gunpowder residue on Ridley? After an op like that, he must have been swabbed.
Ross added. As well as the blood splatter from the shot that killed the driver. Lomond nodded away vigorously.
All of which were conclusive, and all of which went missing soon after. Lost during a technical malfunction in the Serious Crime Squad computers.
But that stinks, said Donna.
It did, and it still does. But I had to eat it, because it was my word against a DCI.
Putting aside why this DC Ridley helped Gormley escape and Beattie did nothing to hold him accountable, why the hell would someone use that gun again to kill Beattie all these years later?
Must have been stolen from evidence, surely, Willie said. I assumed it was, Lomond confirmed. I checked. There was a tag created for it, but it never even made it there.
There was no reason to use that gun again unless someone was trying to send a message, Grado asked. Was Ricky involved in any way? If he's the ferryman, wouldn't he likely have played a part in something like this?
Lomond answered. A reasonable question, but no. Ricky had no involvement in Serious Crime Squad at all.
Then maybe this letter from Beattie is wrong, and it's Ridley who's the ferryman. Linda raised her hands for calm. Let's not get carried away. The extent of what we have so far is a letter penned by one man. How reliable it is remains to be seen, but it's a starting point. She checked with Lomond. I think we should probably leave it there for tonight, eh?
Yeah, Lomond agreed, rubbing his hands. We've got a big day tomorrow, Linda added.
The Chief Constable himself has given us the green light. But I want to reiterate, if word of this Beattie letter gets out, I'm going to know that it was someone in this room who leaked it. And I will personally track you all down and I will go to fucking town on you,
Lomond said. And I'll be right there next to her, by the way. Seriously, I want you all rested and ready for action. Because honestly, I have no idea what we could be walking into.
It was true that MIT had a big day ahead of them. But Lomond had something else before that. Something he had no idea what he was walking into. Chapter 38. Lomond sat awkwardly in the armchair. The angle of the backrest was too shallow for him, encouraging him to look upwards. He didn't want to stare at the ceiling tiles of the Trauma Management Assessor's office. Her name was Tilly. There was something about the name that suggested to Lomond a lack of seriousness, of whimsy, the very opposite of what he expected from a trim referral. But Lomond was about to discover that any assumptions about Tilly's name reflecting her personality would be ill-founded.
How does this work?
Asked Lomond, rolling his hands in the air.
Do you ask me how things are going, I say fine, then I can get out of here?
Tilly sat in a chair that was far more upright than Lomond's. She leaned back, comfortable with emotional interrogation. Lomond couldn't help but notice she wasn't taking any notes. Instead, a voice recorder sat on the table between them, taking down Lomond's every word.
"And you going to write anything down?" he asked.
consulting written notes after the fact loses a person's tone of voice and volume, both of which, in my experience, are vital for truly reflecting someone's intent.
In your experience, he said sarcastically. You're about 20 years old.
I'm actually 27, but I will accept the compliment. I just want you to tell me about you, John.
I don't have a rank in here?
Not in here. It gets in the way.
So you want me to tell you about work?
No, she clarified. I want you to tell me about you.
They're one and the same, he replied.
Have you been feeling angry recently, John?
He paused. A little bit.
About what?
Another pause.
Longer this time.
About my dad. I keep having these nightmares.
When did you first become aware of them?
Lomond sighed. Look, let's be real. We both know you've read my personnel file. You know about what happened with Ailey. I know I've been a bit of an ass recently, but I shouldn't be here. You're being used as a pawn by a superior who sent me here against my will and against all reasonable judgment, okay? I lost my wife and son. I've since lost Pardeep, and I've been having nightmares about my dad all the time.
Tilly pinched on the phrasing like a lion on a wounded gazelle. All the time?
Lomond stammered. Well, no, not all the time. See, this is what happens in rooms like this, with your plinky piano music in the waiting room and the weird paintings on the wall. I've done all the counselling stuff. I'm over it. But I got over the stuff about Ailey. I have moved on.
Except you're having nightmares about your dad all the time, according to you.
Lomond bristled, adjusting himself in the chair.
You're not comfortable?
Tilly asked. Not exactly.
You don't want to be here?
I don't want to be in this room. I'm sure you're very pleasant company outside of this room.
You don't think there's anything wrong with you right now?
I'm from a very old-school mentality when it comes to personal reflection. If everything seems to be going well, then you must have overlooked something.
Tilly smiled. I like that. If only I had some paper to note it down.
You can always listen to it back later.
Trying to reset things, Tilly asked. Were you at home when the nightmare started?
No.
Where were you?
Katrina's house, my girlfriend.
He suppressed a grin at saying it out loud. He hadn't had much opportunity to do so yet. Interesting.
Lomond waited for her to expand on her response, but nothing came. Interesting? What's so interesting about it?
Katrina clearly makes you feel happy. I can see it in your eyes when you say her name. Yet you've also been thinking a lot about your dad. Why might there be a connection between those two things?
Lomond sighed, showing his first outward signs of real irritation and impatience. I don't know, Tilly. I don't see any connection. In the nightmare, my mum has just died and my dad is running out of the house.
Leaving you alone?
Are you saying that I'm worrying that Katrina's going to leave me?
No,
she said, then added,
I think you worry anyone that ever enters your life is going to leave you.
Lomond gave no response.
Is there anything more to the nightmare?
That's the general gist.
Tilly paused. It had been a while since she'd had as stubborn an officer as Lomond. If you're going to figure out what your nightmare is about, I'm as good a person as any to tell.
Lomond pondered it.
Tilly went on. I've sat across from a lot of people, John. I've heard a lot of stories. It never fails to surprise me how many people start out seeing their trauma as a weakness, something to bury. I don't want you to relive your trauma. I want you to re-experience it, to make it something new, like a remix of an old song. All these things you've lived through in your life, your body keeps a score of that. It doesn't forget. And just because you don't want to remember doesn't make it go away.
His defence is breaking down slowly, Lomond said. I suppose it isn't so much a nightmare as a memory.
When you were a boy?
Yeah. Tilly paused.
Did you love your dad?
Of course, for a while.
What changed?
Chapter 39. 34 years ago. The cupboards had been getting barer each week. John would come home from school and prowl through the kitchen for any kind of snack. At first, it had been cheese sandwiches. Then there stopped being any cheese, so he just had bread. Then the bread stopped appearing. That was when he found the old cubes of jelly and breadsticks from the previous Christmas that had been buried at the back of the cupboard. Eventually, all supplies ran dry, and there was nothing left. Having missed breakfast, by the time it came to dinner, John was famished. He had lost a lot of weight in recent months, but no one at school seemed to notice. Even the kids who had a ticket for lunch rather than a packed lunch ate better than him. At least they had a hot meal every day. Lomond's dad had been too proud to ask the school for meal tickets for John at lunchtime. The family business of carpet cleaning had fallen on hard times. No one would pay the extra for hand washing the way Robert did it. It was all machines now. John's dad used to sit at the dinner table at night, scowling about how no one cared about the old ways anymore. They didn't appreciate how much better the results were from hand-cleaning carpets. When John suggested that maybe using machines for cleaning might help the business, Robert sent him to his room. With a lack of food in the house, the highlight of the school week was home economics, as they often made something they could actually eat during the class. One day they made cheesy beanos, beans on toast with melted cheese on top. John had been so hungry after he scoffed down his own, he polished off another 2 plates from his friends. One of them had remarked, "John looks like he's never seen food before in his life." The remark had almost reduced him to tears. The pressure of the situation weighed heavily on Robert. So he did what so many Scottish men did when things got tough. They made life even tougher on themselves by drinking. One night, the tension in the house had been particularly crisp. Things must have been really bad for Robert. He had been knocking back whiskey after whiskey in front of the telly. John never actually counted them, but he had become aware soon before his bedtime that his dad had refilled his glass a lot more than usual. John was about to go to bed when his dad started talking about his mum and how much he missed her. He liked talking to his dad, but when he drank it made him morose. The one-way conversation turned to money worries. It appeared that things were much more dire than John had been aware. Without his wife to talk to, Robert bounced pretty much everything off John first, despite his son only being 11 years old. And once he'd had enough whiskies in him, Robert confessed that their money troubles had become so dire that he had taken out a loan and secured it against their house. And it turned out Robert had been missing payments. So many, in fact, that they were going to have to sell the house. The house that Robert and his wife, John's mum, had bought together. John went to bed devastated, but he figured they would just get another house. A smaller one. But as John said goodnight to his dad, he realised that he was knocking back a lot of pills. It was to help him calm down, Robert told him. Even an 11-year-old like John could tell that something much darker was going on. Robert sat up in his bed, still drinking, and still he kept knocking back more pills. John begged his dad tearfully to stop swallowing pills.
"I don't want to be here anymore,"
Robert informed him. "But I need you," John replied, grabbing him by the arm and shaking him. "Please, Dad, can't you stay alive for me? I need you. You're all I've got left. Aren't I enough?" Robert looked him straight in the eye and told him, "No."
He threw the covers back and got out of bed.
"Where are you going?"
John asked through a mask of tears. Robert didn't answer. He reached for another bottle of pills, and this time John reached out to stop him.
"Please, Dad,"
John begged. But Robert was much too strong for him. He turned the bottle up and poured the remainder down his throat. Then he helped them down with another long drink of whiskey. John stood in the middle of the bedroom, arms at his side, bereft.
"Dad,"
he whimpered. Robert marched out to the hall. To his horror, as if things could get any worse, John heard the jangle of car keys. He ran out to the hall.
"Where are you going? You can't drive!"
Robert pushed him out of the way. "I'm gonna drive into a fucking wall."
"No, Dad, please!"
John cried, trying to grab him, but his hand kept slipping through.
"Please!"
Robert pulled his arm away from John, then repeated much louder, "I'm gonna drive into a fucking wall." He ran out the front door towards the car. John stood helplessly on the front step in his bedclothes. All he could think about was how cold it was. The cold got everywhere, encompassing his entire body. He shivered so hard. He was in a place beyond tears. His dad revved the engine, and as he accelerated away, the back wheel spun loose gravel up. When the car was gone, John stood at the front step for an unknown length of time. He didn't know if he should call the police or not because he didn't know where to tell them his dad had gone. He thought about which aunts he might end up living with. Would either of them want him? Would he end up in care? The only thing he knew for sure was that he was alone. Chapter 40. "That's it," said Lomond, matter-of-factly. "Then I'll wake up." Tilly took a long breath. "Did your dad come back?" "In the nightmare?" "No, in real life." "Eventually, yeah. He collapsed in the hall and I called an ambulance for him. Sat in A&E with him all night. He had to get his stomach pumped. Then he was discharged and we went home."
"No one called Child Social Services?"
Lomond had never really thought about it. "I guess not. But hey, at least it taught me that depression is merely anger without enthusiasm."
"I like that," Tilly said. "I might steal it."
When we got back from the hospital, I just wanted to hug him and tell him I loved him and that I was so happy he was still around. Not just for my benefit, but because I wanted him to live for him. Lomond broke off, afraid to keep speaking. He was sure that if he did, his voice would crack. He swallowed hard. "You know what he said to me?" It went like this. Lomond wagged his finger violently, just like his dad did. "I never want to hear about this ever again." And you know what? He was as good as his word. He never spoke about it, and we never discussed it. Ever. The next day I just went to school like normal. One of my pals asked me at registration what I got up to the night before. I said, nothing. Tilly felt herself close to welling up.
"I'm sorry you experienced that, John. A child that age should never have to feel responsible for an adult's survival. Maybe in talking about this today, it can be the start of not asking your body to carry this weight, this burden any longer."
Lomond looked down and all around, wanting to be anywhere but there. "Look, this is all very nice, but can we cut to the chase here? What's next?"
"This is really a process, John, and we're at the start of it."
"See, that doesn't really work for me. The thing is, and you weren't to know this, but the man who sent me here, his motives are not pure. They're not honest. And for reasons I'm not allowed to get into, I have good reason to believe that he sent me here as a pretext for forcing me out of major investigations, and out of the force for good."
"That's not going to happen, John.
With respect, Tilly, you have no idea what he's capable of. This referral is just the start. Then there will be fabricated evidence of some kind that will demand an occupational health referral. And if you don't think he can influence the report that comes out of that, then you have no idea how the police operate. Then it will be a formal performance management process, and then we're really off to the races. Because then will come disciplinary action, and at every stage of this he will maintain that everything is being done above board.
Tilly took a moment. You know what I think?
I wouldn't even know where to start, he replied.
I think you first had that nightmare at Katrina's, and now you've told me what actually happens in it. I see significance in it.
And what do you see, Tilly? He asked, his patience wearing thin.
Let me illustrate it by way of a story. There's a boy who gets his foot stuck in a grate while a river rises round him during a flood. The water keeps rising and rising, and no matter how hard he pulls, how hard he tries, he can't get his foot out. He screams for help, and people try to pull him out, but they can't. What do you do?
Lomond pointed at himself. Me personally?
Yeah.
I would never put myself in that position.
Tilly smiled to herself. I see.
What do you see?
You're not ready to see it yet. The point of the story.
Lomond retorted. Don't get your foot stuck in a grate during a flood seems like a pretty sensible point to take away from that story.
She checked her watch and gave a dry, theatrical exclamation. Oh, wow, look at that. That's our time up for today.
Lomond stood up hesitantly. Fine, I'll bite. What about the boy? What's the solution?
It's not a puzzle, John. It's not a test.
He looked towards the door, but didn't want to go yet. Then what is it?
She kept smiling. It's about the stories we tell about ourselves. And if I'm right about you, you'll understand soon.
Chapter 41. They took 2 cars to Barlinnie. Lomond's Vauxhall Insignia with Jason and Ross, and Willie's Skoda Octavia with Donna and Grado. As they turned off Smithycroft Road, and the prison came fully into view, Lomond asked Jason in the front passenger seat. You all right? Jason replied blankly. Yup. There was no way that Lomond was going to put Jason in the same car as the man who had stabbed and killed Pardeep, and come scarily close to killing Jason too. Even still, Lomond could tell that the prospect of coming face to face with Barry Jenkins for the first time since the tragedy was doing a number on Jason. He had been quiet and withdrawn all morning. They entered the facility via the prisoner entry next to the main entrance. A tall intercom entry door which opened into a cavernous covered space inside the main grounds, behind the prison walls. When the huge doors crashed shut behind them, the sound reverberated around the corrugated iron walls. A space like a large warehouse they called the holding pen. After being processed through the prisoner entry office, there was no going back until a prisoner's sentence was complete or they were officially released. The prison guard in charge of the handover waited by the runway, which Peter Jenkins and his brother Barry would soon be led down. The holding pen wouldn't normally have more than 1 or 2 prisoner transfer vans at a time, but that morning there were an additional 2 patrol cars and 2 patrol vans, all staffed by highly trained officers from the armed policing unit. Prisoner custody officers would be present as well in a private security firm's prisoner transfer van, but it was clear from the chief constable's instructions that it would be major investigations, aided by the armed policing unit that would be calling the shots. When Lomond and Willie parked their cars next to the runway, the extent of the operation became clear. "Whoa!" Grado remarked, taking in the sight of the armed officers. Don asked, "You not seen AFOs before?" "I haven't actually," he replied. "Pretty cool, to be honest."
They carried themselves like special forces operators. No smiles, no chit-chat. There was nothing casual about them, just serious intent to carry out their duties to the letter. The authorised firearms officers kept a close watch, covering all angles, as if they were about to go into battle. The prison governor strode down the runway to greet Lomond. DCI Lomond. They peeled off the runway to talk privately, out of earshot of the others. Lomond shook his hand. Good morning, Governor Chisholm. How are we looking? Chisholm didn't look impressed. I could have done with a few more days' warning, and I want to reiterate how unhappy I am about the setup. Prisoner transporting should be done with the prisoners in a transfer van. I understand, Lomond said, but we've been given clear stipulations from the prisoner's lawyer. Fotheringham, he's a slimy bastard, said Chisholm. He was on the phone earlier. Talked to me like I was customer bloody service. Part of this operation that's vital is being able to talk freely to both Peter and Barry. If they've got commentary to offer on where we're going in the surrounding area, we need to hear it. And crucially, they need to be able to see it. They'll each be in a car with my most trusted officers. They're going to be handcuffed in a locked car the entire time they're in motion. Lomond glanced back towards the firearms officers. Beyond that, I don't fancy their chances of making an escape, if that's what you're worried about. Chisholm waved to the custody officers sitting alongside the prisoners in the waiting area. Lomond, Willie, Ross, Donna, Jason and Grado stood together as Peter and Barry were escorted down the runway. Jason didn't react to the sight of Barry, who had a slow shuffling walk compared to Peter's confident stride. Maybe don't look at him, eh? Willie suggested to Jason. No, I want to, Jason replied. Both prisoners were wearing their official issue red polo shirts underneath plain red sweatshirts, hands cuffed in front of them. The custody officers handed Peter over to Lomond and Barry over to Willie. Barry made soft whimpering noises, his shoulders hunched, looking down at the ground. Peter happily made eye contact with anyone who cared to. He gave nothing away, not smiling, a neutral evil in his eyes. Neither Lomond nor Willie were intimidated, but for the more junior officers in the team like Don and Jason, the atmosphere had an intensity that they had never experienced on the job before. The senior firearms officer came over to Lomond. His voice was stern and loud. When he issued instructions, they had to be clear and understood the first time, and there was no mistaking what he wanted when he spoke. "We good to go?" he asked as if he was speaking over the noise of a nearby helicopter. "Let's go," Lomond said. The two patrol cars led the way, followed by one of the squad vans with half of the firearms team. Then it was Lomond, then Willie, then the other half of the firearms team taking up the rear, then the final patrol car at the back. All the vehicles ran their sirens and lights, driving at high speed. Risk assessment by the Armed Policing Unit deemed the most dangerous parts of the operation to be the very start of the journey, navigating the busy Cumbernauld Road. Traffic parted like the Red Sea, leaving the centre of the road theirs. The long convoy of vehicles prompted fascinated stares from both pedestrians and other drivers. The combination of intertwining sirens was near deafening on the street. Overhead, a helicopter followed, keeping constant radio contact with the Armed Policing Unit skipper, updating on traffic ahead and anything deemed a potential threat. The convoy took a turn onto Proven Road, hammering along it underneath the M8 overhead, before taking the slip road onto the M80. In the front APU van, the skipper radioed. "All clear onto the M80 heading north. Destination ETA is 20 minutes. Normally the journey would have taken much longer than that, but they were able to travel considerably faster than regular traffic. Lomond heard the announcement over the radio earpiece he was wearing. "We'll be there in 20 minutes, Peter. That's not that long to talk if you've got anything to say." Peter, sitting in the back next to Ross, said, "I don't have anything to say." Jason, in the front passenger seat, kept a close eye on both the side mirror and traffic up ahead. He didn't trust anything about the operation, and he wasn't going to let Pardeep's killer in the car behind have any opportunity to escape. He wouldn't allow it, not on his watch. "You've pointed out an area for us to take you to," Lomond said. "How well do you remember it?" "Hard to say," Peter replied. "Barry will know better than me." "Your lawyer said that both of you were privy to the location of the body." Peter stared out the window, at the greener side. He'd been in remand for a few months, and he had already missed the sight of greenery. "It's been a while." Lomond eyed him carefully in the rearview mirror. "We're not just going out here to locate a body, are we, Peter?" He grinned as he met Lomond's eyes via the mirror. "You'll see." Next to him, Ross felt his skin crawl. It had been a long time since he had felt such disgust and fear in equal measure. He had never been in such proximity to evil before. He could almost feel it leaching out of Peter's skin. "Tell me," said Lomond, "how did a lowlife like you end up with a powerful lowlife like Campbell Fotheringham offering to represent you?" "Just lucky." "I think we both know that's not true." Ross kept looking straight ahead. As he and Lomond had worked out in advance, they were going to use their time wisely. Anything said in the car wouldn't be admissible as Peter wasn't under caution, but it could still provide useful information in either locating other bodies or revealing something else helpful with the rest of their murder inquiries. "What I don't understand," said Ross, "is why all the horses stuff." Peter replied, "That was from Barry for the most part." "It's not just about horses, though, is it?" Lomond interjected. "It's about control, isn't it?" Peter didn't react or show any emotion. "And power," said Lomond. "For Barry it was different." Peter hadn't planned on talking, but the opportunity to share his thoughts with someone he believed to be on his level in Lomond was something he couldn't pass up. "I remember my first time riding a horse," Peter explained. "Barry and I were up north on a forest trail. I was so excited. Barry was petrified. He didn't even want to do it. I was all gung-ho, convinced I was going to be great. But it's nothing like what you see in films. They make it seem like you just tug on the reins and the horse knows what you want, but it doesn't have a clue. Within 10 minutes, mine bucked me off. Stupid fucking thing." Jason and Lomond glanced at each other. It was the first sign of aggression in Peter's words and his voice so far. "I hated horses after that," Peter said. "What about Barry?" Ross asked. "He loved them. He was obsessed with them after that. Kept talking about them all the time. He made our mum get this picture he'd seen in a charity shop window. This filthy, fag, smoke-stained picture of a house. He demanded our mum hang it in the dining room right over the table. It loomed over us all the time like a crucifix on the wall in a Catholic's house." "Did Barry have many friends?" Lomond asked. "Don't be stupid," Peter replied. "He didn't talk to anyone else but me. He could barely even talk to our mum and dad." Ross said. "You must have been really special to him." Peter paused. "I was his entire world. He loved me about as much as another human can." "He would have done anything for you." Peter started to look bored with the line of questioning. "I managed to move on to women, but he didn't," Lomond said. "The horses were about love for Barry, weren't they? That's how he showed his love for the women you killed, isn't it?" Ross waited for some kind of reaction. Peter just smiled. Lomond didn't press him any further. What they really needed from Peter was still to come, and he couldn't afford to have him shut down before they even reached the location. In Willie's car it was a lot quieter. Donna was in the back with Barry, who rocked gently from side to side, He was humming something to himself. Grado kept a close eye, as did Willie, driving. "What are you singing?" Donna asked. Barry kept humming. When they reached a quieter stretch of road passing Rob Royston, Donna leaned a little closer. Barry was humming the tune of Old MacDonald Had a Farm. "Do you know where we're going?" Donna asked. Barry kept humming. "Do you remember?" She didn't expect to reply, but she had to try. Then Barry suddenly stopped humming. "Leona," he said. Donna leaned closer again. "What did you say, Barry?" "Leona," he repeated. "Is that who we're going to find?" Barry rocked harder, side to side. Donna wanted to ask more questions, but she could tell that Barry was growing agitated. "It's all right, Barry. Nothing bad is going to happen. Are you worried?" "Yeah, worried," he replied. He sucked up a bit of dribble that had nearly fallen out of his mouth. "It's okay," she said. "We're going to keep you safe, aren't we? Me, Willie and Jamie here." Grado and Willie chimed in. "Yeah." Barry leaned over to get a look out the front window. "Is the man okay?" "The man?" said Donna. "The other one isn't okay." Donna looked towards Willie in the mirror. She widened her eyes, hoping for guidance. Willie said, "Who's not okay, Barry?" "The man in my house. Peter told me if men come to the house that they want to hurt the women. I didn't want them to hurt the women." "Is that why you stabbed them, Barry?" Willie asked. Donna made a wincing expression. It was far too direct a question for someone like Barry. Though the doctors who examined him after his arrest for stabbing Pardeep and Jason had declared him of sound mind, further examinations had revealed that he had a mental age of someone approaching 10 years old. But that was too simplistic an analysis for what was wrong with Barry. The deep psychosis that had been caused by Peter's sexual abuse had altered him in a way that no tests could fully identify. Trying a different tack, Grado asked, "What do you remember about Leona?" Barry straightened his back. "Good meat," he said. No one knew what to say. Barry repeated it. "Good meat. That's what Peter said." Donna felt a wave of nausea hit her, a kind she had never experienced before. Chapter 42. The convoy raced along the M80, coming off at steps before taking the A806 north towards Kirkintilloch. The Campsie Fells, previously obscured by a tall grass verge along the motorway, were now clearly in view. The transition from suburbia to the countryside was now complete. The length of the Campsies was speckled with the shadows of small clouds from an otherwise electric blue sky. Even on a grey day, it was a magnificent sight. But in bright sunshine on a crisp August morning, there were few finer sights in the central belt. To the west was Loch Lomond and the Trossachs. Ben Lomond and the surrounding hills stood imperious and grand, bathed in sunshine. "ETA 10 minutes, said the firearms skipper at the front. Lomond informed Peter. "We'll be there soon." The convoy thundered through Kirkintilloch, bringing the small town to a standstill. Then, along the tight, twisting Campsie road, the convoy had to go its slowest since leaving Barlinnie, navigating the many blind summits and sharp corners taking them through Kinkell towards Lennoxtown. Once in Lennoxtown, they charged through the town, then took the tight right-hander onto Crow Road that stretched up and through the hills. The road was popular with cyclists and motorcyclists, especially for its stunning views as the road rose across the dramatic, steep face of the Campsie Fells escarpment. The hills rose sharply on the right, while to the left were spectacular views of the whole Kelvin Valley. On a clear day it was possible to see upwards of 30 miles away. Beyond Glasgow were the rolling hills of the southern uplands, which looked faintly blue, they were so far away. On the clearest of days, it was even possible to see as far as the Isle of Arran, its distinctive mountain peaks rising out of the horizon to the southwest. But beautiful scenery was the last thing on anyone's mind in the convoy. The firearms skipper slowed the convoy when they reached the summit plateau, which continued mostly flat for several miles.
"Just tell me when,"
he said over the radio. Lomond asked Peter.
"I'm going to need some direction soon, Peter."
Peter leaned forward, his movement prompting a mild panic in Ross. Peter said,
"If you get to a long downhill bit, you've gone too far. There should be a metal gate on the left soon."
Lomond relayed the information. The helicopter flew on in search of the gate. The officer on board pointed out two possibilities over the radio. The convoy slowed right down, approaching the first gate. Peter looked out the window, shaking his head.
"Nope. Next."
The next gate they found was in a large open expanse of grass. On the hillside to the left was Hole Head Radar Station, which had a narrow single-track road leading to it from the main road.
"That's it,"
Peter said.
"Hard stop,"
Lomond radioed. The convoy came to a halt. In Willie's car, Barry rocked with greater agitation than ever. Donna tried to calm him down, laying a hand on his arm. The moment she made contact, he whipped his arm violently away.
"No! Don't touch!"
he yelled. Donna scorned herself for not knowing better than suddenly touching someone who had suffered unimaginable sexual abuse from his brother and untold others. The firearms officers surrounded the convoy on all sides, forming a barrier around Lomond and the team. Peter looked up and closed his eyes, enjoying the sunshine on his face. While they were briefly out of earshot of anyone else, Ross muttered, "Enjoy it, Peter. It's the last time you'll ever see the countryside." Peter chuckled.
"Right,"
said Lomond, holding Peter by the cuffs. He led him over to a lay-by.
"Where are we looking from here?"
The sirens had stopped, but the lights on the vehicles were still flashing. The only other sound was a brisk wind breaking across the fields. In the isolated, exposed area, it was hard to imagine they had been in the middle of a major city just 20 minutes earlier. Peter looked around, doing a 180. He pointed across the road over the overgrown boggy field near a small wood.
"Over there,"
Peter said. The firearms officers set about securing the road for everyone to cross. They ran down the road to hold up any traffic, keeping them as far back from the convoy as possible. Peter was walking slowly, too slowly for Ross's liking. He tugged on Peter's handcuffs. "Come on, hurry up."
"Yeah,"
Peter said.
"It's definitely over here."
Barry was even slower to follow, reluctant to go at all. It was only Donna's gentle coaxing that got him over the road and into the adjacent field. Lomond's decision to put Donna in charge of Barry had already paid off. In anyone else's charge, Barry might not have even got out of the car.
"So how did it work?"
Lomond asked.
"This connection you have with the killer. How'd you know where to go?"
Peter replied.
"The men used Poland Castle like a farm."
"What men?"
"Judges, police officers, you name it. I only took a few from the hospital. I preferred street girls personally."
Ross tried not to throw up. He hated being so close to someone so evil, so repellent. Peter's breath had a sharp smell to it that was vomit-inducing. But he had no option but to put up with it. Considering the violent ordeal that the killer's victims suffered out there, Ross told himself to shut up and deal with it. A brief moment of discomfort in order to secure vital information was worth it. Peter explained.
"They were more interested in the fucking. If that's the case, then why kill them? Lomond asked. They were no use to the network after they'd had their fun. Why leave a living witness? They were too powerful to risk it. Too powerful to get their hands dirty. You knew the man who got his hands dirty? Peter shrugged coyly. Tell me who killed the others, Peter. Ignoring the demand, Peter said, The fucking was only part of it for me. I like that look they got in their eyes when they knew they weren't getting away, that I was the last thing they were going to see, the last thing they were going to feel. He trailed off, craning his neck to see up ahead. It's buried over there. His choice of pronouns set off an anger in Lomond that took a lot to restrain. Peter pointed out a patch of overgrown grass over a foot long that was a slightly different shade to what surrounded it. Now that they had the information they needed, Lomond approached Peter. Just think, Peter, after prison's over, you've still got hell to look forward to. At the rear, Jason hung back from the group that was with Peter. Donna noticed Jason standing, waiting for them to pass. She called out, Willie? Willie jogged back, saying, Jace, come on, lad. Jason stood still, staring at Barry. It wasn't obvious that Barry even recognized Jason, but Jason could see those eyes after Barry had stabbed him in the side 3 months earlier. Willie tried to lead Jason away, back towards the others. Don't do anything silly, he said, quietly. Still staring at Barry, Jason replied, No, I was enough. That was all I needed. He turned to Willie. I just had to look him in the eyes again. He patted Willie on the arm. I'm good. Donna waited until Jason was walking again, before setting off with Barry. Lomond waved Grado over to make a note of the area Peter had indicated. Grado set down some small orange cones. Let's up a perimeter about 10 metres that way, Lomond directed. Grado took out a roll of police tape and set about securing it in the cones he marked out the area with. Lomond waved Donna forward. Barry, he called out, do you recognise any of this? Peter laughed. We could be on Mars for all he knows. Shut it, Ross snapped at him, giving him a sharp tug on the cuffs. Sensing one last opportunity, Lomond said, If you tell me who killed the others from Boland Castle, we might be able to work something out. Peter shook his head. You've been very helpful so far, Lomond added. If we find something important in this area, that would be even more helpful. I'd make sure the Procurator Fiscal looked upon it favourably, and I'm sure Campbell Fotheringham and I could come to an agreement, in some way. Maybe help your brother, too. Peter chuckled. I'm done. Take me back. Your lawyer offered us a one-time deal, Peter, Lomond explained. This is your one-time offer. As soon as you leave this field, the offer goes away. Peter turned away. Lomond knew a lost cause when he saw one. He told Ross. Come on, let's go back. I'll get Moira to send a team out. Barry called out, Ferryman! Everyone froze. Peter whipped around. Shut it, Barry! What did you say? Asked Lomond, hurrying over. Barry said much quieter this time. Ferryman, he helped. Lomond felt a rush of urgency swell through his body, but he knew panicking Barry would get him nowhere fast. Help do what? He asked calmly. Kill them or get away. Peter tried to set off after Barry, but Ross restrained him. He grappled him viciously around the shoulders. Hey! Ross cried out. Grado immediately dropped the cones and came charging over to help. He took hold of Peter's arms, allowing Ross to regain control. Ross gave him a quick nod of appreciation. Barry repeated, softer again this time.
He helped.
Peter kept yelling at Barry. Shut it! Lomond knew his window to get useful information out of Barry would be brief, especially with Peter yelling his head off nearby. Lomond did everything he could to display a calm demeanour, turning him away from Peter so he was out of Barry's sight. Who was the ferryman? Lomond asked.
Ferryman,
Barry said, starting to cry. Yeah, the ferryman. Where might we find him? Do you know, Barry?
Beastie House,
he replied. Lomond locked eyes with Donna, both of them trying not to let on their shock. Where's that? Lomond asked. Where's the Beastie House? Peter was like a wild animal now, requiring Willie to restrain him as well. The prison custody officers who had until then been dawdling at the back came running over. Peter screamed, I'll kill you, you fucker! I'll kill you! Ross, with Grado and Willie's help, struggled to lead Peter away. He was much stronger than he looked. Peter calmed down and lowered his voice. Just shut it, Barry. But in focusing on controlling Peter, no one noticed Barry's right hand, which had crept up his sweatshirt sleeve. Then he pushed his hand back out, now holding a makeshift shank, chiselled out of a biro pen casing. Ross saw it first, yelling out, Shank! He's got a shank! The word for an improvised knife made in prison. Grado's first thought was the person immediately next to Barry. He cried out, Donna! Donna tried to grab him, but he managed to struggle free for just a second. That was all it took. Lomond shouted, No! With tears streaming down his face, Barry swiped the shank across Peter's throat, slicing into his windpipe and through his artery. It sent a fountain of blood shooting out of his neck, spraying all over Ross. Donna got hold of Barry and wrestled him away down onto the ground. Barry released his grip on the shank. He was calm now, eerily so. Meanwhile, Peter kicked and writhed on the ground, clutching at his neck in desperation. Ross tried his best to stem the flow of blood, but the damage had already been done. It was going to be fatal. Grado grabbed the shank and took it a safe distance away. Search him, Lomond demanded, his heart rate pounding. Check he's not got anything else on him. Barry was babbling something about horses.
I can't hear them running anymore.
Donna let out a pained exhalation.
Oh, Barry, what have you done?
Lomond pointed to Barry, telling Donna, Get him out of here, now! Donna helped Barry to his feet, who was still babbling about horses. He turned in the direction of the trees and shut his eyes. For the first time since he was a child, before Peter started abusing him, he felt free, safe. Grado squinted, noticing a slight movement in the trees in the direction that Barry was standing. Donna, Grado began. Let's go. Let's get out of... A gunshot rang out, the deafening, echoing crack of a rifle. In the immediate aftermath, everything was still. No one moved. No one spoke. It was more confusion than anything else. Everyone knew what it sounded like, but no one dared to believe it. Then, the first thing to move was Barry, falling gently, gracefully to the ground. Donna yelled out as soon as she saw the bullet hole in Barry's forehead. Lomond shouted, Shoot her! Everyone down! Everyone hit the deck, fearing that there might be more shots fired. The call went out over the firearms officer's radio. Code red. We have a code red. Immediate assistance required at ground zero location. Lomond stayed low, then felt something stinging around his ear. He reached towards it. When he retracted his hand, he realized his hand was bloody. Oh, shit. Ross saw it first. John! Without any regard for his own safety, he sprinted over to him. John! Over the radio, a reply from dispatch came through. Is it over? Then again, more urgently. Is it over? Chapter 43.
There was an atmosphere of shell shock back at MIT and Helen Street in the hours after. The team members slumped in their chairs in various states of disbelief, the shock still draining from their bodies. Jason appeared to be the calmest of the lot.
"Does anyone want a coffee?"
he asked, gently. The others only responded with exhausted motions of, "No thanks."
"Is anyone else totally wiped out?"
asked Grado. Standing in front of the whiteboard, Lomond said, "That's the adrenaline wearing off, Jamie."
Jason asked, "How long before they know if there's someone buried at that site?"
Willie said,
"Forensics ran a scan of the ground. They're digging it up as we speak. Shouldn't take long, but there's something down there for sure."
No strangers to heightened moments of tension, the shooting had taken the wind out of the team. No one was going to grieve any time soon for Peter Jenkins, and it was clear that he had nothing else to offer as far as helpful information went. He certainly had no intention of cutting any deals. There would be no fun in that. But the loss of Barry was double-edged. Ross couldn't stay still any longer. He stood up and paced, arms folded.
"What if he could have told us something?"
Willie shrugged.
"We'll never know."
"Is there any news on the shooter?" Grado asked. Linda, standing near Lomond at the front, said,
"Still nothing."
"It doesn't matter," Lomond said, curtly. "They'll never find them. The people who orchestrated the killing will no doubt have people involved in the search. It's useless worrying about it." He tapped the black marker in his hand on the board, where he had written Beastie House, Beatty, and Ferryman. "That's what we have to pour our energy into now," he said. Donna came forward with some printouts.
"Entering these as keywords into Holmes brings up a number of inquiry records, one of which is Leona Brady. The file is hundreds of pages long, but with these keywords I found this witness statement. It's been misplaced in the directory, meaning it was buried in the middle of all the data protection warnings they carry."
"Someone tried to hide it," said Ross.
"For sure,"
Donna replied. "What does the witness say?" asked Lomond. Grado could feel his heart beating out of his chest. Donna said,
"The witness described Leona Brady being bundled into the back of a car against her will. When questioned who the person was, the witness said, quote, 'They call him the ferryman.' And these keywords bring up a ton of other inquiries, all relating to the Boland Castle murders."
Donna stuck one of the printouts to the whiteboard.
"Another constant are these two. Jack Beatty, variously Detective Constable or Detective Sergeant, and his SIO, Brendan Niven."
Lomond said, "So if these inquiries were deliberately buried, it's one of these two that did it?"
"Almost certainly,"
Donna replied. "What about this Beastie House thing?"
"That's where things get stranger. The keyword flags on any search, but the word itself can't be found in the witness statements or any other record in the file."
Grado asked. "Then why is it flagged?"
After doing a bit of digging,
Donna returned quickly to her desk for a further printout.
"I discovered that the Beastie House keyword was entered in the metadata of the file. So, in the information that gets flagged as keywords when a record is first created, it's what the database looks for in the first case. At some point, there was a mention of this Beastie House somewhere in this file, but it's been removed. Whoever did it never removed the metadata tag as well. It's the digital equivalent of leaving a footprint in the snow leading to a murder scene."
"File deletions have to be approved at CSU level or above," Willie pointed out. Donna turned her palms up.
"Which at that time could have been Brendan Niven. He was at least that rank or higher throughout all of this."
Lomond let out a long exhalation, taking in the breadth of information in front of them now. "So what we do know now is Jack Beatty must have been trying to write Beastie House before he died." He moved along to the relevant scene of crime photo.
which makes the blood on his shoe all the more confusing. Grado started chewing a fingernail intensely. Lomond went on. If Beatty was writing the word with his hand, how does he end up with blood on his shoe? He took some other pictures off the board and showed them around the bullpen. These are from the locus. Look, there's no splatter, nothing else around the foot. Almost as if that shoe has removed itself, wiped out the letter S and magically got back onto Beatty's foot. Jason ventured. Someone wiped the letter out? Ross added. Someone didn't want us to know he was trying to write Beastie House. Linda held her arms out, almost scared at the implication. Then someone with access to the locus was covering up for the killer. Or maybe it was the killer, Lomond suggested. Linda said, maybe whoever wiped that letter out is actually the ferryman. Running with the theme, Donna pointed to a printout on the board. There's a statement in the Leone Brady file that describes the man who snatched her as having a limp. Jack Beatty had a limp. Yeah, said Willie. Except Beatty has sent us a letter claiming that Alistair Reekie is the ferryman, and Reekie doesn't have a limp. Smart move if you're actually the ferryman, suggested Ross. But why bother? Jason said, not buying it. The letter was to be sent when Beatty was dead, Lomond added. And I don't buy for a minute that Reekie has the stomach for killing all those people. Ross then provided the kicker. Are we sure that the ferryman is the killer? There was silence. The more everyone thought about it, the more it made sense. Ross elaborated. What if the ferryman is something other than just a killer? Colin Mowat told John that the ferryman was a fixer. A sort of handler for organised crime, Lomond clarified. Right, said Ross. Barry Jenkins himself made it sound like the ferryman might actually have been trying to save victims from this Beastie House place. What if the ferryman is connected to Boland Castle and the abuse network in a different way? Spotting an opportunity to muddy the waters, Grado pretended to have found a quote in the Brady witness statement on the fly. Hang on, he said. The witness says here that the ferryman was terrifying and dangerous. That doesn't sound like some beneficent operator to me. Donna said. The witness could have been terrified of the ferryman, but it doesn't mean the ferryman actually killed Leona Brady and all the others. Jason asked. But if the ferryman isn't the Boland Castle killer, then why is he mentioned so often in the same context? There's something else, said Lomond. Something we're not seeing yet. He wagged his finger at the board. But if we run with the assertion that the ferryman and the Boland Castle killer are not one and the same, but two different people, that changes the entire direction of our inquiries. Linda, hands on hips, asked. Where to now, then? We need to talk to Colin Mowat's source. We need someone reliable as a witness. And we need to keep them alive at all costs. Chapter 44. Lomond took Donna and Ross with him to the Glasgow Express headquarters by the riverside. Colin Mowat had set them up in the conference room, the blinds closed and the door locked. The only other person in the room was Colin's editor, Charlie Ferguson. Lomond was no fan of Ferguson's politics or morals, but he could at least trust the man's word, which wasn't nothing in the world of journalism. A projector screen showed Mowat's laptop desktop, where he had organised the video call with his source. While Mowat and Ferguson ironed out some technical gremlins with the AV system, Donna leaned closer towards Ross and Lomond. So this is going to be Walter Murdoch, right? She said. I could only assume so, Lomond replied. Mowat clapped his hands. Okay, we're ready to go. He opened the video call app on the laptop and waited for the connection. Lomond felt that magical warm feeling of being on the cusp of a breakthrough, Someone who might actually be able to identify the ferryman, and in the process get one step closer to identifying who killed Jack Beattie, or who the Boland Castle killer was.
"Hi, can you hear me?"
Mowat asked. The camera at the other end was still black.
"Yeah, loud and clear,"
came the reply. But there was still no video feed. Lomond looked at Donna and Ross in confusion. "That doesn't sound like Walter Murdoch." "It's not," Ross agreed. Mowat said,
"You need to click accept on the video feed, Bruce."
Lomond's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Then on the projector screen appeared the man with the most recognisable forehead in all of Scotland, thanks to the handiwork of his own son, Walter. Bruce Murdoch, KC, was wearing a bandana low on his head, covering up the raised purple scarring on his forehead which bore the word pedo across it. Mowat said,
"I've got DCI Lomond here, along with DC Donna Higgins and DS Ross McNair."
Murdoch was short and to the point. Clearly he was only taking the video call as a favour to Mowat.
"What do you want to know?"
Still getting over the surprise of who Mowat's source was, Lomond decided to simply lean into what was going through his head. "Forgive me, Mr. Murdoch. I hadn't actually known in advance who Colin's source was going to be." Murdoch said,
"You assumed it would be Walter, no doubt?"
"Well, yes, that's right. I think given the nature of some of the accusations made against you by your son, I didn't expect you to be pointing the finger at an alleged co-abuser." The term made Murdoch shift uncomfortably in his seat.
"Pretty pissed off that no one protected me after years of loyalty and favours. In the end, I had no compunction about outing Brendan Niven. I make no bones about what I am, about what I've done. It's out of my control, always has been. But what I can't stand is the hypocrisy of men like Niven."
"If you choose to give us a statement, I must be honest, Mr. Murdoch. It might be very hard to get a conviction against Brendan Niven. That's just the reality. And, he wasn't sure how to put it delicately. If you were to be called a witness at a trial, a judge might not permit you to wear anything covering your head. The defence would certainly push for that. Having a witness with the word pedo carved into it for all the jury to see, well, it might make it quite hard to get them to listen to anything you have to say." Murdoch, already seemingly riled up, barked back,
"I think when they hear what I have to say, they'll have no choice but to bloody well listen. I can place Brendan Niven and a whole host of other lawmakers at the centre of that abuse network. I know everything about their little network, and I'm not scared to tell anyone."
"One person we're particularly interested in," said Ross, "is someone known as the Ferryman. Did you encounter anyone by that name?"
"Not directly, no," Murdoch said. "But I was well aware of their connection to the network."
"As far as you're aware, did this ferryman commit murders on behalf of the members of this network?"
"No,"
Murdoch replied quickly. He couldn't have been any more categorical.
"I know who carried out those murders, and it wasn't anyone called the Ferryman. I can assure you of that. They were carried out by Tommy Ridley."
The name almost hung in the air in suspended animation. Lomond couldn't believe what he was hearing.
"DS Tommy Ridley?"
Lomond asked.
"The very one," said Murdoch. "No, the ferryman did other work for the network. But as far as actual murders go, it was all Ridley. The network wouldn't trust anyone else with the work, you see. They were all terrified of being outed and losing their jobs. The only thing worse than losing their jobs was being sent to jail, surrounded by all the people they had sent there themselves. Prison isn't a cosy place at the best of times. For paedophile cops and lawyers, it would have been a death sentence."
Donna asked, "What can you tell us about Ridley and these murders you say he carried out?"
Murdoch said, "He was a sadistic sod.
I'm not a monster, DC Higgins. He put a hand to his chest. I like what I like, and I make no bones about it. But Ridley was an animal, pure and simple.
As far as the ferryman goes, can you tell us anything else you might remember about him?
Like I said, I never directly encountered him, but it's my understanding that he may well have been trying to save some of the youngsters. Futile as it turned out to be with Ridley on the loose. Must have been a bit like carrying water in your hands. Disgusted at the casual denial of any responsibility, Lomond fired back. Yes, if only there had been someone there who could have stopped him.
Ross touched Lomond on the leg. He whispered to him, "We need this guy, sir."
Lomond nodded subtly, knowing Ross was right. Donna asked,
"Is there anyone you can think of who might be able to identify the ferryman?"
Much to everyone's surprise, Murdoch replied, "Yes, actually, there is one person." "Colin?" All eyes turned to Colin Mowat.
"Walter,"
he said. Lomond said, "You know where he is?"
"We've been sheltering him since we first broke this story."
On the screen, Bruce looked away in disgust. He was dealing with Mowat because it was a necessary evil in knocking out Brendan Niven. But it didn't mean he was happy about working with the same journalist who had trashed his entire life. Lomond said, "Give the details to Ross once we're done, yeah?" He leaned across to Donna and whispered, "We've got confirmation on Ridley, so I want to talk to Frank Gormley next. Ridley's gun being used in both that Port Glasgow ambush years ago and then killing Jack Beattie isn't a coincidence." Lomond returned to the video call. For the next few minutes he had to remain courteous, because he still needed one more thing from Bruce Murdoch. "Mr. Murdoch," he said, "I need to step out, but if you're willing to give us your statement about Brendan Niven, then Ross here can take it." Lomond hurried out, glad to be out of the company of such a despicable, evil man, but also relieved to know that Brendan Niven was going to see justice. Chapter 45. Lomond decided to take the next meeting alone. Armed with the information from Bruce Murdoch that former Serious Crime Squad officer Tommy Ridley was the Boland Castle killer, the next logical step to gather further evidence was to visit Frank Gormley, Glasgow's gangster number one. He lived in a sprawling 6-bedroom detached villa in Newton Mearns, located on a quiet street which doctors, lawyers, and other white-collar professionals called home. At first glance, it was like any other house on the street, but in reality, the house was like a fortress, with many modifications to enhance security. There was red gravel laid out in such a way to make it impossible to reach the front door without stepping on it. The merest shuffle of a foot could be heard. There were motion detector lights lining the house perimeter, cameras and spikes along the guttering and drain pipes. By the time Lomond reached the front door, several cameras had turned in his direction. As he reached out for the doorbell, Gormley's voice broke in overhead. "John," he said through a speaker above. "I'll be right there." When Gormley opened the door, Lomond was struck by how much bigger and suntanned he was since he'd last seen him. "All right, Frank," said Lomond. He always found his speech loosening a little around Gormley. "Aye, all right," he replied. "Come on in. The wings are up the stairs." He directed him through the hall to Gormley's private lounge area, which was dominated by a full-size snooker table. He had apparently been in the middle of a game. Gormley's 2 kids, 6 and 4 years old, sneaked a look at Lomond before Gormley's wife whisked them away back to their playrooms. "Come on, yous," she scolded them. "You been hitting the weights, Frank?" Lomond asked. "Aye, started juicing and all," he replied, closing the door behind them. Lomond paused. "I wasn't going to say, but it's cool. It's fucking normal these days." My gym's packed out with these fucking Andrew Tate wannabes. Spent half their workouts taking photos of themselves flexing on their fucking phones. Gormley gestured towards an armchair. I'm all right standing, he said. I won't take up much of your time. Wanted to talk to you about Tommy Ridley. He wanted to see how Gormley reacted without any preamble. Gormley laughed. That's a name I've not heard for a while. Why are you bringing up that wee pig? Excuse my language. That's all right. Understandable given what he tried to do to you. What do you mean? I'm talking about when Jack Beattie busted you out of that safe house years back in Port Glasgow. Fuck me, that's going back. I'm sure you remember though, Frank. My memory's a little foggy, John. It's cluttered up by keeping tabs on where all my money is. The smile he gave this time was meaner, delinquent in intent. It revealed how much of a facade the rest of his bonhomie towards Lomond really was. Lomond took the black ball and rolled it gently towards Gormley at the far end of the table. The gun that Ridley used to try and assassinate you was used to kill Jack yesterday morning. Wow! Jack Beattie dead? Who'd have thought that? Guess we're all getting old. He didn't go gently or of his own free will. He was shot, and I want to find out who did it. Gormley rolled the black ball back towards Lomond. You can't think I've got anything to do with it, surely? Well, I just don't know, Frank, but I'd like to talk about what happened that night in Port Glasgow. Why? Someone went to great lengths to remove that gun from police evidence and use it to kill Jack Beattie. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I would say, based on what happened that night, that Jack Beattie was helping to break you out of police custody. Gormley took up a cue and potted a ball. Concentrating on the table, he said, Interesting theory. Complicated a tad by the fact I shot Jack that night. An inconsequential shot to the leg. He would have had to be pretty unlucky to die from that. And the benefits outweighed the costs. Once Beattie had been shot by you, there's no way anyone would buy that Beattie was on your payroll. And here's another theory. I think Ridley found out that Beattie was breaking out of the safe house and tried to stop it happening. Gormley leaned over the table to pot another ball. Why would he do that? Lomond replied just as Gormley was about to strike. Because Jack Beattie was the ferryman. Gormley skewed his shot wide of the pocket. He stood up and held on to his cue. What the hell's the ferryman? Lomond smiled. Fine, play it that way. But there can't be any good blood between you and Ridley. Wherever you and Beattie cooked up that night, I'm willing to park it, because all I want is Ridley. Gormley cleared his throat. I could never prove anything, and I didn't want to take action in case I killed the wrong guy. I didn't just want him dead. I wanted to know the truth. He went over to a console table on the side. After shuffling around under some photo albums, he took out the one he wanted. From it, he removed a single photograph. Gormley handed the photo to Lomond. That's all I've got left of her. The photo showed a girl in her late teens, standing alongside other boys and girls her age. It was like a school group photo, except no one smiled. The logo for Boland Castle Hospital was on the building in the background. That's Leona, Gormley said. Leona Brady? Aye. We were tight for a long time when I was coming up. I was young and thought I was in love. Who knows? Maybe I was. There was a lot of drugs about, and I couldn't keep her off the junk. I did everything I could. I refused to give her money for it, so instead I let her work for it. On the streets, like. I'm surprised you had no problem with her being out there. I'd taken her off the streets to start with, but with idle time in her hands she fell back into drugs. That's the thing with folk like her. They've all got this trauma in their past. She'd seen a lot of shit. That doesn't just go away on its own. You either keep barring it down or it rises to the surface. Takes over.
Lomond felt Gormley's words hitting close to home. Gormley continued.
After she went back on the streets, the last I heard was she'd disappeared. I want to find this guy, John, and with my dying breath I'll put my hands around his throat and choke the life out of him.
Understood, said John. I better get back to the office.
Hey, John, Gormley said. If it's Ridley and you've got proof, come to me first, eh?
I can't make any promises, Lomond replied. On his way back to the car, Lomond's phone rang. It was Ross.
Hey, boss, it's me. I think Jason and I have got something here.
I told you all to clear off for the night. It's been quite a day.
No, boss, Ross said. But you should hear us on this. You were right about the blood on Beatty's shoe.
Jason, on speaker, chimed in.
We think. We've figured out how it happened.
Lomond picked up his pace to a run. I'm coming back in. Chapter 46. Lomond started talking the moment he burst through the doors to MIT. Right, the blood on Beatty's shoe, he declared. Linda, Willie, Jason and Ross turned around, startled by the entrance. When Lomond reached them near the whiteboard, he gestured vigorously. Give it to me. Ross and Jason stood side by side, having mapped it out together. Ross spoke first.
So, we know now that what Beatty wrote on the floor in blood was Beastie, trying to leave a clue to Beastie House. So why would he have obscured the word?
Playing devil's advocate, Lomond suggested. He was on the verge of passing out, so his foot scuffed it on the way down. Ross raised a finger and pointed to the forensics photos from the locus on the whiteboard.
There's no blood on the floor, only on the sole of his shoe. So how did it get there?
Jason said.
It could only have happened by someone removing the shoe, wiping the S away in Beastie in order to obscure the clue, then putting the shoe back on Beatty's foot.
Why not just wipe out the entire word? Lomond asked.
That would be dangerous, suggested Jason. What if you knew someone was already on record saying that there was a word there? The cleaner gave that statement. If you wipe the word away, you're drawing attention to yourself in a very limited field of possible people to have done it. It had to be someone after the murder, once the studio door was unlocked. But we know it wasn't accidentally done by the cleaner. It wasn't Beatty because there's no other blood on the floor.
Ross said, if you can't wipe out the entire word without drawing attention, you can do the next best thing. Wipe out a single letter that obscures the clue and doesn't draw any heat on you. Jason handed Lomond the paperwork from the constables at the locus.
There's only one person we know who was documented in that room before any scene of crime photos were taken,
Ross added.
The guy who mysteriously received a text message from a surviving victim.
Linda, sitting next to Willie, interjected.
If you think about it, John, it's the only thing that actually makes any logical sense. If someone didn't want us to know what word Beatty wrote, then it's the only explanation for changing one letter instead of wiping away the whole word. Because wiping away the whole word draws attention to you.
Lomond looked up in shock. But that would mean...
Jamie Grado,
said Jason. Ross took out his phone and scrolled to the photos he'd taken at Cowcaddens the previous night.
This is Grado having a secret meeting with none other than Alistair Reekie, the one man we have any hard evidence suggesting is the ferryman.
Linda hung her head.
It was Reekie who pushed for Grado to come in. I feel terrible, John. I said yes because I could see how badly you were struggling. I didn't want us to have these inquiries taken away from us, after everything the team has done, everything we've accomplished.
Lomond put down the locus paperwork. Where is Grado now? Linda stood up and looked around the office.
Oh, shit. What about Donna?
Lomond felt his stomach turn upside down. He ran over to his computer and pinged a location alert for Donna's phone. It wouldn't ping a notification at her end, but sent a signal back revealing her location. "Shite," Lomond said and started to run. "Right, you lot with me, my car." Linda dashed over to Lomond's computer. The location was flashing on the map at Dargaville. Jamie Grado's house. Chapter 47. After yet another argument with Liam, Donna had found herself going out for a drive. She was sick of being nagged by him, of feeling low self-esteem because of him, of being gaslit. She'd been shot at earlier that day, and Liam couldn't even drag himself away from his computer game for 5 minutes to make her a cup of tea. She felt stupid. She'd always thought of herself as a strong, capable, independent woman. So how had she managed to fall for such a cretin? That was when Grado had messaged, just in a time when she needed to know someone cared. "Just wanted to check you're all right after today. I've got a bottle of wine and an open door if you're interested." She wanted to dig deeper into what Grado had been looking at on Holmes earlier. Whatever it wasn't innocent. She knew it was risky, but she thought there was a chance it might open up a lead on Leona Brady and other victims. Not that she thought Grado was a killer himself. An hour and half a bottle of wine later, the pair were sitting on Grado's living room couch, killing themselves laughing. Donna had been taking it easy, letting her sips of wine mostly slosh up against her lips. It was Grado who had been knocking most of it back. Donna got up to explore, hoping to stumble across something revealing. "It's such a tidy house, and everything looks so immaculate on your Insta." "Oh, aye," he laughed. "You been lurking on my profile?" "I bet you're one of those guys who only tidies up whatever is visible in the picture. Everything out of frame is chaos, I bet." She made her way over to a closed door. Grado's expression turned serious, and he jumped to his feet. No, not in there. Really, I mean it." Donna tilted her head, intrigued. "Well, now you've got to let me have a look." Grado clasped his hands in prayer. "Donna, please, I'm begging you, don't open that." He lunged for her as she reached for the door handle, but he didn't get there in time. Donna threw the door open, then gasped in shock at what was inside. "Oh, my God. Are you serious?" Grado remained in the doorway and bowed his head in embarrassment. "Right, laugh it up. Enjoy yourself." The room was filled with old toys like the Ghostbusters headquarters and car, and the full range of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sewer layer. Donna was like a kid in a candy store. She dashed from one toy to the next. Then she stopped and stared at him in confusion. "What is all this? Why'd you have it?" He sighed. "I didn't have much growing up. My family could never afford these toys. I know it's totally psychologically transparent what I'm doing buying all this stuff. God knows no one is attracted to a grown man who buys toys." Donna came closer and reached for his hand. She leaned in and kissed him. They tried to leave to get upstairs, but they didn't get past the door. Dressed again, cuddling up on the couch afterwards, wine glasses in hand, Donna said, "It's so strange not having someone criticise my body after sex. I've become so used to it." Grado stroked her tenderly on the shoulder. Donna said, "I can tell you're the sort of person who's good down in their bones. The sort of person who does the right thing even when no one's looking." "I try," he said. "I don't always manage." He looked at his glass, which he'd forgotten was empty. "I'm going to get another. You?" "Sure," she replied. Instead of picking up her phone to check for messages from Liam, she closed her eyes and enjoyed the peace, however temporary it might be. In the kitchen, Grado kept a grip on a drawer handle but was terrified to open it. He looked over at Donna, so oblivious about what was coming, what he was going to do. But her knowledge had pushed him to a point where he didn't have a choice. His heart rate escalated, and his hands trembled. He gulped. It was dry. What he was about to do was bigger than anything he'd ever done before, and he knew that after it, nothing would ever be the same again. He took one last deep breath, then opened the drawer and reached in. Before he could take his hand out, there was a hard knock on the door, followed quickly after by several others. Donna stood up. "What the hell is going on?" Ross shouted out. "Donna!" "Ross," she answered. She turned to Grado, who looked terrified. "What the hell is he doing here?" Grado held his hand out. Maybe don't open it." "What? Of course I'm going to open the door." Ross was first inside when Donna opened the door. Lomond was next. "Stay there," said Lomond, holding a hand up at Grado. "What the hell is going on?" Grado exclaimed. "What are you all doing here?" "We need to talk," Lomond said. Chapter 48. They all sat down in Grado's living room, except for Lomond, who held court, standing up. Having been confronted with everything by Willie, Ross, Jason, and Lomond, Grado's face was white. He held a hand out. "I know what it looks like, right?" He took a deep breath. "Yes." I wiped away the S that Jack Beattie wrote. "Why?" asked Donna in disbelief. Grado stood up. "Can I get something from the kitchen?" Lomond stepped in front to block his path. "Sit down. You're going nowhere." He pointed back to the sofa. "Tell me what you want and where it is. I'll get it." Grado looked down. "Second drawer along. There's a photo." Lomond found the drawer. When he took out the photo, he couldn't believe what he was looking at. He held it up on his way back. "What is this?" Grado said. "That's me." He stifled tears from breaking through. "In Boland Castle, along with my brother." It took a long time to get through the whole story, but Grado walked them through each step, beginning by showing them the phone from the sideboard, a picture of his younger brother Mikey wearing his Hibs shirt. From the abuse Jamie and Mikey suffered at the hands of the network in Boland Castle, the police who covered it up or failed to investigate at every point, one of whom was a much younger Brendan Niven, and the other, Jack Beattie. Just like in all the other Boland Castle inquiries. Although Grado and Mikey had avoided being murdered, like so many victims from the hospital, Mikey had not fully escaped. Grado explained. "This is very hard for me to talk about," he said to Donna. "I'd been building up to it all night. I figured you would understand what it's like to miss out on a childhood. Mikey certainly did." "What happened to him?" Ross asked. "He killed himself the day before his 18th birthday. He couldn't face being an adult. How can you be an adult when your childhood was stolen from you?" He put his head in his hands and began to sob. Tears that had been coming for years, backed up and with nowhere to get out. Now they flowed uncontrollably, years of anguish and agony flooding out. He fell to one side into Donna's arms. Once he calmed himself down, Grado wiped his face. "I'm sorry that I wiped away that clue, but I had to be sure," he said. "Sure of what?" Lomond asked. "That you were honest cops. That I could trust you to investigate it properly." Lomond leaned forward on his knees. "Jamie, I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to answer it honestly, please. Can you do that for me?"
Grado nodded. Did you have anything to do with killing Jack Beattie?
No, he said, then amplified his volume. No, I swear. I saw your meeting with Ricky, Ross said, still only 95% convinced of Grado's innocence. Ricky brought me into MIT to spy and report back to him. I've been investigating the Boland Castle murders in my own free time for years now. I couldn't remember any of the faces or names after all the abuse. All I had to go on was Jack Beattie's name in the police records I found when I became a detective. I tried to unpick the corruption and conspiracy, but it was too far-reaching. I needed access. Ricky gave me access to the files I needed to see with the resources I needed to find the real killer.
Lomond asked. You're in a better position to know than anyone else here. Do you believe Ricky is the ferryman?
I don't know. Maybe, he said. What I do know is that Ricky is helping to protect Niven on the promise that he'll be moved up the ladder. It's what he wants more than anything, to get out of Dalmarnock into the executive. Brendan Niven is his way of getting out.
Lomond looked down at Grado's face in the photo. So innocent, so much life ahead of him. What agony was silently hiding behind those eyes for so long? It broke his heart. Then he squinted, realizing that the photo Grado had was slightly different from the one Frank Gormley had given him. There are names on the bottom of this, Lomond said, showing Grado the photo.
Yeah,
he replied, not seeing any significance in it.
It was kind of like school photos.
Lomond nodded, then put the photo of Leona away. Willie, who had been taking a phone call in the kitchen, came over to Lomond. He held the phone against his chest.
It's Moira, he said. She's got a DNA match on the body on the campsites.
And? Lomond asked.
It's Leona Brady's body down there, but she's found other DNA. She's got him, John.
Chapter 49. He shuffled to the front door, struggling to navigate his way through the piles of rubbish that had accumulated against the skirting boards over the years. There was barely anywhere to put down his walking stick now. There was another knock on the door, harder this time, more insistent.
All right,
the man called out.
Give me a minute.
His eyesight wasn't so good anymore. He should have gone to the optician's 2 years ago and hadn't made a follow-up since. He squinted as he opened the door, trying to make out the face. It was pitch black outside. He took a long puff of his cigarette, the ends of his fingers dark orange from decades of hard smoking.
Who are you?
He asked. Lomond held out his badge, even though the man couldn't read it.
Tommy Ridley, DCI Lomond. Can I come in?
The man looked 10 years older than he was. He had long, stringy hair and sunken eyes. At first glance, Lomond thought he looked like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Like Gollum, hiding in a cave for years, it didn't look like Ridley had left his house in a while either. His voice was husky.
What's this all about?
Port Glasgow, 2002. A slow dawn of recognition crossed Ridley's face. He had been waiting for such a call for a long time.
You might as well come in,
he said. There was only space in the living room for Ridley to sit. Lomond had to stand. The air was thick with cigarette smoke, and the TV was turned up painfully loud. Lomond switched it off completely.
I wanted to ask some things about Jack Beattie.
Beattie? Ridley said with surprise.
That's a name I've not had for a long time.
He was shot and killed yesterday morning, with the same gun you used 23 years ago to try and kill Jack Beattie and Frank Gormley. Any trace of benevolence disappeared from his face.
What's that got to do with me?
Lomond asked. Do you remember me being there? Ridley peered at him, letting his eyes adjust. Oh, fuck me. It's yourself.
I don't really care about what happened that night, Tommy. Only as far as it helping clear up something else.
Ridley looked away, perching an elbow casually on the armrest which was torn and ragged.
It was Jack's fault for going on that road. Beatty and Gormley were in on it together, you see. They've been together for a while. Beatty was Gormley's mole inside the police, going all the way back to the early days. The pair of them came together, really. Gormley started working for some powerful people. Had powerful connections. Senior police. Much more senior than Beatty was at the time. Lawmakers, judges, politicians. One big network of corruption in bed with organised crime. Beatty was their mole in the police, getting them whatever they wanted, silencing whatever needed silencing.
But something went wrong, said Lomond.
Aye. A bunch of them had a wee system set up over at that Bowling Castle Hospital. You know the place.
Lomond played dumb.
I think so.
It was fucking wide open out there, I tell you. The men were taking some of the women and young girls out at nights, taking them off somewhere quiet for a bit of fun, you know. Over time, things started escalating. First it was young women, then it was girls, then it was young men, then it was young boys and all. Then it was just sex and drugs.
He trailed off. Lomond could see the extent of the depravity working Ridley over.
They needed someone to clean up after, is what you're saying? Asked Lomond.
Ridley pointed a cigarette at him.
Exactly. Except Beatty wouldn't do it. And when Frank Gormley found out about it, he didn't want to work with him anymore. Now, Frank was young at this time, but these other guys needed him. A guy with his connections in organised crime was pretty useful. So when Gormley shut up shop to them, well, they weren't best pleased.
Is that where you came in? Asked Lomond.
Beatty was no use to them anymore either. He talked a good game, but Hard Jack was soft. Beatty and Gormley went off on their own, with Beatty acting solely as Gormley's mole within the police. That gave him a big advantage over the others. They weren't happy about it, or the fact that Beatty knew a lot of their deepest, darkest secrets, and they were deeply fucking worried about Beatty turning on them full circle. He knew too much.
Lomond pushed aside a stack of old racing posts on an armrest and took up a perch. He gave his serious grin, as if he was titillated rather than disgusted.
What were they getting up to?
Ridley grinned back, sensing a kindred spirit.
You want to know? What does any man who's rich enough to buy whatever he wants going to do with his free time? They used to take them. It was girls mostly, young women, but the odd littler one now and then, out to this place. The Beastie House, they called it. That's what the kiddies called it anyway. They used to get locked in cupboards until it was time. The place was full of spiders and creepy crawlies, so that's what they called it.
It took every ounce of restraint in Lomond not to batter Ridley there and then. He had heard a lot of vile accounts through his career, but Ridley was setting new standards for shameless depravity. Lomond smiled and gave a slight twist of the head.
Beastie House.
I like that, he pressed on.
So what happened to Beatty and Gormley? The top guys pulled me in and said, we want you to take care of this. I knew Beatty. I've been on the squad for a while. I was going to do Gormley in the safe house, but Beatty figured it out before I could. Then he and Frank staged this ambush to get away with it.
So he let Gormley shoot him in the leg. Ridley shrugged.
They had to make it look convincing. Good luck to them, I say. I wouldn't be taking a bullet for anyone like that, I promise you.
He cackled, then took another drag of his cigarette.
So Jack Beattie was the ferryman. Ridley stubbed his cigarette out. You want me to grass now? Maybe. Who knows? I just kept myself to myself. After the ambush, Beattie and I came to an agreement to let the whole thing go. He couldn't turn against me because he had his whole thing with Gormley on the side. He was the serious crime squad golden boy. I was just a constable with a story. So we fixed it together, Jack and me, and we both went our separate ways after that. He sorted me with a move to a different division. That was that.
Lomond stared at him, not saying a word. Ridley shifted in his seat.
What is it?
Left you with a nasty limp, that poor Glasgow job, didn't it?
Aye.
That's interesting, because I've got a witness who says she saw a man fitting your description even down to the limp, shoving a woman, Leona Brady, into a car. Ridley did his best to hide it, but there was a glimmer of terror in his eyes. Do you remember her? Lomond asked. He showed him the photo that Gormley had given him. That's her. She was never seen again. Well, until today, that is.
Is that right?
Ridley quickly took out another cigarette. Lomond knew he had him. He knew he had him before he walked in the door of his miserable, stinking house. Lomond said,
Your powerful friends are going to get you out of this one, Tommy. Dunno what you mean, but maybe you don't know who my friends are.
They're not so powerful that they can make DNA evidence disappear. Ridley had a cigarette in his mouth. He kept it there for an age.
DNA?
Under her fingernails, Lomond explained. No doubt when she was trying to fight you off. Ridley looked away.
I think you'd better go now, DCI Lomond.
Lomond didn't budge.
You could have shot them or done it quickly, Tommy, but you chose to strangle them. You wanted to feel them, didn't you? You weren't just doing powerful people a favour, disposing of their playthings. You did it because you liked it.
Ridley grinned, continuing to look away. Lomond stood up. You're a sadistic piece of shit. The front door opened, illuminating the inside of the house with flashing blue lights from outside. 3 constables entered, ready to take Tommy Ridley away. A constable stepped into the living room and cuffed Ridley. Thomas Ridley, you're under arrest for the murder of Leona Brady and... Lomond left as quickly as he could. He didn't want to spend another minute in Ridley's presence. Chapter 50. The only sound in the trauma management room was the ticking of a clock. It was approaching 9:30 in the morning. Lomond sat in the reclining armchair, staring into space. He was thinking about his second coffee of the morning. The first was just to get semi-conscious and capable of physical movement, but the second one, that was the one he could really enjoy. It was the most important coffee of the day at the best of times. Following the Ridley arrest the previous night, Lomond had been left somewhat raw, and still with unanswered questions. You all right? Tilly asked. You haven't said anything for... She checked her watch. 6 minutes.
I was waiting for you to say something.
Tilly shook her head, almost impressed at his pig-headedness. You would have sat here in silence for the rest of the session, wouldn't you?
Lomond took a long pause. I didn't sleep very well last night, he said.
Nightmare again?
Same one. It was a busy day yesterday. I thought I might just sleep through in peace.
What happened yesterday? Tilly asked.
I can't talk about it, other than to say we arrested someone.
He raised his hand, anticipating her objections.
Someone who's hurt an awful lot of people. It took a while, and a lot of powerful people tried to stop it from happening, but we got it.
Yet still the nightmare goes on.
Seems like it.
Walking the fine line Tilly often trod between sarcasm and sincerity, she said,
"It almost seems like solving your case didn't fix anything for you."
She turned back towards her desk, spinning in her chair. She reached for her notes to double-check something.
"Tell me about these nicknames you have. Big Yin. The Long Dark is another one I've heard. What do those names mean to you?"
Lomond said, "Not much."
"Do you think they signify some kind of old self? An old persona?"
"Perhaps."
"I bring it up because we were talking last time about your nightmare, and that it started for you when you were at Katrina's house."
"Yeah," he said, unsure where she was going with it.
"There can be a sort of existential crisis that happens when we enter into intimate relationships. We're opening ourselves up to others, trying to let them in. But the problem with that is that it destroys whatever image of ourselves we've spent years building up. We have to start again. We merge, reshape, and combine with someone else. It can be scary, but it can also be beautiful as well, because you can't become that new person without sacrificing something of who you are."
"I suppose," Lomond sniffed, trying not to let on how significant he found the observation. "I never thought of it like that."
"Pardeep's death has thrown you because it's a return to the chaos and loss of not just Alien James, but everything that came long before it. You're driven by a deep, unconscious need to solve the problems you couldn't solve as a child. You couldn't stop your dad from leaving, and you couldn't find him. Your dad's abandonment, his demand that you never broach the topic of his breakdown, that created a deep wound around attachment and reliability. In your work, from what I've been allowed to see in your records, you strive to be the person who is there, who doesn't abandon, who does provide answers and closure. You're constantly trying to write a different ending to the story you lived."
Lomond stretched his arms up above his head, then clasped his hands behind his head, exasperated. "That's great, Doc, but what do I do about the nightmare?"
"The nightmare is the easy part, John," she replied. "Even when you're safe, your body can still act as if it's in danger, leading to anxiety, sleep issues, or—"
She turned her hands over, waiting for him to guess the next part. "A nightmare," Lomond said.
"Exactly," she said. "The nightmare is your body trying to tell you something's wrong."
"But how do I stop it?"
She paused, pretending to think seriously. "Have you tried singing Disney songs? I often recommend Let It Go."
Lomond rolled his eyes. "Do you think people find these dry jokes helpful?" Tilly nodded briskly.
"Yeah, I do. And no joke. Singing really does help."
She looked at the time. They were almost done again.
"Between now and our next lot, I'd like you to have a think about how you might start to change the narrative around who the Long Dark is. This persona you've come to believe in. Because, John, we're not much more than the stories we tell about ourselves. And you are so much more than that scared little boy standing on his front doorstep, wondering whether you're on your own or not. Throughout your whole childhood, from your mum dying to your dad running off, threatening suicide, and then Alien James, you're expecting to be left alone again at any time. Don't assume that Katrina is part of that old story."
The mention of her name prompted a memory in Lomond. "Katrina said this thing to me the other day. It made me mad. It's taken me until today to realize why."
"What did she say?"
"She suggested that maybe I hadn't thought enough about how hard it had been for my dad after my mum died."
"You of all people know what it's like to lose your wife. Now imagine you had to go through all that with James."
Lomond snapped. "I would never have done that to James.
I would never have walked out on him. I would never have given up on him.
Tilly didn't want to deny Lomond his anger, so she didn't say anything. Lomond went on.
I understand that what happened to me when I was young wasn't my fault. My dad's choices were not my own. I didn't choose them. But now I'm old enough, I feel like it's become my responsibility.
Embracing even the most minor glimmer of light in his outlook, Tilly said, "And it's your life, John, not your dad's. It's up to you which story about yourself that you believe in." Lomond had never found someone so irritating yet compelling at the same time. He wanted to pick holes in everything she said. The problem was she always seemed to be right. He stood up, preparing to walk towards the door.
I was thinking about your story from last time, about the boy with his foot stuck in the grate.
Oh, yeah?
You asked me what I would do.
What would you do?
He took a deep breath and said, I don't know. I wanted to know what you would do.
Tilly looked surprised. No one's ever asked me. She paused. If it was me and my foot was stuck in the grate and I knew that I would drown if I didn't do anything, I would tell them to cut it off.
Cut off what?
The foot.
Why?
Tilly looked towards the window, wondering how best to phrase it in a way Lomond would best understand. Because sometimes you have to cut off a part of yourself, no matter how much it hurts, in order to move on with your life. Lomond pressed his lips together while he thought it over.
Thanks, Doc.
Tilly reached out to him. You know I'm not actually a doctor, right?
Lomond turned around, talking over his shoulder. You should be.
Chapter 51. Next morning, on Lomond's orders, Ross had been surveilling Gormley in his car along the M8, heading east towards Edinburgh. Gormley was in his white top-of-the-line Range Rover, driving at high speed, but Lomond wanted to talk to him about more than speeding. Lomond had hitched a ride in a patrol car, a zippy BMW that was going at warp speed to catch up, complicated by the morning traffic.
Where are you?
Lomond asked over the radio. Ross replied, "A mile or two from Hart Hill." Lomond checked his location on the tablet screen mounted on the dash.
I see you. I'm coming right behind you now. Where's Gormley?
Fast lane, Ross replied. He hasn't left it for about 10 miles. White Range Rover.
Yeah, said Lomond. I know it.
When the patrol car reached the back of Gormley's, he swerved aside, assuming the car was going elsewhere. Then he realized they had come for him. Lomond directed Ross to pull up alongside Gormley. Ross gestured for Gormley to put his window down, which he did. With his window down, Ross yelled, "Pull over, Frank! Hart Hill!" Frank was dressed to the nines, a three-piece suit, a flashy tie and pocket square, along with sockless loafers. His demeanour was nothing like the friendly one he'd put on the previous day.
What's all this about?
He asked. Lomond walked over from the patrol car.
Sorry, Frank. I needed a word. I couldn't wait. Going to the horse racing.
I'll need to wait. Lomond ushered Ross to give them time. Once they were alone, standing by Gormley's car, Lomond said,
I've been thinking. One thing that made no sense. Why did you have Campbell Fotheringham write up that letter for Jack Beattie?
Gormley's poker face was rock solid.
What letter?
Lomond made a come on now face.
See, I've been talking to someone this evening, and they told me a story about what really happened at Port Glasgow back in 2002.
What did they say happened?
That Jack Beattie was working as a mole within the police for you, and had been for a while.
The man's dead, so I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. He sighed. Yeah, Beattie was on my payroll.
But something happened between him and Tommy Ridley, some kind of split.
I was doing business with some people, Gormley sniffed.
They were involved in things I don't like, that I don't get any pleasure from. People were being abused, and it was bad for business. Beatty wasn't happy about it either, so I told them that I wouldn't do business with them anymore, and I was taking Beatty with me. They weren't best pleased, to say the least. Ridley tried to take both of you out during the Port Glasgow job. Aye, but good old Jumpin' Jack Flash managed to turn the tables on them. These people, this network, had me arrested on trumped-up charges. Beatty was sure they were going to do me in, so Beatty broke me out. After that, we set up shop on our own. Beatty let me know about anything useful or valuable. Shame he's gone. Lomond wagged his finger. About that, made me wonder, what happened when Beatty retired? You wouldn't just stop. The information he got must have been valuable. Gormley sniffed hard and looked away. Lomond lowered his head to meet Gormley's eyes again. New information is never not valuable in your line of work, is it, Frank? Gormley replied. You don't get it, John. I'll never stop. This is what I do, what I am, and I'll do whatever it takes to survive. Doesn't matter who gets in the way. Not Tommy Ridley, not Peter Jenkins, and not you. Peter Jenkins? What does he have to do with? Lomond nodded as the penny dropped. You got Fotheringham to give Barry that shank, didn't you? Gormley couldn't help grinning. Lomond went on. I can't prove it, but I'll bet anything that you gave the order for a sniper to be out there. I was glad to have them out in the open. How did you know in time where they would be? Not even Fotheringham knew. The prison heard every conversation he had with Jenkins. Gormley sniffed again. Lomond said, The ferryman's still out there, isn't he? He didn't die along with Beatty. Gormley turned to leave. Before he could, Lomond held out the photo of Leona. We got Ridley. I'm sorry I couldn't arrange to have him swing by your place first. Gormley nodded in appreciation. This doesn't change things between us. I hope you know that. We didn't catch him for you, Lomond said. We caught him for all of his victims and their families. I'll never stop, John. And if it ever comes down to a case of you or me, you best believe it's going to be me walking away. He got back in his car and sped off. Ross came over. I didn't hear much. We've got a problem, Lomond said. Frank was willing to risk everything to make sure Peter and Barry Jenkins ended up dead yesterday. If there's a ferryman after Beatty out there, he'll kill anyone who knows about it. And who did Bruce Murdoch tell us could still identify the ferryman? Ross let out a groan of anguish. Oh, no. Lomond took out his phone and started running to Ross's car. Judging by the smirk on Gormley's face, we might already be too late. Chapter 52. At a remote house in the middle of the countryside near Aberfoyle, Walter Murdoch sat alone on a large sofa, drinking a cup of tea. He had a photograph in his hand, of him and many others at Bowland Castle. He had thought that taking such violent revenge on his dad would have provided some solace once it was over, but there was none, no comfort. Still, he had the same flashbacks, the same nightmares. At least with nightmares they went away when he woke up. Flashbacks were the worst. They could haunt Walter at any moment. He saw a flicker against the living room wall. Dull at first, then growing brighter. Flashing blue lights. Walter shielded himself behind the curtain, watching the officer get out. No one should have known where he was, but late at night in the remote countryside there was nowhere to run. Had they finally decided to arrest him and press charges for his vicious assault on his dad? The uniformed officer knocked at the door. Walter Murdoch, he said. It took Walter 2 attempts to say,
Yeah.
I'm DC Ross McNair. I'm with DCI John Lomond's major investigations team. I need to ask you a few questions. I'm afraid we have some concerns for your safety. He took half a step inside, then stopped. Sorry, may I? Walter stepped aside. Thank you, he said with a nod. He had a computer tablet under his arm, which he showed Walter. Where might be the best place to have a look at this? Just relieved not to be under arrest and being led out to the police car, Walter motioned towards the living room.
Do you want some tea?
Oh, no thanks, he smiled. It's a little late for tea for me. He sat down and turned on the tablet. I really should press on with this. As I said, it's really quite urgent. Walter's head felt heavy and hazy from lack of sleep the night before. All he wanted to do was go to bed.
I'm sorry, DC
McNair, he replied. He held the tablet out towards Walter. Shall we? Walter sat down.
What is this all about? You said you're worried for my safety.
It's a little complicated, he said. First of all, I need you to take a look at some pictures for me. We've been running some inquiries that involve a police mole known as the Ferryman. We received information that suggests you might be able to identify that person. Is that right?
Yeah. It was a long time ago, but yeah.
Great. He laid the tablet down and pulled up a gallery of photos. Across 2 rows were the official police portraits of Brendan Niven, Alistair Reiki, Ruth Telford, Linda Boyle, and John Lomond. Can you identify any of these people as being a positive ID for the Ferryman? Walter paused for only a moment.
That's the Ferryman,
he said, categorically. You're sure? Walter pointed again for emphasis.
That's the Ferryman, for sure.
Right, he said, and stood up. If you don't mind, I need to make a quick call, okay? He walked out to the hall. Walter's mind was racing with memories of the man he knew as the Ferryman back when he was at Boland Castle. He remembered him taking kids away from the dreaded Beastie House. Then Walter turned around, wondering why he didn't hear the police officer making his phone call. He got up and had a look out the window. The officer was in his car, leaning across the front seats and taking something out of the glove compartment. It was only then that he remembered the officer hadn't shown him any ID. The combination of official police car, the uniform, and concern for his safety all lined up in his exhausted mind as nothing to be concerned about. His phone rang. "Walter Murdoch," said the voice.
"Yeah, who's this?"
Walter replied. It was hard to hear him. The signal was faint, which was common out there. It also sounded like he was in a car travelling at great speed. "This is DS Ross McNair," he said. Walter suddenly couldn't feel his hand on the phone. It had gone numb, and a wave of coldness washed over him, followed immediately by a fierce internal heat from his blood pressure spiking. "Hello?" said Ross. Walter somehow managed to speak.
"There's already a DS McNair here."
"Where is he? In the house?" Walter looked out the window.
"No, he's outside, but he's on his way back."
Lomond, sitting next to Ross and currently speeding towards Walter's house, spoke up, his voice grave and serious.
"Walter, that man is not a real police officer. DS McNair and I will be there any minute, but you have to get out of the house right now. Do not go anywhere with that other officer. Go now."
Chapter 53. Walter turned in terror, fleeing to the kitchen. The fake officer, now holding a handgun with a suppressor, caught a glimpse of Walter running out of the living room. For a split second he had a clear shot and tried to take it. Walter crouched down out of sheer instinct. He screamed when the bullets hit the kitchen cabinets just above his head.
He dropped his phone to put his hands over his head, then sprinted for the back door beyond the kitchen. The gunman thought about following him through the house and out the kitchen, but decided instead that it would be faster to double back out the front door and try to catch him outside. But when the gunman got to the front garden, he saw the fast-approaching lights of a white Vauxhall insignia. The car screeched and skidded to a stop. Lomond reached for his door, ready to burst out, when Ross lunged over to stop him. The gunman fired towards the car, smashing the window in Lomond's door. If it hadn't been for Ross, he would have walked straight out into the bullets. Ross opened his door and beckoned Lomond over. They took shelter at the rear of the car as the gunman fired again. He considered trying to finish off the two officers, but the job was Walter. He set off in pursuit, running through the gardens to the rear of the house. The woods were thick and impossible to get through without leaving an obvious audible trail behind. Walter stood up against a tree and held his breath. The gunman took out a torch and shone it around the woods. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before he was spotted, Walter set off running again, this time back towards the house. Lomond and Ross were running over to try and find him. Lomond waved. "This way, Walter! Quick!" The gunman appeared from behind the back of the house and fired again. Walter let out a cry as a shot rang out, fizzing past his cheek. "Come on, Walter," Lomond groaned, dragging Walter towards their car, expecting a shot to hit him at any second. He bundled Walter into the back seat where Ross got in with him. Lomond got into the driver's seat and took off as fast as he could in the direction they were already pointing in, with no idea what was ahead. The gunman emerged from the garden, unleashing another round of shots. "Stay down!" Lomond yelled, gesturing wildly at the two men in the back. The back window was blown out by one of the shots, and there were other bullets ricocheting through the vehicle. Lomond kept his foot flat on the accelerator as long as he dared. When a bend in the road finally appeared, he had to slam on the brakes. "Hold on!" he cried out. He pulled the steering wheel hard right to make the corner. The back end of the car slid out wildly, the tires barely clinging to the road. Behind, a set of headlights appeared as the gunman chased after them. "He's gaining on us," Ross warned. "Yeah, I fucking well see that, Ross," Lomond fired back. Because Lomond's rear lights extended the gunman's visibility, giving him an advantage over the dense darkness, he was able to force the pace around corners and quickly get right into the back of Lomond's insignia. "Stay down!" Lomond yelled, tucking his head down below the headrest to avoid another incoming hail of bullets. "Gotta get out of here," Ross said, keeping a hand over Walter's head. "There's nowhere to go." Ross looked around for anything he might be able to use. Then he turned towards the back seat. He pulled one side down and rummaged around. When he felt cold metal on his hand, he knew he'd found it. "Brake check him!" Ross yelled. "What?" "Brake check him! Hard! Just trust me!" Lomond hit the brakes, causing the gunman to hammer into the rear of the insignia. It sent him crashing around in the car as none of them had seatbelts on, but it gave Ross the opportunity he needed. With the gunman still recovering from the impact, Ross was clear to reach up and out the back window. Then he unfurled the spike strip that officers use to quickly deflate car tires during a pursuit. The gunman saw what was about to happen, but was powerless to avoid it. In the narrow country road, there was nowhere to take evasive action. His tires burst underneath him, and within seconds, Lomond had pulled the insignia clear. The gunman's headlights soon faded behind them. Ross looked upwards and let out a huge roar of relief, howling the tension out of his body. Walter threw his arms around him. "Thank you," he wept. Lomond looked around. He had to, as the rear-view mirror had been shot out a while ago. He reached a hand out to Ross and squeezed. Once they were back in the safety of Helen Street Station, Walter sat at Ross's desk, drinking a coffee. He wouldn't leave Ross's side, not even for a moment. He still looked terrified. "When can I go home?" Walter kept asking. "I want to go home." Ross assured him they could take his statement soon, and it would all be over. Donna, Jason and Grado had all come in as well to check everyone was all right. They all sat in a group.
Lomond stood by the whiteboard drinking a coffee. He didn't normally do caffeine so late at night, but he was willing to make an exception. Willie descended the stairs, having brought Linda up to speed. He had just ended a phone call. He told Lomond, "There have been no patrol cars reported stolen." "It wasn't real," Lomond said. "Just a very convincing fake. Convincing enough to nearly cost Walter his life." Willie asked, "What's the kid actually saying?" Lomond took him aside. "He's confirmed that Jack Beattie was the police mole known as the Ferryman." Willie tutted. "Jack Beattie, serious crime squad golden boy. The whole time he's working for organised crime in the background." "Except that's not the whole story," said Lomond. "What do you mean?" Lomond leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "If all Walter actually knew was that Jack Beattie was the ferryman, then why did Gormley send one of his henchmen after him?" "You think Walter knows someone else is involved and isn't saying?" "The kid's trembling over there. He's terrified. He doesn't know who to trust." "You can hardly blame him," said Willie. "It gets worse, Willie. How did Gormley know where Walter Murdoch was?" "Saying this is Gormley's work is a big assumption." "Come on, it has to be. The ferryman has been Frank Gormley's mole in the police for years now. When we interviewed Bruce Murdoch at the Express, Colin Mowat told Ross Walter Murdoch's address. Ross then put it on our home's portal." Willie grimaced. "You should have kept that offline." I know. Technically it was by the book. Ross had to make sure that the rest of the team had access to the address. But if Gormley already knew where Walter was staying, and Walter had been in possession of such damaging information all this time, why did it take Gormley until last night to act?" "You think someone with access to the portal linked it to Gormley?" Lomond flashed his eyebrows up. "Give me an alternative." Willie puffed. He couldn't. "That's not exactly a short list of people who have access to that, though." "True," Lomond conceded. Willie shut his eyes in despair, then reluctantly nodded. "So we've got a mole somewhere in the division." Lomond folded his arms and nodded affirmatively. Still comforting Walter, Ross noticed him staring down into his lap. "You okay, Walter?" Ross asked. "Yeah," he said, weakly. "What have you got there?" Walter handed him the photo. "It's from Berlin Castle." Lomond took a sip of his coffee and came over. It had been a while since he'd spoken to Walter and didn't want him to feel forgotten. "What's that?" Lomond asked. He held his hand out before Ross had a chance for a proper look. Ross handed him the photo. Walter explained. "They used to take group photos of us." Lomond raised his cup to his lips again, but he didn't take another drink. He let go of his cup, which splattered all over the floor. Ross recoiled, thinking he was about to get scalded. "Whoa! What's wrong?" Up on the mezzanine, Linda looked down, wondering what was going on. Lomond stared at the photo, then showed it to Ross and Willie. It was the same photo as the one Frank Gormley had given him, except this one had the names of all the patients written along the bottom. One said Walter Murdoch. But the one that caught his attention was a little bit along from Walter. Lomond didn't recognize the face, but now that he had a name to go along with it, he could see it. Willie handed the photo to the others. "Front row, second from the left. Look at the name." The name was Andrew McGlone. Chapter 54. The team arrived at SBC Studios in Dumbarton, Lomond taking the lead. The cast of Baxter were on an empty stage, running lines for the series finale that was still to be written. "You're going to have to do another rewrite," Lomond announced. Andy McGlone didn't flinch. He just lowered his script and dropped it to the ground. He knew by the way Lomond was looking at him that it was over. "Andy McGlone," Lomond said, "you're under arrest for the murder of Jack Beattie." While Lomond completed the full caution, Roger Thorne stormed over. "What is the meaning of this? This is crazy. Andy was shot." "In case you're wondering," Lomond said to McGlone, "it was the sound of the bullets that nailed it for me." "What do you mean?" asked Thorne. "The cleaner said he heard 3 shots. 2 close together at the start, then 1 more a little later. Andy would have us believe the first shot was in his leg. Then he heard another shot at Beattie, followed by a third. Except that third shot doesn't exist. Andy had a single bullet in his leg. Beattie also a single bullet. Where did the other one go?" Lomond turned to McGlone. "Fished out by you after you fired the first one into the wall of the staff room." McGlone didn't even try to protest. He gave half a smile, half a grimace. Willie elaborated. "If it was as Andy said and he really was shot first, then the shot that came immediately after must have hit Beattie, because there's no other bullet either in the corridor or in Beattie. There's no explanation where the first bullet goes into Andy's leg that tallies with what the cleaner heard. Otherwise, the shooter must have fired into the corridor, a bullet that no one can find, then shot Beattie, then come back and shot you in the leg for some reason." "Correct me if I'm wrong, Andy," said Lomond. "You fired the first shot at nothing. Then you got another off quickly, this time into Beattie. But he got away and locked himself in the studio. You just had to hope he would die of his wounds. The last part now for your alibi would have been the most painful. Firing a real shot into your leg." The cast and crew turned to look at McGlone, wondering why he wasn't denying it. "Couldn't shoot yourself in the leg first and then go after Beattie, could you?" "What about motive?" McGlone asked. Lomond held up the Boland Castle photo. McGlone's eyes welled up with tears. I'm glad you found that, so that you'd understand. It's been the best performance of my life." "It explains how you managed to pull it all off while apparently being drunk. You faked passing out to explain why you couldn't call 999, and rope in our Jamie here instead." "You don't remember me, do you?" McGlone said tearfully. Grado stared back in confusion. "We were at Boland Castle together. I was a few years older. I put myself in the way of the men when they wanted you. I told them to take me instead." Grado didn't know what to say. Lomond said, "It wasn't a coincidence you became friends. He sought you out. He made it happen. Because you needed someone you could trust to look into why someone might want Beattie dead, to expose what went on at Boland Castle. Except you were lied to." "What?" said McGlone. "The note, the ferryman note, sent to Beattie the morning he died. We traced it through the courier. It was sent by Tommy Ridley." Still processing, McGlone said, "He said he found me when he saw me on the show. He knew Jack was working here too. He told me that he knew I'd been abused at Boland Castle. He told me Beattie had been the network's fixer, a police mole called the Ferryman, who was responsible for so much of the abuse." Lomond explained. "Ridley was only too delighted to blame Beattie, a way of getting revenge for the Frank Gormley ambush that nearly killed him." McGlone trembled. "You mean Jack was innocent?" "Innocent's a loaded term in this context. Jack must have been so confused about those threatening messages you kept sending to his phone." McGlone considered denying it for a moment, then relented. Lomond explained. "We traced the IP address from the app you used to hide your number. It was traced to your home, Andy,
The problem is, he never did whatever Ridley told you he did. He just fed you a story, gave you a gun, and let you do the rest.
Lomond pointed towards him.
Take him away. Save the rest for the station.
Andy McGlone was led away in handcuffs, leaving the stage for the final time. Chapter 55. The 6 of them had squeezed into a fleet people carrier for the team-building day out, Lomond driving, Willie in the passenger seat, and in the back were Donna, Ross, Grado and Jason. Even Ross and Grado had managed a few laughs together. They had started the day laying flowers at Pardeep's grave, each hoping that he would be proud of how far they had come since his death. Jason had been at the gym that morning, stopping 2 reps short on his bench press instead of pushing himself into a state of pain. Ross had spent the morning with Lachlan at soft play, being especially careful of any newspapers lying within arm's reach of Lachlan. Donna and Grado had woken up next to each other, before taking a trip into Hamley's to buy accessories for Grado's Lego collection.
Here we go,
said Lomond, picking a song on his Spotify app on the dash.
This is what we need.
He turned the volume way past his normal listening level.
Let's crack this one up.
Everyone steeled themselves, preparing for some kind of rock, something cathartic and loud. So when a gentle piano melody twinkled out through the speakers, no one knew what it was at first, except for Ross. He burst out laughing.
Seriously?
What is it? Asked Donna. Everyone else wanted to know. Ross said, Well, seeing as it's the only one with a little kid who knows, it's Let It Go from that Frozen film. Everyone burst out laughing when the singing began.
Don't laugh, Lomond said. This song is transformative. Someone much smarter than me recently told me it's good to sing. It's what we all need right now. We're on our way to fly across a fucking terrifying zipline. This song is all about that.
Yeah, remind me again why we're doing this, said Donna.
We need to stand somewhere and physically travel somewhere else, and leave all the shit in our lives behind, for good this time. A zipwire's the best way to do it. The metaphor alone knocks me out.
He cackled with laughter, then broke out into singing along. Tilly would have been proud to hear him. The rest of the team had never seen him so happy before. Once they were at the Forest Adventure Park, they each took it in turns to fly across the zip wire, one of the longest in the country. It went across the tree tops, going over a gorge and a waterfall. Willie and Lomond were the last to go. As Ross clambered up on the platform on the other side, Willie stood next to Lomond, the pair staring across the empty precipice in front. I need to tell you something, John, said Willie.
What's that?
Lomond replied. I didn't walk into that kitchen door. He paused. I'm leaving Jean. Lomond put his hand on top of Willie's shoulder.
If you need someone to keep for a few weeks.
I wouldn't impose like that, John.
Katrina's already said aye.
An instructor attached Willie's safety line and harness. You're good to go, he told Willie. Willie smiled. See you on the other side. When he took off, he made a noise that Lomond had never heard him make before. The terror of the unknown, and how good it felt to jump into it. As Lomond prepared for his turn, he closed his eyes and found himself thinking about his dad. Remembering the mantra Tilly had suggested for him at their most recent appointment, he said, I stand here as one person, and when I get to the other side, I'll have become someone else. Still hearing Let It Go in his head, he jumped off the platform and felt himself become weightless. As he felt the air rushing around his head, speeding up the further he went, he could feel himself becoming new again. It was time to start over. In the cafe afterwards, Ross took Lomond aside.
Could I have a quick word, boss? Once they were away from the others, Ross said, Is Willie all right? Because Moira said...
Don't worry about Willie.
Ross nodded. Changing the subject, he said, I hear they're bringing in Ruth Telford to investigate the Brendan Niven charges.
Lomond rocked on his heels. Between you and me, that's what I've heard too. It could get messy soon. I need my strongest people around. Your heart's still in this, right?
Yeah, Ross nodded.
Because I felt like I was losing you there for a little bit.
To be honest, yeah. I wasn't sure it was worth the risk, all this sacrifices. But after taking a bit of time, thinking about the inquiries we've just wrapped up, I don't think there's ever been a more important time for the honest, decent cops to stand up and come to the front.
There's a story I heard once, Lomond began. There was once a really successful man who was too engrossed in his career. He missed out on bonding with his son because of work commitments, so he asked someone for guidance. He quit his job and spent the next 5 years focused entirely on being a dad and a husband. Nice story, huh?
Sure, said Ross, unimpressed. I guess.
Would it be a better story if I told you that the man who quit his job was John Lennon?
Ross did a double take. Wow, Lomond said.
3 years after he did that, he was dead. The point is, Ross, enjoy your work, but get the balance right. We only get one shot at it.
The pair took a moment of quiet contemplation, thinking about the story and enjoying seeing everyone having fun. But both knew that it wouldn't last long. Ross asked, Have you had any further thoughts about the ferryman? You still think Enrique?
Nah, said Lomond. That whole letter thing was staged, set up by Gormley.
I don't care what Walter Murdoch said, boss. Whoever the ferryman is now, they're still out there. I think it could be Enrique or Niven, maybe even the chief constable. There's no telling how high this might go.
One thing is clear, said Lomond. Frank Gormley has declared war on our major investigations team.
This will get ugly long before it gets better. Are you sure you want to go to war with Frank Gormley, boss?
Lomond didn't hesitate. We don't have a choice.
Chapter 56. Lomond walked towards his dad's grave, hearing the song he had been listening to the other morning at Katrina's. One Too Many Mornings by Bob Dylan. For the first time, Lomond didn't feel anger as he approached his dad's grave. He just felt gratitude. Whatever Lomond thought of him, he had done his best in the circumstances. It would take a while yet to get over the pain, but that was in the past. Now, instead of a bottle of whiskey to upturn onto his dad's grave, Lomond reached out and laid a bunch of flowers on the grass. Then, with his other hand, he pulled Katrina's hand up to his lips to kiss. She put her arm around him, as Lomond thought about the song. Yes, the relationship Dylan was singing about was ending. Katrina wasn't the lover in the song that he could never make peace with. Katrina was the morning. A new morning. It may have been another morning in a familiar landscape, but Katrina was also a new dawn breaking over that familiar landscape. Maybe it was the end after all, he thought. But it was also the light of a new day. Chapter 57. Frank Gormley checked the time in his watch again with a tsk. The ferryman was normally never late. He was standing in a warehouse in Uddingston at close to midnight. The warehouse one of his many fronts for money laundering. He was about to leave when he heard the shutter wrinkling, then shooting up, letting in the glow of the dull orange streetlights outside on the industrial estate.
Glad you could fit me into your busy schedule, Gormley said, sarcastically.
Linda Boyle ducked under the shutter before it had fully raised, not wanting to spend a second longer than necessary out in front. She walked across to him, her steps filled with anxiety, her stomach churning as it always did whenever they met. When he arranged meetings at such isolated locations at such times, there was always a bit of her that wondered if she was about to be murdered.
You aren't followed?
Asked Gormley. I wouldn't have come otherwise, Linda replied.
You look tired.
I know, she replied, taking another opportunity to check the gloomier corners of the warehouse for assassins.
How's it been going?
Gormley asked. Busy. There's a team from Fettes Avenue coming in soon.
Edinburgh?
Gormley frowned.
He hated whenever new people got involved. What for?
Investigating the Brendan Niven inquiry. It's fine, she said. No one knows.
There's only one other place to lay blame for this. If you want to stay out of jail and keep paying those debts of yours off, you have to blame Lomond.
How?
Find a way. It has to be convincing. I don't mind old Johnny boy, but he's got to go.
Linda thought for a moment. It might work. It was Lomond who initially pushed for you to be released early in exchange for information that helped find the Sandman. I didn't believe he'd actually push for it. When it happened, I couldn't believe my luck.
Deniability is a beautiful thing.
Gormley handed her a set of keys.
These are keys for here. Let's stay in touch. Lock up when you're done.
Once Gormley was gone, Linda stood there in the dank light. She had her instructions. She knew what she had to do now. She said to herself, "Forgive me, John."